Crossing into a different world, you obtained a dual cultivation system, where you can enhance each other's cultivation physique by cultivating with beautiful women. However, you cannot be happy because you are a talentless person with no cultivation talent. Not only can you not cultivate on your own, but you must rely on dual cultivation to improve your cultivation level, leaving you helpless. One day, a beautiful woman suddenly approached you. On that day, as usual, you were working as a servant in the Lu mansion. You noticed that Lu Qingya's boudoir was still lit, and your eyes lit up at the sight. You licked your lips, feeling eager to try. It is worth noting that Lu Qingya was one of the daughters of the Lu family, the head of Qinghe town. She was born as a useless waste without any spiritual body, so she was never treated well since childhood. Now, as long as she is willing to cultivate with you once, she can unlock her spiritual body, and you can also become a cultivator in the early stage of the awakening realm, which is simply a win-win situation. Thinking of this, you quickly got up and came to the outside of Lu Qingya's boudoir, lightly knocking on the door 3 times. At this moment, Lu Qingya was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed in cultivation. However, no matter how she operated her techniques, she just couldn't feel the flow of spiritual energy in her body. She disappointedly opened her eyes. Cultivation was something she did every day, hoping to become a cultivator. She didn't want to be looked down upon forever. At this moment, she heard the knocking on the door, and Lu Qingya softly said, "Come in." You push open the room and see Lu Qingya wearing a light blue robe, sitting cross-legged. A flash of heat passes through your eyes quickly. "Xiao Lu, what's the matter?" Lu Qingya asks. You walk up to her, mysteriously smiling in her ear. "I have a way to help you cultivate." "What?" Lu Qingya's eyes widen, unable to believe what she heard, then excitedly says, "As long as you can help me cultivate, I am willing to pay any price. Give me 10 spirit stones and I will tell you." Your system gives you an ability, which is to control whether you consume your own blood when you are in a dual cultivation with the other party. By consuming a drop of blood, you can strengthen the other party's physique, elevate them to the lowest level of spiritual body, with a maximum consumption of 81 drops. When used on the same person, the consumption of condensed blood is also multiplied. You gain 1 point of experience for each person you elevate to a spiritual body, and you need 1 point of experience to advance to the early stage of the awakening realm. The first drop of condensed blood for each person requires 10 spirit stones. Since you are a beginner, the system intentionally gives you a discount for the first condensation, requiring only 1 spirit stone to condense a drop of blood. It can be said that this wave directly earns you 9 spirit stones. No problem. Lu Qingya readily agreed to him. Although she was not well received at home, she could still afford the 10 spirit stones. "Miss, I only told you because you are my miss." You chuckled, then whispered the method in her ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingya was furious. She never expected that you, who usually seemed very honest, had been lusting after her body all along. "Don't try to deceive me." Lu Qingya pushed you away. "I deceive you for any benefit? If it's fake, you can tell your parents. They won't let me off either." You said calmly, knowing Lu Qingya's dedication to cultivation. As long as there is hope, she will definitely agree. "Okay, I promise you. If it's fake, I will make my father tear you apart." Lu Qingya gritted her teeth, saying that if it's fake, she will definitely go crazy. This feeling of hope igniting and extinguishing is the most painful. Then she quickly returned to the bedside and pulled the curtain down. Seeing this scene, you happily locked the door and also got into bed. Consuming temporary condensed essence and blood, the host successfully condensed a drop of essence and blood. May I ask if the host is willing to consume a drop of essence and blood to elevate the other party to a spiritual body? Yes, the host consumes a drop of essence and blood to elevate the other party to a spiritual body, gaining 1 point of experience. The host's cultivation successfully advances to the early stage of the awakening realm. Advancing to the middle stage requires consuming 3 points of experience, and advancing to the later stage requires consuming 6 points of experience. Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but feel that the path of cultivation is long and arduous. As the cultivation ended, Lu Qingya clearly felt a spiritual energy in her body. She quickly operated the cultivation technique, and the result was surprisingly smooth. She finally sensed the energy in her body, which was activated as she practiced the technique. Although she had never sensed this energy before, she was now confident that she could cultivate. After completing a circulation of the meridians, Lu Qingya excitedly opened her eyes and said, "Thank you." She excitedly held your hand and thanked you. "You're welcome. Let me tell you, I can help you purify your physique. As long as you can prepare 50,000 spirit stones, I can help you upgrade to a top-grade spiritual body." After all, upgrading to a top-grade spiritual body requires the consumption of 3 drops of essence blood. Each drop of condensed essence blood requires the consumption of 10 000 top-grade spirit stones. It is different from upgrading the spiritual body. The cost of each upgrade in physique condensation increases exponentially. Okay, I will definitely find a way to raise the spirit stones. You can go back for now. I will find you when I have gathered enough. She had already decided to ask her mother tomorrow, even though she knew it would be difficult for her mother to come up with 50,000 spirit stones, but she didn't want to give up, as her mother was the only one who still loved her. What are you still doing here? Lu Qingya looked at you, not ready to leave, and curiously asked, I decided to help you cultivate your physique again. You shamelessly said. Lu Qingya looked at you with a skeptical gaze, then tilted her head, closed her eyes, and said, fine, come on then, besides, I've already lost, there's nothing more to lose. Then you revealed a triumphant smile. The next day at dawn, Lu Qingya came to the courtyard to start practicing, caring about all this is real. After practicing for a week, Lu Qingya went to see Wang Mengshu. Mother, I'm here to see you. Lu Qingya saw Wang Mengshu in a small pavilion, just finished practicing, leisurely drinking tea. Qingya, what's the matter? Wang Mengshu put down the cup in her hand and said, I can practice now. What? You can practice? Wang Mengshu stood up excitedly. There is a consensus in this world that one cannot practice without a spiritual body. Qingya clearly does not have a spiritual body. How can she practice? Mother, you are right. My physique has been upgraded to a spiritual body. Lu Qingya said excitedly. Qingya, what method did you use to upgrade? Wang Mengshu was also excited. She has been stuck in the spiritual realm for several years. Her aptitude cannot continue to improve. The physique determines the lower limit, but cannot determine the upper limit. Wang Mengshu's talent is average, so she only cultivated to the later stage of the spiritual realm. The lower limit of the spiritual body is the spiritual realm. Now she wants to upgrade to the transformation realm. There is only one way to go. That is to upgrade the physique to a top-grade spiritual body. Mother, I came to you this time to ask for your help. I want to upgrade to a top-grade spiritual body, and as long as you give me 50,000 spirit stones, I can upgrade. Can I do it too? Wang Mengshu asked nervously. For an instant, Lu Qingya froze. You can't say anything about the way to improve your physique. What would that become? Impulsive. How to find a remedy? Lu Qingya stammered, her brain already messed up into a pot of porridge. I'm not sure, Mom, I just want to try. I might not be able to raise it. It will definitely work. You have already created a miracle that has never been seen before. Mom believes in you. I still saved some spirit stones over the years. I'll give you 50,000. If you succeed, take Mom. Wang Meng Lyric said, her entire family fortune added up, almost able to raise it twice, just enough. As long as you can improve your strength, it's worth it even if you have to give all your family's assets, because as long as you have the strength, you'll have everything. It won't work, Mom, this method doesn't suit you. Lu Qingya was stunned. How could? I wouldn't dare to say what method it is. Qingya, you also know that we are all on the losing side in the town chief's mansion. If I can ascend to the spirit transformation realm, so that no one can bully us in the future. Wang Meng Lyric pulled Lu Qingya and said in a serious tone. What's wrong with Saya? Isn't it good that we're lifting together? This way we can all cultivate to the spirit transformation realm, knowing that there are only 2 spirit transformation realm cultivators in the entire Qinghe town in plain sight. When we all ascend to the spirit transformation realm in the future, then the entire Qinghe town may have to change hands. Although Lu Qingya also knows that Wang Manglove is right, but she still shook her head, intending to muddle through first. Mom, don't worry, I'll try the real thing first, and we'll talk about it then. Seeing how Lu Qingya wouldn't tell her the method, Wang Meng Lyric could only give up. She planned to follow her later to get some information. Alright, you try it first. If it can really be improved, then we'll talk about it then. Wang Meng Lyric cheerfully took out 50,000 spirit stones and handed them over to Lu Qingya. Thanks, Mom. Lu Qingya excitedly received the spirit stone. Extreme spiritual body, here I come. Lu Qingya went back full of joy, unaware that behind her, Wang Meng Lyric was following her not far away. Secretive, I'd like to see how you improved. Wang Meng Lyric muttered, following her from afar. Lu Qingya went straight back to her small courtyard. Yan Xiaolu was leisurely lying on a stool outside the courtyard. Yan Xiaolu, come in here for me, I want to upgrade to an extreme spirit body. Lu Qingya directly pulled Yan Xiaolu towards her housing. Holler. On the roof, Wang Meng Lyric watched it all with his own eyes. Elevation is elevation, why do we need to go inside? She gently took away one of the roof tiles and then watched in silence. What, how could Qingya be like this? Wang Meng Lyric looked at this in surprise. But she didn't leave in a hurry because what she had just heard was to be upgraded to an extreme spiritual body. Yan Xiaolu had just received 50,000 extreme spirit stones when he saw that Lu Qingya had everything ready. System, quickly absorb 30,000 spirit stones and convert them into 3 drops of essence blood. Conversion successful. Hearing the message of successful conversion, Yan Xiaolu no longer waited. Start practicing. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. Consumption successful. The opponent has been successfully upgraded to an extreme spiritual body. The host gains 10 points of experience. Congratulations to the host, consuming 3 experience points to raise his cultivation to the middle stage of the spirit enlightenment realm, with 7 experience points remaining. Congratulations to the host, consuming 6 points of experience to raise his cultivation to the late stage of the spirit enlightenment realm, with 1 point of experience remaining. Finally upgraded again, and also raised 2 realms at once. Cool. Yan Xiaolu roared in excitement. The host needs 100 experience points to advance to the early stage of the Tongling realm, 200 experience points to advance to the middle stage of the Tongling realm, and 500 experience points to advance to the late stage. So much? Yan Xiaolu was stunned. The entire Qinghe town could come up with so many spirit stones. Not oh. I'm kinda happy about it, but isn't that treating me like I'm some kind of what? When did I ever enjoy this in my previous life? Looking at Lu Qingye, who obediently cooperated with his cultivation, a sense of accomplishment arose. Chapter 4 Congenital Un. The Holy Body. After the practice is over, Lu Qingye opened her eyes. The joy in her eyes was beyond words. Finally, I've finally become an extreme spiritual body like father. Lu Qingye said excitedly. I will be able to become a strong person in Qinghe town in the future, and when dad dies, I will be the mayor of Qinghe town. I have to hurry up and cultivate to advance to the Qiling realm as soon as possible. Xiaolu, go back quickly, I'm going to cultivate. Lu Qingye said as she looked at Yan Xiaolu. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Okay. It was just as well that he was tired and went back to rest and refresh himself. Yan Xiaolu returned to his house. He also tried cultivating for a bit and realized that even though he was already at the late stage of the enlightened spirit realm, but you can't increase your cultivation at all by practicing. AI, it seems that you can only raise your cultivation level that way. Yan Xiaolu only felt a wave of depression. Wouldn't that be having to mess with a cultivator every day? On the roof, Wang Manhwa watched it all. Especially when she heard Lu Qingye say that she had become an extreme spiritual body just now, her eyes were glowing as she looked at Yan Xiaolu's room across the street. In this world, cultivation was everything, so naturally, she wanted to improve her physique as well. She waited quietly. As the sky gradually turned dark, he watched Lu Qingye still practicing with great effort. Wang Manhwa quietly came to the door of Yan Xiaolu's room. Knocked lightly on the door. Who? Yan Xiaolu opened his eyes and coped. Who has nothing to do with me? He opened the door and the next moment only felt a blackness before his eyes. Boom! Yan Xiaolu fell to the ground in response and fainted. After all, Wang Manhwa was a late-stage cultivator of the Tongling realm, and it was still very simple to knock out a cultivator of the Qiling realm. As soon as she did, she carried the fainted Yan Xiaolu up. Quietly, he went out of the yard and took advantage of the night road to a small wooded area outside of town. She found a clean place, set up a carpet, and placed Yan Xiaolu on it. A moment of contemplation. Cheap. Then find a good seat and sit down too. After a long time, she opened her eyes in confusion. How come there's no boost? She couldn't understand. Saya was clearly like that. At this time, Yan Xiaolu also opened his eyes, and he saw a familiar figure with the feeling of an innate undead. Scared silly, he shriveled up. You, ma'am? His whole body was shocked. What's going on here? Quickly tell me why my physique hasn't improved. I'll kill you if you don't tell me. Wang Manhwa said ferociously. This would drive her crazy if she didn't get a little boost. It's like giving away her head for thousands of miles. Elevation? It's the extreme spiritual body. Now Yan Xiaolu understood. It must be because Lu Qingye went and said something today. Then this is good. 50,000 spirit stones, give it to me and I'll help you upgrade to an extreme spirit body. Yan Xiaolu reached out for money with both hands. You'll help me boost first. Without spirit stones, I don't have enough power. Is that so? Of course, I can't just boost someone's physique out of thin air, it all requires energy. Alright, I'll give it to you, quickly help me raise it. Wang Manhwa took out the few remaining spirit stones on his body. System, gather 3 drops of essence blood. The host consumes 30,000 spirit stones to gather 3 drops of essence blood. Okay, ma'am, let's start practicing. Like just now? Yes. Don't move, I'll do it. Wang Manhwa pressed down on Yan Xiaolu to prevent him from moving. Alright, you do it. Yan Xiaolu didn't argue with her, closing his eyes and waiting for her to act. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. Consumption is successful. The opponent has been successfully upgraded to an extreme spiritual body. The host has gained 10 points of experience, and the host's experience is now 11,100. After finishing his cultivation, Yan Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh a little as he looked at Wang Menglyric, who was actually still a bit unfulfilled. What's wrong with you, Mayor? No? Look at the way you've left the lady out in the cold. I'm now an extreme spiritual body? Returning to his senses, Wang Menglyric hurriedly got up, sat down cross-legged, and ran his cultivation technique. That's right. Yan Xiaolu nodded. Wang Menglyric ran his gong method and cultivated for a week and found that his cultivation speed had accelerated, and he could vaguely feel the breakthrough barrier of the spirit transformation realm. It was believed that as long as he put in more effort to break through the obstacles, he would definitely be able to ascend to the spirit transformation realm, and he believed that this time would not be too far away. She looked towards Yan Xiaolu. This man was amazing, actually able to help others improve their physique. Can it continue to be upgraded? Wang Menglyric asked. Since he was able to ascend to an extreme spiritual body, there was no reason why he couldn't continue to ascend. Naturally I can. Give me 80,000 extreme spirit stones and I can help you upgrade to a yellow spirit body. What? 80,000 extreme spirit stones? Wang Menglyric said aloud. This needs to be too much, right? You think the physique is that good to improve? Yan Xiaolu gave her a blank look. Also, Wang Menglyric nodded in agreement. After all, she had never heard of anyone's physique being enhanced by the afterbirth. This had already broken her knowledge. It's just that it's too much, isn't it? It was important to realize that one extreme spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. 80,000 extreme spirit stones, that's 80 million spirit stones, a whole $80 million. This had almost caught up with their Lu family's income for a whole year, and if they excluded expenses, it would be the equivalent of using the Lu family's income for several years. She knows that the Lu family will definitely not agree. If it is to give him a promotion, he will definitely agree, but the method of this promotion. Wang Menglyric shook his head vigorously. We'll just have to figure it out on our own. Looks like we'll have to make a trip back to my mom's house. She still had some treasures of her own that she should be able to sell for a good price as well, she thought to herself. Lack of money? Yan Xiaolu asked, looking at her interested but regretful expression. Well, 80,000 extreme spirit stones is too much. Can it be cheaper? No, but I can give you a chance to make money like this. As long as there's someone who needs to be upgraded to an extreme spirit body, you bring her here, and I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones for one person who succeeds. Okay, deal. Wang Menglyric agreed, which seemed like a no-brainer to her. I'll go back first, you can come back later. Wang Menglyric instructed, still taking precautions and not letting others know. Okay, Yan Xiaolu gave an okay sign. Her own cultivation level was not as high as hers, so it would naturally take a little longer to go back. But Yan Xiaolu looked at his experience and fell into deep thought. 11,100. This breakthrough to the Tongling realm is also unknown how long it will take. Not everyone can take out 50,000 spirit stones. Shaking his head, Yan Xiaolu planned not to rush back first. Anyway, there was nothing to go back. Lu Qingya was now immersed in cultivation, and he didn't need to do anything anymore. And it's useless to cultivate by yourself, so it's better to look around, in case you find a suitable candidate for cultivation. Yan Xiaolu came to the town and wandered around. It was nighttime and the town was decorated with lights. Doing business is doing business, opening a store is opening a store, the most lively place is Yihangyuan. Chapter 5, Let my mom and my sister both cultivate. Yan Xiaolu hovered at the doorway for a bit, but in the end, he didn't go in. That won't be necessary. Madame and Lu Qingya were both first-class beauties, and now he wouldn't be looking for random people to cultivate with. At least not someone with this kind of experience. That's when an injured sister caught his attention. Only her clothes were a bit tattered and the sword on her back was a bit jagged, so it was obvious that she had just experienced a battle and lost. Kang Shuaxian was very depressed today. Just now she lost a fight with her own cousin. She felt that she had no face to see others, so she came out to take a break. This person seems to have something going for him. Yan Xiaolu nodded. Having lost a fight, this must not want to win it back. And how do you win back? Of course it's to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. How do you raise your cultivation level quickly? In addition to taking medicine, it was to improve his physique, as the improvement of his physique would also speed up his cultivation speed, and it would also make his defense and attack stronger. Yan Xiaolu walked very divinely towards the depressed Kang Shuaxian. Beautiful lady, why bother? Kang Shuaxian was still cautious when she saw a person she didn't recognize come to greet her. What is it? Want to improve your physique? Yan Xiaolu said with a smile. Do you think I'm stupid? Kong Shuexian cursed the nerves before walking off on her own. Who in this world doesn't know that physique can't be upgraded at all, and now someone is actually telling me to upgrade my physique? Is this not a liar? Yan Xiaolu was dumbfounded. How come no one believed him when he told the truth? Tried a few people in succession and none of them turned out to be convinced. Now Yan Xiaolu had seen Lu Qingya's persistence in cultivation, but wherever there was hope, she was willing to try even if no one had ever done it. It seemed that he had to find someone to spread the news of Lu Qingya's elevation to an extreme spiritual body, which had to be made well known. That way a lot of people will find themselves by asking her about her methods. And with a strong persuasive argument, these people will believe in themselves and will be good enough to pay the money and let themselves screw. What's this wave called? This wave is called getting someone to themselves, and it costs a fortune. Perfect. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaolu no longer hesitated and found someone on the street who seemed to have a lot to say and spent 10 spirit stones each, asking them to spread the news in the town. Let's just say that Lu Qingya, the daughter of Mayor Lu, had found a high-ranking person who had upgraded her wasted body to an extreme spiritual body. When this news was spread, the town was shocked. A time of wind. The next day, a large number of people came outside the mayor's mansion. There were wasted bodies who wanted to change their fate, there were elders in the family who came with their own offspring, and there were those who came alone and wanted to promote their physique. How did these people know so quickly? Lu Qingya walked around the courtyard. She had wanted to wait until she broke through to the spirit enlightenment realm and then ruthlessly punch those people in the mouth. How come the whole town knows about it now? Xiaolu, you come out for me. Lu Qingya came to the door of Yan Xiaolu's room and went straight in without knocking, but ended up not seeing anyone. Where are the people? At this moment, Yan Xiaolu had just come out of Wang Meng Lyric's room. There's nothing to do when I get back at night but find something to do. Originally, he just wanted to come and try it out. He didn't actually have any hope, but it turned out that Wang Meng Lyric wouldn't let him go instead, so he could only tire himself out a little bit. He looked around to see that no one was around, which reassured him to go back to his own yard where he lived. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw Lu Qingya looking for himself. What is it? Yan Xiaolu asked. What are you doing in the morning? Ahem, nothing. Can I say you? Xiaolu, so many people outside know that I've upgraded to an extreme spiritual body. This matter is only known by you, me, my mom, and the three of us. How did the others know about it? I said. Yan Xiaolu said back. You? How can you go around saying that? Lu Qingya was furious. Why can't I? Can't I earn spirit stones if I want to? Yan Xiaolu gave her a blank look. If she didn't say it out loud, who would look for herself to cultivate? The system states that again, you have to develop cultivation objects all the time, and it's not like you can die to a person. You? Lu Qingya couldn't do anything about it. How about this, when those people find you, just tell them that I live nearby, bring them to meet me, I'll give you 1 spirit stone for promoting your spirit body, and I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones for an extreme spirit body. Yan Xiaolu said. Women only, of course, you should know that. Lu Qingya, who wanted to refuse, thought calmly that things had already come to this, it would be better to earn some spirit stones, so she agreed. Okay. Same time. Mayor Lu was also alarmed. He arrived at the reception hall, which was already crowded. Mayor Lu, may I ask if it's true that your daughter has been upgraded to an extreme spirit body? Can we have a look? I've prepared thick gifts this time. If Mayor Lu can introduce us, we'll be grateful and we'll be rewarded. I just heard about this matter as well. Let's do it this way. I'll call Qingya out to ask for an explanation. Mayor Lu frowned. He didn't actually believe it. After all, it hadn't been heard of since ancient times that anyone's physique could be enhanced afterward. Go and invite the lady over. He commanded. Thank you, Mayor Lu. If there really is a method of enhancement, then Mayor Lu, you're going to be rich. Divine Infant is just around the corner. Hee, I also hope this is true. Upon hearing about the Divine Infant realm, Mayor Lu's eyes also lit up. Who wouldn't want to advance to the Divine Infant realm? He dreamed of it. He was already in the late stage of spirit transformation and was only 1 step away from ascending to the Divine Infant realm. Not long after, a guard arrived at Lu Qingya's compound. Miss, the mayor asks you to come over. I'll be right there, you go on back. Okay. After the guards left, Lu Qingya looked at Yan Xiaolu and said, Xiaolu, my father called me to go. It should be for the matter of the spirit body. Well, I'll go with you. Yan Xiaolu said after some thought. He did not want to cower and hide in the back. After all, even if you die, you'll be resurrected within 24 hours. Okay. Yan Xiaolu and Lu Qingya came to the reception hall together. Father. Lu Qingya respectfully gave him a bow, although she didn't treat her father well either, but the appearance still needed to be done. Qingya, have you really upgraded your physique to an extreme spiritual body? Of course, people contested with a crystal ball if they don't believe me. Bring up the crystal ball. Mayor Lu waved his hand and commanded. After all, seeing is believing, so he still had to personally test it. Soon the crystal ball, which detects spirits, was brought up. Lu Qingya put her hand up. However, in a few seconds, the crystal ball flashed twice, representing Lu Qingya's physique as an extreme spiritual body. Now everyone believed it and was convinced. The crystal ball flashes once for a spirit body, twice for an extremely high-quality spirit body, up to the highest 9 times for an immortal body that can become immortal. It was just that in this world, immortal bodies had never appeared, and even the next level holy spirit body had only appeared tens of thousands of years ago. Extreme spiritual body, it's really an extreme spiritual body, my lady can also cultivate. Great. Great, I'll make sure to raise both my mom and my sister to spirit bodies. Mayor Lu, you have to introduce us to a high-ranking person now. Chapter 6, Self-Disciplined Men. Qingya, can you still see that high person? Mayor Lu said excitedly. Now he also believed that the crystal ball test couldn't be made fake. It can be seen, the high man is him. Lu Qingya pointed at Yan Xiaolu. That's right, it's me, I'm the one who elevated Qingya's spirit body. Yan Xiaolu stepped forward and said. You? That's right, it's me. It's not that we don't believe you, it's just that you, a guy in the late stage of the enlightened spirit realm, can do it? Naturally it can be done. If you don't believe me, you can find someone to try and return you a spirit body in half an hour. Yan Xiaolu said. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they couldn't give up this opportunity. What if it was true? And there was also Lu Qingya who had succeeded in testifying. Just to say it first, the method I have mastered can only enhance the physique of my female friends. My male friends won't be able to do it right, Yan Xiaolu declared up front, lest a male be found later to delay the process. Ah, how did that happen? There's no way, I'm not sure. Yan Xiaolu spread his hands. Who asked me to be a man? Ignoring that for now, which one of you will try the real thing first? Is there a risk, by the way? No. Let the youngest daughter come first. At this time, Mayor Lu pointed at a woman and proposed. This was his eldest daughter, a spirit body, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the spirit enlightenment realm. Yes, 50,000 spirit stones, pay up. Yan Xiaolu said as he extended his hand. More money? Or what? Help you guys upgrade for free? Upgrading a wasted body to a spirit body 100 spirit stones, a spirit body to an extreme spirit body, 50,000 spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu said, as for the latter that was not mentioned. Qinghe town was too small after all, so it was estimated that no one could afford to take out 80,000 extreme spirit stones. Mayor Lu, why don't we let my wife try first? She's only a wasted body now, she only needs 100 spirit stones, my wife will help everyone test the waters, what do you all think? At that moment, a man pushed his lady forward, and the mere sight of it caused many to look back frequently. Brother, this is 100 spirit stones, whether my wife can cultivate or not is in your hands, you must succeed. The man took out 100 spirit stones and handed them to Yan Xiaolu. Yan Xiaolu looked at the agitated man, then at the beautiful lady behind him, and secretly nodded. What a self-disciplined man. Don't worry. Yan Xiaolu patted his shoulder and nodded. Mayor Lu, please find a quiet place. Everyone follow me. Mayor Lu led the crowd to a small courtyard. This small courtyard is in the middle of nowhere and no one lives here, so it's just right. This courtyard then, before I come out, no one is allowed to come in and disturb me, or else the previous effort will be wasted, and I won't be able to promote my physique in the future. Don't worry little friend, absolutely no one will come to disturb you. Mayor Lu promised. In order to make everyone feel more at ease, why don't you guys test her for a spirit body first? Yan Xiaolu proposed. This is very much to my liking, little friend. Come on. The woman placed her palm on the crystal ball and didn't respond for a long time. No problem, ma'am is without a cultivating body. Since you're all fine with it, I'll take her in. Yan Xiaolu said. Looking at Yan Xiaolu's back, Mayor Lu said, Gentlemen, let's wait here. It's got to work. It goes without saying what it means to just make it work, doesn't it? Understood. The crowd nodded, they couldn't have known better what this meant. However, although it can only enhance the physique of women, it's a great opportunity for everyone, after all, who doesn't have women in their family? Yan Xiaolu led the beautiful woman into the room and unlocked the door. What do you need me to do, my lord? The woman said slowly as she made a bow. Lie down, close your eyes, and don't open them no matter what happens. Yan Xiaolu hemmed and hawed. Good. The woman lay quietly on the bed. Gong. Son, why are you acting like this? The woman could not keep her composure and said eagerly. It has to be, or else the physique can't improve, and you don't want to disappoint your husband, do you? The woman was silent, that's all. Start practicing. Consume 10 spirit stones to gather a drop of essence blood. Congratulations to the host for successfully condensing a drop of essence blood. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Yes. Host consumes successfully. The opponent has been successfully upgraded to a spirit body. Host gains 1 point of experience. Now Yin Xiaoliu's experience came to Late Enlightened Spirit Realm, 12100. It's too slow. How many years and months will it take to elevate to a psychic? We must find a spiritual body to promote an extreme spiritual body, so that it can be 10 times faster. Yin Xiaolu brought the woman out, only her face was a bit unnatural, but no one would think much of it at this time. Now they just wanted to know if her physique had improved and if she could cultivate. Quickly place your hand on the crystal ball and try it out. Mayor Lu said as he took out the crystal ball. The crowd's eyes were united as they looked at the woman expectantly. She was a little nervous. To be honest, she hadn't cultivated and didn't even know if she had upgraded to a spirit body. She only knew that just now her meridians were being messed with in a flurry of ways. She had just placed her hand on it for but a few seconds when the crystal ball flickered, and now no one was in doubt. She did elevate to a spiritual body. Great, ma'am, you can cultivate too. The man was overjoyed and ran over to embrace his lady. For some reason, at this moment she suddenly had some reluctance to make contact with him, and she shifted her position to avoid it, saying, "Let's go back." Good. The man didn't think too much about it as he patted Yin Xiaoliu's shoulder and sincerely thanked him. "Thanks, brother, my inner man and I will go back first." "You're welcome." Yin Xiaolu looked at his hair and laughed. "Brother, what a strange man. Brother, I'll trouble you, brother, with my daughter's physique." Mayor Lu arched his hand and said. This time Mayor Lu changed his previous attitude and became amiable. "Since you guys are already sure that I can enhance my physique, I might as well tell you what you need to lose to enhance your physique. I hope you guys know." Yin Xiaolu said. He didn't want that situation where he was clearly ready to cultivate and the other party quit, so he planned to say it first. "Brother, by all means." "That's right, brother, just say it, we can all bear it. Nothing can be more important than improving the cultivation physique." "Since that's the case, then I'll say it, upgrading the physique requires the dragon and phoenix to be in harmony." Saying this, Yin Xiaolu did not continue. Everyone here knows what he is trying to say. For a while there was some silence. Seeing this, Yin Xiaolu also knew that they needed to digest it, so he said, "My address Jingyan knows, if you guys need to improve your physique in the future, prepare the spirit stones and look for her to bring them to me." Quite a few people on the scene were very interested, but with so many people here, it was not good for any of them to open their mouths. "Brother, bye. Dude, bye. Bye-bye, my lord." Seeing Yin Xiaolu about to leave, no one stopped, but each had a little something in mind. This is a situation that is no longer suitable for discussion in public. But the crowd remembered Lu Qingya, and privately went to climb with her, asking where they could find her in the future, hoping that she would be able to introduce them. Chapter 7 Concentrate on Selling. Concentrate on Cultivation. In the mayor's mansion, Mayor Lu was talking to his eldest daughter, Lu Anqian. At this time, Lu Anqian was blushing. "Father, you should know that I have a marriage contract, or you arranged it, now why?" Lu Anqian was very angry. What did father take her for? Actually want her to go. And Chen originally father didn't have this idea, but now that your cultivation physique can still be improved, I've just asked Shengya. It can be upgraded to a yellow spirit body, do you know what that means? And the sect will be coming to recruit disciples soon. At that time, if you join the clan, we will truly have a firm foothold here, think about it. But what will he think? Lu Anqian's heart is very stuffed. But her father's words made her hesitate again. Yellow spiritual body, if she really had a yellow spiritual body, then joining the clan would be at least an elder's personal disciple. As long as you don't die, you can basically walk sideways within this country. He will understand you. If he really loves you, he won't mind. Mayor Lu glanced at her and said. I don't know how to tell him, I don't think he will agree. Lu Anqian was still a bit hesitant, but had loosened up a bit. I'll talk to him. When Mayor Lu saw that Lu Anqian had loosened up, he instantly clapped his hands and said. Okay. Right. Lu Anqian twisted her head, she felt like she wasn't even herself anymore. How could she agree? How could she? Very well, call him here and I'll talk to him. Yin Xiaolu returned to Lu Qingya's yard, and he was already planning to leave, buy a set outside, and concentrate on selling. No, concentrate on cultivation. He was, after all, a harder worker, and cultivation was the top priority. Qingya, do you know of any better houses for sale? Yin Xiaolu asked. You're leaving? At this time, Wang Meng Lyric walked in just in time to hear Yin Xiaolu ask about the house and asked. She didn't know why, but now she always wanted to come and see him. Well, this is no longer a good place for me to live. It won't be long before a lot of people come looking for me, and it's not a good place to be. It just so happens that I have a residence outside. If you don't mind, you can go and live there. Wang Meng Lyric added after some thought. You can stay as long as you want. I only hope that you can help a few of my offspring to raise to spirit bodies. No problem, I'll help you raise 10 spirit bodies for free. Yin Xiaolu said, it only costs a few dollars to raise a spiritual body? And Wang Meng Lyric is so pretty, her offspring is definitely not bad, earn it alright. Thanks then, in that case the house is yours. Wang Meng Lyric giggled, very flirtatious. The side of Lu Qingya looked at Wang Meng Lyric with some suspicion. When did they get acquainted? It feels like a lot of fellowship. So I'm taking you now? Let's go, Qingya, you go too. In the future if there are customers looking for me, you guys bring them directly here is all. Bring one here at 10 AM and one at 8 PM, okay? Got it. Elevation to an extreme spiritual body is prioritized. Don't worry, then do we have spirit stones to earn? Lu Qingya hemmed and hawed, this would be beautiful if there were still spirit stones to earn. 1 spirit stone for those raised to spirit body, 10,000 spirit stones for those raised to extreme spirit body, and 1,000 extreme spirit stones spirit for those raised to yellow spirit body. Yen Xiaolu also thought of giving less, but then thought that as long as they can earn money, they will work harder to help themselves to find customers. After all, there is a give and take. We will definitely help you find a few more big clients. Lu Qingya laughed. She already felt like she was going to be rich. There were 10,000 spirit stones to be had for an extreme spirit body. Roku was practically a reborn parent to me. Soon, Wang Meng Lyric brought Yin Xiaolu to her private residence in the town. Not bad, it's very suitable, and the compound is quite large. Yin Xiaolu praised. I spent a lot of spirit stones to buy this, it's cheaper for you. Wang Meng Lyric laughed. Alright, you guys can go back now, I guess someone is already looking for you. Yin Xiaolu looked around the room and was ready to send them off to help themselves. Yes, Qingya, you hurry back. At this time, Wang Meng Lyric's eyes lit up and she hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Don't rush it, I'll just go. Lu Qingya nodded in a depressed manner, then left the courtyard under Wang Meng Lyric's push and pull. Outside the courtyard. I still have some things to do, you go back first. At this time, Wang Meng Lyric opened her mouth and without waiting for Lu Qingya to react she took the first step to leave. What? Leaving me to go back alone? Looking at Wang Meng Lyric who had gone and returned, Yin Xiaolu held his forehead. This woman, she really gave her a taste of sweetness. Engage quickly, hurry up, at 8 o'clock Qingya will be here. Wang Meng Lyric hurriedly pulled Yin Xiaolu back into the house and closed the door with a bang. Lu Qingya had just returned to her courtyard. Her father then brought his oldest daughter, Lu Anxian, to find her. Qingya, you're finally back, your sister needs some trouble. Looking at her father who was rarely polite to her, Lu Qingya couldn't say how lost she was. Spirit stones with you, right? Brought, upgrading to the yellow spirit body, totaling 80,000 extreme spirit stones plus 50,000 spirit stones, here are 85,000 extreme spirit stones. Mayor Lu took out the spirit stones and handed them over to Lu Qingya. Alright, father you go back, sister come with me. Lu Qingya said, facing her half-sister, she was actually a bit alienated. After all, their physique had been upgraded, and as for how it was upgraded, everyone knew it by heart, so the two of them hadn't said anything along the way, and the atmosphere seemed unusually weird. And he or she has to send his or her own sister to. Or bring a spirit stone to go, although it is not a real sister, but still how to think how ridiculous. Soon, Lu Qingya and Lu Anxian arrived at the courtyard where Yin Xiaolu lived. By this time, Wang Meng Lyric had already gone back. I brought the person, this is 85,000 extreme spirit stones. Lu Qingya handed the spirit stone to Yin Xiaolu. This is 1,010 extreme spirit stones for you. Yin Xiaolu said, handing the spirit stones to Lu Qingya. I'll go back first then. Aha! As the door closed, Lu Anxian's heart lifted with some tension. Yin Xiaolu obediently pulled Lu Anxian and prepared to go cultivate. Does it have to be? Yin Xiaolu was stunned, but quickly realized what she was asking, naturally. Soon the two of them came to the spare room and prepared to start practicing. Consume 30,000 spirit stones and 50,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 8 drops of essence blood. Yin Xiaolu said. Upgrading to a yellow spirit body would require a total of 9 drops of essence blood, but she was already in a spirit body, so subtracting 1 drop from her spirit body would require a total of 8 drops. The first 3 drops of the system required 30,000 spirit stones, the last 5 drops of the system required 50,000 extreme spirit stones, and he had collected 85,000 extreme spirit stones. So with this wave, he had directly earned 31,000 extreme spirit stones himself. Earned a fortune. The host has successfully condensed 8 drops of essence blood. Chapter 8, Miraculous Things. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. The host's experience is now 22,100. Continuing to cultivate, Yan Xiaolu's horse did not stop and continued to cultivate hard. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host consumes 5 drops of essence blood and raises to yellow spirit body for the other party, gaining 100 points of experience, and the host's cultivation level is successfully promoted to the early stage of the Tonling realm. Lifting 1 yellow spirit body, one was able to gain 100 experience, so Yan Xiaolu directly broke through to the early stage of the Tonling realm. Host's current experience, 22,200. Cool. Yan Xiaolu roared out. This coolness was not just cool because his cultivation had increased, but it was really cool. Although normal cultivation had ended here, Yan Xiaolu did not stop. Stop cultivating. Luan Xian also thought that it would take so long to improve her physique and didn't question it. Soon the morning arrived. After cultivating all night, Yan Xiaolu opened his eyes in a daze, and Luan Xian also happened to open her eyes. With 4 eyes, Luan Xian flew up and ran out. Yan Xiaolu smiled. Life nowadays was really nourishing, with different fresh ingredients every day. Lu Qingya also woke up early today. There were already quite a few people waiting outside her yard. Priority is given to those who have been upgraded to an extreme spiritual body, haha. Lu Qingya said, bringing the ones with high prices first, which was also what Yan Xiaolu said. Miss Qingya, we are upgrading to an extreme spiritual body. I'm also upgrading the extreme spiritual body. Extreme spiritual bodies come in first. Lu Qingya opened the courtyard. Soon there were 20 waves of people coming into the yard. Qinghe town was a town after all, and those who could take out tens of thousands of spirit stones were after all a minority. 2 people per day, you guys line up, prepare the spirit stones, just come to me, one at 10 a.m. and one at 8 p.m. every day, I'll take you there. Okay, listen to Ms. Saya. Soon Lu Qingya arranged the order. Come back after the remaining 10 days. Lu Qingya shouted towards the outside. The others couldn't do anything about it, after all, they didn't have that many spirit stones, so they could only be at the back of the line. You come with me, the others will disperse. Lu Qingya said and left with the woman at the top of the line. Soon Lu Qingya took 50,000 spirit stones and handed them over to Yan Xiaolu, who returned 10,000 to her. Then I'll go back and come back in the evening. Lu Qingya said as she took the 10,000 spirit stones. Go back. At this time Yan Xiaolu had some hunger. He looked at the woman and said, can you cook? Still need to cook? She asked with a puzzled look on her face. Aren't you hungry? Not hungry. Okay, but one was hungry, and after practicing all night, one's stomach was already empty. Then go out and buy me some food first, I'm hungry. Yan Xiaolu said. Why should I go? The process of boosting your physique will last through the night, are you sure you're okay? That or eat a little. The woman trailed off, thinking of something, and was incoherent for a split second. And then left without looking back. Soon she was packing food from the restaurant and bringing it back. Yan Xiaolu quickly eliminated it. Cultivation begins. Consume 30,000 spirit stones to gather 3 drops of essence blood. Host cohesion is successful. Does it consume 3 drops of essence blood to enhance the other party's physique to an extreme spiritual body? Consumption. The host consumed 3 drops of essence blood and successfully upgraded the other party to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. The host's experience now stands at 32,200. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yan Xiaolu ended his cultivation. He let out a long breath, a little tired to be honest, but he didn't want to stop, haha. Once 8 o'clock in the evening arrived, Lu Qingya brought someone over on time. Today was a busy day. Early the next morning, Lu Qingya came again with people who wanted to improve their physique. It was like that for days on end. Yan Xiaolu are a little numb, not only people numb, even Olo. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience, and the host's cultivation has been successfully upgraded to the middle stage of Tongling. The host experience is now 2500. At this moment, Yan Xiaolu only felt so relieved physically and mentally that his cultivation level had risen again. Yan Xiaolu had to sigh, it was really fast. In just a few days, he had gone from a wastrel with no cultivation who had been killed by the aftermath of a strong battle to a small expert of the Tongling realm, at least in Qinghe town. A smug smile appeared on his face as he looked at the woman who didn't dare to meet his eyes. Things that I didn't even dare to think about before, now it's actually someone else coming up with a spirit stone to beg for it. Gone. Soon another day passed and Yan Xiaolu managed to raise 20 people to extreme spirit body. Experience also came to 22,500. Cultivation is in the middle of the Tongling realm. In the mansion of the deputy mayor of Qinghe town, a tall woman was resting her eyes. An underling came to report. Mayor, our Qinghe town has recently seen the emergence of many geniuses, all of them are extreme spirit bodies, and one of them is Lu Anqian, the daughter of Mayor Lu, who is actually a genius with a yellow spirit body. What's going on? I remember she's a spirit body. He Qiuyan snapped her eyes open, her eyes full of incredulity. She had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days, wanting to break through the bottleneck, but after 10 or so days had passed, she had never been able to break through. If she couldn't break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, she would always be pressed by Mayor Lu, and she wouldn't be able to make decisions on her own about the big and small things in the town. I heard that it's because a high-ranking person has appeared in the town and can enhance the other's physique. Something that amazing? Yes, this thing is not false, many people have seen it with their own eyes, and it's the daughter of Mayor Lu, Lu Qingya, who has a deep relationship with that person. Alright, you go down, I'll go and take a look myself. He Qiuyan waved her hand and said. Okay, subordinate, excuse me. Aha! If it's true, then this could be my chance. He Qiuyan pondered for a while and murmured. She was not originally from Qinghe town, it was only because her talent was not comparable to the people in her clan that she was reduced to being a deputy mayor in this small place. In fact, her heart was very upset. He Qiuxiang left the mansion, she had to go and probe the truth. So she came to wait outside Mayor Lu's mansion. Not long after, she saw Lu Qingya leaving with a woman. Could it have been brought to enhance the physique? Follow them up and take a look. He Qiuyan followed them from afar. Not long after, he saw Lu Qingya exchanging words with a person and then leaving alone. She appeared directly in front of Lu Qingya. What did you bring someone here for? He Qiuyan asked. This isn't bringing them to improve their physique. Lu Qingya said, thinking that she couldn't hide this matter in the first place, so she didn't lie. Boosting your physique? Is it really that amazing? Of course it's that magical, Mayor He, it's already successfully uplifted dozens of people. Lu Qingya said with certainty. Chapter 9, Miss caused me. Alright, you go back, I'll go take a look. He Qiuyan signaled Lu Qingya to leave on her own while she quietly walked into the courtyard. Looking at a room with the light still on, she slowly walked over to it. Then she blushed. This is not enhancing the physique, this is clearly. He Qiuyan was furious and was tempted to walk away, but thinking that her subordinates couldn't possibly lie to her, she planned to take another look. Leaning against the door, she had already probed the strength of the people inside the door, an ordinary person, a middle stage of the Tongling realm, With that much strength, can you do anything to improve your physique? She was going to take a look at it, and when it was over, see if she had really improved her physique. She waited for a long time before Yan Xiaolu ended his cultivation. Just as she stopped, she dashed in and knocked Yan Xiaolu unconscious. Ah! Help! The woman was just about to shout for help when she realized that the person who came in was Mayor He, and she was a bit at a loss for words. Can you cultivate? He Qiuyan asked. I don't know, I'll try. The woman stammered, hastily putting on her clothes. Then he sat down with his legs crossed and ran the rough abuse cultivation technique. I can cultivate. After a while the woman opened her eyes and said excitedly. I can finally practice, great. Finally being able to cultivate, she cried with excitement, she could finally change her destiny and stop being an ordinary person. You go back. He Qiuyan waved her hand. Aha, then I'll be back, Mayor Ho. Only after the woman left did He Qiuyan turn to look at Yan Xiaolu, momentarily not knowing what to say. She didn't understand how she was able to cultivate when she didn't see him do anything the whole time she watched, all the time she was there in the blitz. Is it possible to mutate your physique to improve it? He Qiuyan found a rope and tied Yan Xiaolu up. Then a pot of water was thrown over him. Yan Xiaolu was awakened, and into his eyes came a pair of big eyes plus two big secrets. Mayor He? Yan Xiaolu naturally recognized her. Just what is she doing tying me up? Say it, what's the secret to boosting your physique? He Qiuyan suddenly took out a whip and asked just as faintly. You should have seen it, right? Yan Xiaolu said in a depressed manner. Just now it happened to be over and he fainted, so it must have been the woman in front of him who did it. All I see is mutts. It's just mutiny. You let go of me first. Not telling the truth, huh? He Qiuyan's beautiful eyes glared as she picked up the whip and lashed at Yan Xiaolu's body. Yan Xiaolu cried out in pain and couldn't help but frantically greet her home in her heart. Say no. He Qiu Yan went down with another whip. I already told you. Yan Xiaolu gritted his teeth and swore in his heart, don't you give me a chance to find out, or I'll definitely whip you for a day and a night. You think I'll believe it? As she spoke, He Qiu Shan struck with another whip. Believe it or not. The harder you hit me, the harder I'll hit you later. I must make you cry and beg me to stop so that I can vent my heart. Seeing that Yan Xiaolu didn't look like he was lying, He Qiu Yan stopped and frowned. Could it be true? Just get someone to test it out and find out. You wait, I'll find someone. He Qiu Yan said, then directly left the courtyard. Hey! You drive me first. Yan Xiaolu shouted frantically, seeing that He Qiu Shan's back had completely disappeared. He was really depressed, marred, the strength is still not enough, it seems that he is still not practicing hard enough. Looks like the way of cultivation will have to change. Next time, just tell Lu Qingya to bring more experience packs. How suffocating to be bullied by a woman. However, Yan Xiaolu was vaguely looking forward to it again. Mayor, he is obviously also somewhat interested in improving his physique, despite a few lashes. It doesn't seem to be a no-no. He Qiu Yan returned to her mansion and found the maid who had been serving her. Xiaoya, how do I usually treat you? He Qiu Yan asked. Miss treats me very well. The maid Xiaoya said she had been following He Qiu Xian since she was 10 years old, and now she was 20 years old. I have a good thing here that needs your help. He Qiu Yan said. She had wanted to find someone randomly, but then she thought that she couldn't forget her maid when something good happened, could she? It could be fake, but what if it's real? This may allow you to cultivate, but you may still not be able to, so think about it. Oh. I've thought about it, I'll do whatever Miss tells me to do. Xiaoya replied obediently. She also knew that she didn't really have a choice, and it was a good thing that Miss was usually quite nice to her. With your words, I'm relieved. He Qiu Yan nodded. Well, you volunteered, so I don't have any psychological burden. He Qiu Xiang brought Xiaoya to Yan Xiaoya's place. Xiaoya, go sit down. He Qiu Yan commanded. Ha? Xiaoya was confused, this is a good thing? Miss harmed me. Go and prove it to me, if it's a fake, I'll kill you for sure. He Qiu Yan untied Yan Xiaoya's rope and threatened. Good point, give the spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu spread both hands, as long as we give the spirit stones, we are friends. Looking for death? He Qiu Xian glared, actually looking for spirit stones from herself? It's hard for me to do things without spirit stones. You're not afraid I'll kill you? Kill me if you have the ability. Yan Xiaolu didn't believe that she would kill herself, how else could she improve her physique if she killed herself? How much? In the end, He Qiu Yan gave in. 100 spirit stones. Here. He Qiu Shan disdained, a mere 100 spirit stones? Yan Xiaolu accepted the spirit stones in a beautiful manner. He Qianyan looked at the somewhat depressed Xiaoya and comforted, Xiaoya's, I'm doing this for your own good, look, I've paid 100 spirit stones. Xiaoya that is to cry without tears she already vaguely feel what is going on, miss actually take money to let people. Gone. I cry to death. Make it quick. Holler. Start practicing. Consume 10 spirit stones to gather a drop of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed a drop of essence blood. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes a drop of essence blood to raise the opponent to a spirit body, gaining 1 point of experience. Host's current experience, 23,500. Xiaoya looked sad and angry and ran behind He Qiu Yan, bad man, bullying me like this. But it looks and feels good. Well? He Qiu Yan asked. Feeling. It's good. Sayaka returned with a red face. He Qiu Yan's head was filled with black lines and gently patted her head, saying, I'm asking if you can cultivate yet? Ha? Oh, I'll try. Sada said with a face full of embarrassment, mainly because she hadn't been through anything like this and she had somewhat forgotten to think. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed and ran her gongfu. Although she couldn't cultivate before, the basic cultivation gongfu was basically something everyone knew. After a while, Xiaoya's eyes lit up and said, Miss, I can cultivate, I can really cultivate. He Qiu Yan bowed her head and pondered, was it really so? He didn't tell a lie? Just this. How can she be embarrassed? Do you still want to improve your physique? Elevate. Then you have to give the most precious thing. No elevation. And a little bit of reluctance. Chapter 10, Are you in trouble? Mayor He, do you want to upgrade your cultivation physique? Yan Xiaolu asked in a manner. No elevation, Xiaoya, let's go. He Qiu Xiang glanced at him, then greeted Xiaoya as she returned to her mansion. By now it was completely dark. Miss, rest up, I'll go down first. Xiaoya was ready to say goodbye and go back to her room. Well, by the way, there's no need to call me tomorrow morning, so you cultivate well and try to raise to the enlightened spirit realm as soon as possible. Yes, ma'am. In the early hours of the morning, He Qiuyan opened her eyes. By now there was silence outside the window, only the soft sound of the breeze blowing gently by. She stood up and looked out the window. I've been away from home for almost 5 or 6 years because of my talent. He Qiuyan murmured. The big families were the most ruthless, and members without talent were not allowed to stay in the family to cultivate and enjoy the benefits of the family. Even if her father was an elder of the clan, she could not escape. She would love to go back and see her parents. As long as one could ascend to the yellow spirit body, then there was hope of returning. At this moment, the hope of ascending to the yellow spirit body was right in front of him. Although he would lose a little something, it was worth it. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated, and by the color of the night, she quietly left the mansion. Arriving at Yin Xiaoliu's compound, the lights had already been turned off as much as possible by now. Because of He Qiushan, Yin Xiaoliu could only rest alone tonight. Only, he couldn't have imagined that someone was actually spying on him outside the door. Or someone you met just a few hours ago. I'll wait, and when you're dead asleep, I'll make a surprise attack and raise my physique without anyone realizing it. That's it. Outside the door, He Qiuyan leaned on a pillar and peeked at Yin Xiaoliu in the room. She had already envisioned what she would do later. If he wakes up, then knock him out. Wait, it seems like you can't firm up your cultivation if you're knocked out. Forget it. Blindfold him. Yeah, do it. He Qiuyan's mind had turned 100 times, and had already envisioned a variety of things that might happen, and had prepared countermeasures for all of them. Just waiting to be implemented. Late at night, He Qiuyan was all but certain that Yin Xiaoliu was already sleeping to death before she quietly opened the door and walked in. Then a blindfold was placed over Yin Xiaoliu's eyes and his hands were tied up. Everything was ready before she climbed into bed. With He Qiushan thinking that she had grasped the secret of improving her physique, and after paying practice, Yin Xiaoliu naturally woke up, only to open his eyes and realize that he was dumbfounded with a hood over his eyes and his arms tied up. What the hell? I was actually attacked by a female hooligan. He struggled, but to no avail. He Qiushan was after all in the spirit transformation realm, so Yin Xiaoliu naturally couldn't resist. Who are you? Yin Xiaoliu asked. In fact, he already had a guess in mind. He was already in the middle stage of the Tongling realm, and the only people who could make him unable to resist were experts in the spirit transformation realm. There were only 2 experts of the spirit transformation realm in the entire Qinghe town, but of course, hidden experts could not be ruled out. But even if it was a hidden master, how could he come to his place so coincidentally and move himself? So there's only one answer, and that's He Qiuyan, Mayor He, who was here today. Although He Qiushan didn't answer, Yin Xiaoliu was basically sure it was her and didn't ask again. Just sneering inside. You think you can improve your physique just by simply doing that? It's simply too whimsical. Without one's own dominant condensed essence blood, even if one came 10,000 times, it would be useless. With that, Yin Xiaoliu no longer resisted, it was himself who earned it anyway. The effort doesn't have to come from you. And after obtaining the system, Yin Xiaoliu had a hidden function that allowed him to freely control his time. But generally he controlled it like half an hour of cultivation was over, so that it was the best one for the cultivation experience. It's not good and hard to take too long. But this time, Yin Xiaoliu had been controlling the cultivation time, not wanting to end it so quickly, just wanting to torture He Qiushan, who told her to actually tie herself up and whip herself. Although He Qiushan was already at the spirit transformation realm, it was reasonable to say that her ability to defend against attacks was very strong. But this time was different, it was an attack from within, so she was still injured. Damn it, so how long? He Qiushan frowned, she didn't feel her physique improve, so she had been still holding on to her cultivation. It's just that it's been too long to practice, isn't it? Are you a human being or not? He Qiuyan was furious beyond words. But at the moment she couldn't stop, or else all her previous efforts would be lost. Until the morning, the sun rises, He Qiuyan is already exhausted and flopped on Yin Xiaoliu's chest, but still slowly cultivating. Yin Xiaoliu, do you have a problem? In the end, He Qiushan couldn't take it anymore and asked through gritted teeth. How is that possible? It's you who sucks. Yin Xiaoliu hummed in dissatisfaction. In fact, he's having a hard time right now, after so much time has passed. You? He Qiuyan couldn't use her strength. Finally, he grabbed Yin Xiaoliu's neck and threatened, hurry up and end your cultivation for me, or I'll kill you. Okay, end. Yin Xiaoliu said, he also wanted to end it long ago. Passive acceptance wasn't what he wanted after all, he still wanted to take the initiative. It would be the main event when she begged herself later, and said day would have to be a day. Hee-Cheo-yen hurriedly climbed up, then sat aside to run her cultivation. After running a few weeks, she felt that her cultivation speed did not become faster. Taking out the crystal ball to test it, his physique didn't improve either. What's going on? Why didn't my physique improve? Hee-Cheo-yen asked fiercely. You think it's that simple? Enhancing my physique all requires me to condense energy. How am I supposed to condense energy when you're like this as soon as you arrive? Yan Xiaolu was also telling the truth, and naturally, he wasn't afraid of her seeing the truth. Hee-Cheo-xian looked at him as if he didn't look like he was lying either, and couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. What a waste of a night's work, and damn if I didn't make a fool of myself. I'm speechless. Now hurry up and gather energy for me and boost my physique. Yes, but it requires 80,000 extreme spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu said as he extended his palm. Okay. Hee-Cheo-yen naturally knew the price from Lu Qingya and could only agree. Receiving the spirit stone, Yan Xiaolu hemmed and hawed and said, Don't say I didn't remind you, raising the yellow spirit body isn't as fast as raising the spirit body, this will take a day. That means it won't end until this time tomorrow, so prepare yourself mentally, and if you don't want to improve your physique anymore, I can return the extreme spirit stones to you. So long? Hee-Cheo-yen frowned tightly. She's still in pain now, and she actually needs another day? Then wouldn't it be straight up bad cultivation? Now that it's all over, if we don't continue, it won't be a pure white loss? No, it's too much of a loss. It's not wise to give up at this point. Alright, if my physique doesn't improve by then, I'll definitely kill you. Hee-Cheo-xiang said viciously. No problem. Come on then. Hee-Cheo-yen closed her eyes, not wanting to look at him. Wait for me for half an hour, Lu Qingya should be coming. Okay. Just in time to take a break herself, Hee-Cheo-yen agreed and came to the next door's side room. Chapter 11, This weapon is broken. Unsurprisingly, Hee-Cheo-yen had just gone out for a while when Lu Qingya brought someone with her. After completing the handover ceremony, Yan Xiaolu directly asked Lu Qingya to leave quickly, and instructed her that she would take a day off herself today and come back tomorrow. Yan Xiaolu spent half an hour on the hoof to help her improve her physique. Then waved her away. The woman left with a dumbfounded look on her face. Didn't it take hours to hear its other people say that it would take hours to raise their physique? How did I get here so fast? It's not a trick, is it? Not giving me a boost at all? Yan Xiaolu simply ignored her and drove her away. The woman could only clip her legs and slink away. Yan Xiaolu was ready to get up and eat, but Hee-Cheo-yen wouldn't do it. Come quickly, start early and finish early. Hee-Cheo-yen pulled back Yan Xiaolu, who was preparing to go eat. Big sister, man is iron, rice is steel. How can you have the strength to cultivate without eating? After thinking about it, Hee-Cheo-yen thought it made sense. Half an hour for dinner. So Hee-Cheo-yen said. Yan Xiaolu quickly roasted some meat. The aroma of fragrant roasted meat hit his nose, and not far away, Hee-Cheo-shan took a deep breath. It's amazing that this kid's grilled meat smells so good. Even this mayor wants to eat it. Since this was the case, then it had to be eaten. Hee-Cheo-yen walked directly to Yan Xiaolu's side, stretched out her hand, and said, You go away, and give the rest to this town mayor. Yan Xiaolu, who had wanted to dislike her back, considered the temporary power gap and stopped his mouth, and anyway, he had already eaten almost all of it, so he handed it to her. Wait, I'll have to make you practice for a whole day without sleep. After eating the grilled meat, the cultivation officially began. Yan Xiaolu was still looking forward to it, and after the cultivation was over, another 100 experience was credited, which could offset the normal 100. What's wrong with that? A great man can bend as well as stretch. Detecting that the host is cultivating, does it consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 5 drops of essence blood? Consumption. Host coalescing successfully. Then, Yan Xiaolu began his non-stop cultivation. Even if he was bitter and tired, then he had to keep cultivating until tomorrow morning. She had to be taught a lesson. Hee-Cheo-yen at this moment was forced to put down the majesty of being a vice mayor in the past and cultivated without saying a word. Frowns were furrowed. Looking at the sky outside, still blue, she sucked in a breath of cool air, never thought that she would one day actually do so in order to improve her physique. How could she have known that this was entirely Yan Xiaolu taking profound revenge on her? She looked at Yan Xiaolu's excited gaze and froze a little. This guy. What an asshole. Yan Xiaolu was naturally excited. After all, this could be considered the biggest official he had seen in several lifetimes so far. The sky gradually darkened. Hee-Cheo-yen already felt delirious. She did not want to think about this, she only wanted the next morning to come quickly. It was just that wave after wave of that aura was rushing through her meridians, telling her the progress of her cultivation at the moment, which kept her awake at night. Tormented, very tormented. Yan Xiaolu was likewise the same, to know that he was the dominant cultivator, that the effort expended was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. 2:30 in the morning. He Qiuxiang felt like she was about to die as she fumed. Yan Xiaolu, if my physique doesn't improve, I will definitely dismantle you. Yan Xiaolu ignored it and focused on his own cultivation. He did what he said he would do, he couldn't stop practicing, he had to be there by morning. Yan Xiaolu, you just can't cultivate slower? Take a breath? After another moment, He Qiushan softened and didn't dare to be hard. She had already discovered that the more she said harsh words, the more furious the aura surges became when Yan Xiaolu cultivated. It can't be slowed down. To be honest, Yan Xiaolu was also a bit numb at this point. This wave is just hurting the enemy 1,000 times. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host consumes 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent, gaining 100 experience points. Host's current experience, 123,500. Finally, after a night's arduous journey of cultivation, the cultivation was finally over, and He Qiuyan already felt that her doesn't belong to herself anymore. The same goes for Yan Xiaolu. It's like a weapon in a game, it has a durability value. When the durability value clears to 0, then the weapon is broken. Seeing Yan Xiaolu leave, He Qiushan couldn't care about anything else and couldn't wait to start checking if she had gotten a boost. After the cultivation technique had run for a week, she was completely thrilled. Really? My physique has really been upgraded to a yellow spirit body. Words couldn't describe the feeling, all she knew was that she was going to take off. Maybe I can go higher? Xianling body? Or maybe an earth spirit body? Only after the cultivation was over did He Qiushan leave the room. It was just that the whole thing wasn't very good, but luckily she had the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm and could still barely hold it together. She didn't greet Yan Xiaolu either, and directly left. She really couldn't hold on any longer, she had to rest and rest. Yan Xiaolu's entire body was also a bit dehydrated, and he drank a lot of water to replenish himself before finding a chair to lie down. Hey, it's not a human job. Look at how tired you are. Yan Xiaolu proceeded to take stock of his gains. Spirit stones have over 400,000 by themselves. Extreme spirit stones, with more than 60,000 of their own. It's not bad, and it's quite a family affair in the whole of Qinghe town. Just after resting for more than an hour, Lu Qingye came. Xiaolu, I've brought the people. Lu Qingye said loudly as soon as she entered the door. Yan Xiaolu looked down. Forget it. He himself has taken a hiatus. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Xingye, I don't want to pick up today. No, don't want to give anyone a boost, let's talk tomorrow. Alright. Lu Qingye could only nod her head, now she had been completely taken in by Yan Xiaolu. More than just the heart is. The woman she brought with her was relieved at this point. She was already a bit hesitant, but now that she saw Yan Xiaolu propose tomorrow, she immediately accepted. Tomorrow, then, I'll go first. If it wasn't for my family wanting me to practice, I really wouldn't have wanted to come. It seemed to her that the payoff was a bit large. The point is that one still has to pay for the spirit stones. This is the most abominable. It would have been a big loss, okay. You just need to focus on improving your physique. That's a lot for us to consider. Are there enough spirit stones? Will people look down on you? Will you be able to find a couple in the future? All in all, it's hard to think about so many things, okay? He Qiuyan had just returned to his mansion. Mayor Lu is coming. Mayor He, the sect enrollment is coming in a few days, we have to prepare. So soon? I thought it would be another month. It's been several years since anyone from our Qinghe town has joined the inner sects of the sects, and if no one joins this time, it's expected that those sects behind us won't send anyone. You should know that the outer door and the inner door are fundamentally different, and the outer door is frankly a miscellaneous. Only the inner sect was considered to have truly joined the sect and enjoyed its benefits. Mayor Lu, let's not speak in the dark, your daughter has a yellow spirit body, isn't this time a proper one? I didn't expect Mayor He to know about it as well, my daughter is just lucky. Mayor Lu laughed. It's still fun. He Qiushan was looking at him with a face of contempt. Old thing, for the sake of having a yellow spirit body in his family, he didn't even want to lose his face, and actually pushed his own daughter to that bastard Xiaolu with his own hands. How can you be so proud of me? I despise people like you. Chapter 12. Whatever it takes, I'm willing to do it. Saw Mayor Lu leave. He Qiuyan returned to her own boudoir, and commanded, Xiaoya, don't allow anyone to disturb me. Yes, ma'am. This is really not gentle at all. He Qiuyan cursed and went into sleep. The other side. Wang Meng Lyric returned to her mother's house. She wanted to improve her family's strength, besides she had the 10 free places promised by Yin Xiaolu. So after that day, she went back to her mother's house. After a few days of lobbying the father of the head of the family, he was finally convinced. After all, the most important indicator of whether or not a family could continue was the number of disciples in the family who could cultivate. How strong? A town is not too big or too small. A permanent population of 10 million. But there were only a handful of people who could reach the spirit transformation realm. This is how you can see how difficult cultivation really is. The spirit transformation realm, if placed in a large city, was of course nothing, but in the town, it was an important cornerstone to continue the family legacy. I have 10 free spirit body slots, father, and right now the main thing we're thinking about is that we need a few extreme spirit bodies. Of course the more the better, it's just that this spirit stone needs to be too much as well. I know him, so to upgrade to an extreme spiritual body I only need 40,000 spirit stones. It's already quite a bit cheaper comparatively. Wang Meng Lyric said, as she had rebates. Let's do it this way, we'll gather the female disciples in the family first, then screen out the most talented ones and then make a decision. Since it was possible to enhance the spiritual body, it was definitely a good idea to choose the one with better talent to cultivate. The ceiling would be higher that way too. For example, if a person only had a spirit body but her cultivation talent was poor, then she would only be able to cultivate to the enlightened spirit realm in her lifetime. If the talent was higher, it was possible to ascend to the Tongling realm, the spirit transformation realm, or even higher. Cultivation physique, which affects a person's cultivation speed, spiritual energy storage ability, defense ability, and attack ability. The same level is of course stronger with a better physique. But the attack ability defense ability can also be improved by other means. You can elevate and so can others. So, in synthesis, naturally, talents whose talent is inherently higher are more valuable to cultivate. Talent, on the other hand, is reflected in various aspects such as enlightenment and willpower. Soon after, the head of the Wang family gathered the women in the family. There's only one thing that I've called everyone here for today, and that's to select disciples with good talent for cultivation. This is an opportunity to change your own destiny. Do you all want to change your destiny? Think. There was a neat roar below. The Wang family lord nodded his head in satisfaction. Let's start with the spiritual ones coming forward. Soon, 5 women stepped forward. There were hundreds of women in the clan and only 5 spirit bodies, which showed that those who could cultivate were destined to be only a minority. Extreme spiritual bodies come forward. Ahem, screw forgetting no. The Wang family lord was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also a little worried. This generation is really depleted of talent, there is not a single extreme spiritual body left. Fortunately, my daughter has been upgraded to an extreme spiritual body by someone high up in the world. I wonder if Mayor Lu knows about it. Suddenly the thought came to him. This wasn't the time to think about that, was it? The Wang family head turned his attention back. I will now teach you all a yellow grade spirit skill, depending on your comprehension ability. The top 13 who comprehend the most will get this opportunity. Do you have any objections? Wang family master said. No. Very well, now please watch. After saying that, the Wang family master began the demonstration of the yellow grade spirit skill. Yellow grade spirit skill, as the worst grade spirit skill, there were not many points, but it was more of a test of talent to just read it once. It's kind of a gift to be able to remember. Soon, 13 or 3 of the more gifted women were screened out, and there were just 3 in the spirit body, with 2 in the spirit body falling through the cracks. You guys come with me. Yes, master of the house. The Wang family master gave them all a clear explanation of what they needed to give to improve their physiques. They also agreed without exception. Only the 3 that had spirit bodies themselves had some slight words, but after some bitter persuasion from the Wang family master, they also accepted. One of them was also his granddaughter, not to mention the feeling in his heart. But for the sake of the family's future and development, he could only sink it into his heart. If the family didn't have any newborn spirit transformation realm powerhouses, then when he grew old, the Wang family would fear that it would cease to exist. Meet here on time tomorrow and Dream Lyric will take you. Okay, housemaster. Well, go down. The crowd excused themselves. Only he and Wang Meng Lyric were left. Father, I want to ascend to the yellow spirit body. At this time, Wang Meng Lyric said. Oh daughter, do you know how much you need to consume to raise to a yellow spirit body? That's 2 whole years of the family's profits. I already feel like I'm about to break through to the spirit transformation realm. If I elevate to the yellow spirit body, I'll definitely be the strongest of the few in Qinghe town at that time, and then when we, father and daughter, join forces, we might be able to dominate the entire spirit crane town, and Qinghe town might have a chance to take control as well. Hearing his own Wang Meng lyric say this, the Wang family lord's heart was moved. Yes, when the time comes, are you still afraid of not having spirit stones to earn? Alright, wait for a moment, I'll go and bring you the extreme spirit stones. The Wang family master was also a man of thunder and lightning, and when he said he would do something, he quickly handed the spirit stone over to Wang Meng lyric's hands. Don't worry, father, I won't let you down. Evening. Wang Meng lyric was resting when there was a sudden knock on the door. Auntie, are you there? It's Manhwa, what's the matter? Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Meng lyric also got up and opened the door. Auntie, I also want to cultivate. As soon as the door opened, a woman who was 18 years old instantly cried and jumped into Wang Meng Li's arms. Where did you hear that? Wang Meng lyric froze. Only the 13 people who were selected knew about the matter of upgrading the physique. Where did she hear about it? Auntie, don't mind how I know, I also want to cultivate, can't I? Then do you know what the cost of cultivation is? Wang Meng lyric asked. What? You don't know? I don't know. I wonder what you practice. Whatever it takes, I'm willing. Ho-Ho said with a firm gaze. Alright, come with me tomorrow, we'll go to Qinghe town. After thinking about it, Wang Meng lyric finally agreed. She didn't say what it would take. It's just cheap for Xiaolu, this brat, but he is the most beautiful woman in the Wang family besides herself. Aha, thanks auntie. Ho-Ho instantly smiled. She actually knew, but was too embarrassed to say she did. This way you avoid embarrassing yourself. It's just that, anyway, I do not intend to find a couple, my generation of monks one cannot care. But that man is so lucky to have such a gentle and beautiful aunt. Wait, am I forgetting something? The aunt is not a of Mayor Lu of Qinghe town? Chapter 13 Cultivate hard. It's just getting light. Wang Meng lyric then set off from Spirit Crane Town with the people of the Wang clan in great numbers. When she arrived at Yin Xiaoliu's place, it was already afternoon. Look at the closed door of the room. It doesn't take much to figure out what's going on. She knocked on the door. Make it quick, I have big business to do here. Wang Meng lyric shouted towards the house. Got it. Yin Xiaolu said back. He also stopped continuing to cultivate and prepared to do his business. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes a drop of essence blood to raise the opponent to a spirit body, gaining 1 point of experience. Host's current experience, 124,500. Yin Xiaolu walked out of the room with a refreshed look on his face. The 14 people looking behind Wang Meng lyric froze, especially when their gazes lingered for a moment on the woman called He. It's nice to have a great face for help. While Yin Xiaolu and Wang Meng lyric were talking, that woman also covered her face and walked away. She didn't want anyone to know she was here. Little 6, the free 10 spirit bodies we talked about last time. Oh, don't forget. Don't worry, how could I forget? Alright then, I've brought the people. 10 here need to be upgraded to spirit body, and 3 need to be upgraded to extreme spirit body. Wang Meng lyric did not say anything about his niece. It wasn't too late to ask when the others had finished practicing. She should have it all figured out by then. In order to save time, the 10 spirit body elevators come together. Yin Xiaolu said. This was afraid to be one's own brilliant cultivation battle record, helping so many people at once, just ask who else. Can we separate? Instantly, they looked at each other, while some of them looked at Wang Meng lyric. No, do as you're told. Do you guys still want to cultivate? Wang Meng lyric said. Do you guys know how long the queue is outside now? If it wasn't for my relationship with him, you guys would have to queue up dozens of days later? Wang Meng lyric reprimanded with some hatred. Okay. Detecting that the host is cultivating, please ask if you want to consume 10 spirit stones to condense a drop of essence blood. Consumption. The host has successfully condensed a drop of essence blood. Yin Xiaolu condensed 10 drops of essence blood in a row. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes a drop of essence blood to raise the opponent to a spirit body, gaining 1 point of experience. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes a drop of essence blood to raise the opponent to a spirit body, gaining 1 point of experience. Then in turn, the essence blood that had just been condensed was consumed. Gain 10 experience points. Host's current experience, 134,500. Hey, there's still a lot of road to travel to advance to the later stages. I'm really having a hard time. It's really hard to cultivate. Simply too bitter. Abbreviations. It's so cool. After finishing his cultivation, Yin Xiaolu left. The rest of them glanced at each other and turned their heads to look away. It's all a little awkward. Just sort of all saw each other's unknown side, and were a little embarrassed about their faces. After a few minutes, someone finally broke the silence. Sisters, can we practice now? Try practicing? Yeah, try it. With that, everyone ran their cultivation techniques, and indeed, they felt spiritual energy in their bodies. I can practice. I can practice too. Great. Oh, it wasn't in vain that I took the cut. It was all worth it. Yan Xiaolu came to the courtyard. It's over? Wang Meng Lyric asked. It was pretty quick this time. She smiled proactively. Then we definitely have to make it quick, we can't keep you waiting for long. Yan Xiaolu winked at her. Nonsense. Wang Meng Lyric looked around, a little vain. After more than 10 minutes, the 10 girls who had been elevated to spirit bodies all came out. Thanks. They also thanked them gratefully. You're welcome. Yan Xiaolu laughed. Now which one of you is coming? Are the rest all upgraded to extreme spirit body? The 3 of them are elevated to extreme spirit bodies. Wang Meng Lyric said as he pointed at the 3 spirit bodies. Okay, come in, right, pay the spirit stones first. Yan Xiaolu was about to turn around when it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't paid the bill yet. The first 10 elevations to the spiritual body were free, these 3 were not. 140,000, 3 120,000, here. Wang Meng Lyric handed the spirit stones to Yan Xiaolu. Received. Yan Xiaolu had no objections, he had previously said that he would return 10,000 spirit stones to her, so naturally he would not go back on his word. Right now, spirit stones didn't seem to have any special effect on him, and he didn't know if they would be useful in the future. Consume 30,000 spirit stones to condense 3 drops of essence blood. The host consumed 30,000 spirit stones and successfully condensed 3 drops of essence blood. Coalesce 2 more. The host consumed 60,000 spirit stones and successfully condensed 3 drops of essence blood x2. Okay. Successful coagulation, everything is ready to start practicing. Oh Ulu, Yan Xiaolu was desperately cultivating just so that one day he wouldn't have to cultivate so hard. Because it's too exhausting. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Host's current experience, 144,500. Keep practicing. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Host's current experience, 154,500. Again. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host consumes 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Host's current experience, 164,500. It's over. Why does it feel so exhausting? Numbnuts, it seems that in the future, I have to control my cultivation every day. It's better to cultivate twice a day, and I won't have any discomfort, only peace of mind. Yan Xiaolu pounded his old back before he slowly made his way to the courtyard. Wang Meng Lyric was just about to speak when Yan Xiaolu stopped her. We'll talk about what's going on tomorrow, I'm done for today. Yan Xiaolu shook his head, wanting to rest. It's dark. Although he controlled the time of practice, but after all, there were many people, it was still night. Alright, Xiaolu, I'll come back for you tomorrow. Wang Meng Lyric looked at him and saw that he was indeed a bit tired, so he no longer forced himself. She had planned to make an appearance herself, after all, it had been about 10 days since the last time, and she was having some strange thoughts. Ho ho, and all of you, come with me, I'll send you back the day after tomorrow. Okay, Auntie. Okay, Auntie Dream. Chapter 14 We're good sisters. It's just getting light. Yan Xiaolu opened his eyes. Why is it warm? Is someone there? Ah. You who? He had a jolt of fear. Little Six, so not shocked. Ha. He was relieved when he opened his eyes and saw that it was Wang Meng Lyric. But then it didn't feel right, why was she here so early? Then it dawned on him that. Xiaolua, can you help me upgrade to a yellow spirit body? Wang Meng Lyric said in a delicate voice. If Xiaolu can help me upgrade to a yellow spirit body for free, then I'll have earned almost 80,000 extreme spirit stones. It would also allow Chengya to upgrade to a yellow spirit body, it was a win-win situation. Could be. Hearing these words, Wang Meng Lyric's complexion was delighted, sure enough, my charm is unstoppable. But the next moment, she couldn't be happier. Just give the spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu faintly looked at Wang Manhwarecap above him and faintly said, "Don't think you can get me to do things for free just because you have a deep relationship with me? No way. Absolutely not. Can't it be free?" Wang Manhwarecap leaned down and exhaled. "No. Humph, how insensitive." Wang Manhwarecap beamed, unhappy. Wang Manhwarecap reluctantly took out 80,000 extreme spirit stones, which was the net profit of the Wang family for 2 years. Heartache. Here, the promised return of 1,000 extreme spirit stones to you. Yan Xiaolu accepted the extreme spirit stones and then returned 1,000 of them to her. Wang Manhwarecap rolled his eyes, but still accepted it. 1,000 extreme spirit stones, that is also extreme spirit stones. Converted to 1 million, a million spirit stones. Next moment. The system spoke. Detecting that the host is cultivating, does it consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 5 drops of essence blood? Consumption. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 points of experience. Host's current experience, 264,500. Half over half over half over half, the experience had finally passed the halfway mark. That was not far from the late stage of the passing spirit realm. It was only after the cultivation was over that Yan Xiaolu had the leisure to ask her. Wasn't there one other person who had to improve her physique? Where is she? I'll go back and call her now. Wang Manhwarecap put on her clothes and said, Feelings that you're sneaking around. Yan Xiaolu was disappointed for a moment. He'd always thought there was someone out there. He was still practicing pretty hard for that reason, so it seems they didn't hear it. The remaining one is my niece. You can take good care of it. Don't be too aggressive in doing things. She hasn't experienced such things as cultivation yet. Wang Manhwarecap said. Don't worry, promise to treat it like your own niece. Yan Xiaolu laughed. Then Wang Manhwarecap went back to call He in a hurry. Thinking that he still had 1,000 extreme spirit stones, he simply upgraded her to an extreme spirit body, so he said, Xiaolu, upgrade to an extreme spirit body. Okay, just give 40,000 spirit stones. The spirit body step is considered a gift. Yan Xiaolu said. After all, there is no experience, how also worth this 100 spirit stone? Well, cultivation begins. Gather 4 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 4 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 1 drop of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a spirit body, gaining 1 point of experience. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Host's current experience, 275,500. Okay. After the cultivation was over, Yan Xiaolu brought her out. By the way, Xiaolu, a sect is enrolling here tomorrow. You can go and take a look. Before leaving, Wang Manhwarecap reminded. Good, by the way, you give Qingya a word that you don't need to bring anyone in these few days. Yan Xiaolu said. Since the sect's people came to enroll, there must be quite a few strong people, then their physical qualities were generally on the high side as well. This elevation of 1 bit, wouldn't that be equivalent to elevating hundreds or even thousands of normal bits? This is going to be a great success. Maybe Most himself would soon be able to advance to the spirit transformation realm? Don't worry, the words will be brought to me. Wang Manhwarecap nodded. She likewise figured out why Yan Xiaolu was doing this. Those cultivators with high cultivation levels, wouldn't they earn more? What I didn't expect was that Lu Qingya came just after Wang Manhwarecap left. Xiaolu, the person has been brought, she's a good friend of mine. Lu Qingya said with gusto as soon as they met. He wanted to take a break, but he gave up on that idea when he saw the visitor. Just because. This man he's seen before. Isn't this the woman who was suspected to have lost a fight the other day? I didn't realize she and Lu Qingya knew each other. It's you? Kong Shuexian looked at Yan Xiaolu. Wasn't this the godly man who said he could improve his physique last time? You guys know each other? Lu Qingya looked at Kong Shuexian and asked suspiciously. Just seen, can't talk about knowing. The corner of Yan Xiaolu's mouth lifted up in an arc. You thought I was a liar back then. Now it's coming to my doorstep. Funny, really funny. I also don't know if Lu Qingya had told her how to improve her physique. Are you sure she can really help me? Kong Shuexian said in disbelief. This person she just assumed was a liar. Shuexian, how can you not trust me? We are good sisters. Lu Qingya said in mock exasperation. Ever since Lu Qingya tasted the sweetness, it was out of control. Now she only wanted to get money and improve her physique. Kong Shuexian is her former friend. Their family was quite rich, and although she had no cultivation talent, her parents were both quite kind to her. There are quite a few spirit stones on your body. I naturally believe in you. Kong Shuexian said. She knew that Lu Qingya had been in the same boat as herself before and was unable to cultivate. In the past, it was the object of bullying by others. But now she was able to cultivate, something Kong Shuexian had witnessed with her own eyes. She was so happy when Lu Qingya told her that there was a way to improve her physique. Since you trust me, then you should go in with Xiaolu. Lu Qingya said. Ha? Going in? What for? You. Do you still want to upgrade your physique? I've been begging Xiaolu for a long time for you. Lu Qingya said. Thank you, sister, you're so kind to me. Hearing Lu Qingya say this, Kong Shuexian was touched. Small matter, by the way, upgrading your physique consumes very much. Do you want to upgrade to a spirit body or an extreme spirit body? Lu Qingya asked again. Of course it's an extreme spiritual body. Yes, it requires 80,000 spirit stones. Lu Qingya said affirmatively. Oh, that's okay, I just happen to have it. Kong Shuexian didn't doubt it and directly agreed. I knew you had before you said that Lu Qingya almost couldn't control her smile. Yan Xiaolu had thought you two were really good friends. You think you're making a profit from the difference? Lu Qingya, you are so dark now, more than I even earn. I'm only making 20,000 spirit stones and I have to share 10,000 with you, but you're raising the price by 30,000? They're really good sisters. Chapter 15, Late Night Visitors. The two men entered the house. Enhancing your physique requires you to remove some of your clothes so that it is convenient for the aura to enter your body. Yan Xiaolu said. Okay, you turn around. Kong Shuexian said. Good. Yan Xiaolu was a bit speechless. Anyway, they were all going to cultivate together later. What was the point of covering up? Who cares? After Kong Shuexian was ready, Yan Xiaolu was also ready to cultivate with her. Wait? What are you doing? Caught off guard, Kong Shuexian let out a cry of surprise. Cultivating to enhance your physique. Yan Xiaolu looked at her strangely. Lu Qingya hadn't told her about enhancing her physique? No. Then maybe she screwed up and forgot to tell you. Sister, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Kong Shuexian frowned. It's already like this, are you still boosting your physique or not? Yan Xiaolu was a bit unpleasant. Lu Qingya, are you reliable or not? You're not going to give her a heads up on something so important? Yes, I want to ascend. Kong Shuexian said hurriedly. Since it's all irreparable now, we can only continue to upgrade to an extreme spiritual body, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of time to stay? Keep practicing. Spend 10,100 spirit stones to condense 4 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 4 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host if he will consume a drop of his essence blood to elevate his opponent to a spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 1 drop of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a spirit body, gaining 1 point of experience. Continue to. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Host's current experience, 286,500. How was it? After finishing his cultivation, Yan Xiaolu asked. Also. It's still okay. Kong Shuexian blushed a little and replied softly. I was asking if you felt the aura in your body. Yan Xiaolu sweated, he didn't ask anything else. Who knows what's in her head? She's got a lot on her mind. Feel it. At those words, Kong Shuexian was embarrassed. How did she say what was in her heart? Shame on her. I'm going out first, so hurry up and get out too. Well. Kong Shuexian didn't rush out. After she put on her clothes first, she sat cross-legged and ran the cultivation technique, and found that she could indeed cultivate. My sister didn't lie to me, she's really my sister. Cousin, you bullied me last time. After I advance to the spirit enlightenment realm, I'll have to beat you up. Outside the door. Spirit stones, I didn't tear you down. Yan Xiaolu reached out and demanded his hard-earned money. He hadn't dismantled her just now. 40,000 here. Lu Qingya gave 40,000 to Yan Xiaolu. Les, you're all screwing your sisters, so you're not going to split the loot? Alright, the extra 30,000, we'll split it in half. Lu Qingya reluctantly took out another 15,000 spirit stones. That's right, next time there's this good thing, keep looking for me. Yan Xiaolu said prettily. Okay. Lu Qingya nodded. It seems that next time there will be this kind of opportunity, I have to collect the money first, but I can't let Xiaolu know how much difference I've made. It's hard to find opportunities like this now that prices are basically transparent. Oh. The sect is coming to enroll tomorrow, so you shouldn't bring anyone these days. Yan Xiaolu said. Good. Only after the Gong method had run for a few weeks did Kong Shuoxin come out. Soon they were gone. Yan Xiaolu enjoyed the rare tranquility. He had been practicing non-stop before, and now it was quite nice to breathe fresh air. Lu Fu. Somewhere in the compound. Lu Anqian was chatting with her mother. And Shen, we really need to thank him, or else you'd still be a spirit body. In that case, give me her address, and I'll go and thank him myself. Thanks already, La. Father gave him a lot of extreme spirit stones. That's not sincere enough. I still need to go and thank you in person. By the way, you have to perform well in the clan's enrollment tomorrow. Don't worry, mother. What's the address? At XXXX. Good. She nodded, a gleam in her eye. Time passes quickly. It was getting slightly cooler and the moon was rising beautifully. A black-clad figure in a mask suddenly appeared on the roof, and she quietly picked up a tile on the roof in an attempt to see into the interior. It was only after confirming that Yan Xiaolu was the only one in the room that she was relieved. She was still a little hesitant at this point, but her gaze soon hardened. Strength was an eternal truth in this world. The stronger the physique, the stronger the strength would naturally be. It was the only way she could think of to increase her strength at this stage, and would probably be the only way in this life. She knocked on the door. Who? Yan Xiaolu had just fallen asleep. Who has nothing better to do than look for me at night? Don't you know I'm a terrible wake-up call? I'm going to want to improve my physique. Come back in a few days. Yan Xiaolu yawned, out of energy and not wanting to move. I have a treasure of great value. The man at the door continued. Not interested. Yan Xiaolu rolled over and continued to sleep. It's an object from beyond the heavens that I obtained by chance. She knew that it took spirit stones to improve her physique, but it wasn't like she had that many spirit stones. I can only take out the treasures that I have acquired by chance before. She didn't know what it was made of either, but she had found many people to check it out who didn't know what it was, so she was taking a gamble by bringing it out this time. Objects from beyond the heavens? Yan Xiaolu was stunned. Maybe it was really a treasure? Come in. Thanks. She came in with a palm-sized one black oval sphere. What is it? I don't know, I got it by accident in the night. Let's see. Yan Xiaolu picked up this pile of blackish spheres and was already greeting the system in his heart. System, do you know what this is? This is star iron, a precious material produced by the explosion of a planet. It's just that the portion is too small. Is it worth it? Worth 100 million extreme spirit stones. So expensive? Yan Xiaolu exclaimed. This was 100 million extreme spirit stones, a whole 100 million extreme spirit stones. Converted into ordinary spirit stones, that would be 100 billion spirit stones. 100 billion ordinary spirit stones. Yes. This is really coming as a treasure. Then Yan Xiaolu was worried again. He didn't have that many spirit stones to condense his essence blood. The host has something to say that I don't know if I should say or not. Speak. She doesn't know the value anyway. Understood. Yan Xiaolu snapped back to his senses. This thing isn't bad. I can help you upgrade to a yellow spirit body. On top of that, I'm helping you upgrade one yellow spirit body. That's 2 in total. Yan Xiaolu said. He only had 90,000 extreme spirit stones on him, and there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary spirit stones, but even if they all added up to the Xian spirit body, it wouldn't be enough. After all, the 7 drops of essence blood that elevated the yellow spirit body to the Xian spirit body alone would cost 700,000 extreme spirit stones to coalesce. But he didn't want to take too much advantage of others. He's still nice. Only makes so much. Thank you so much. She thanked excitedly. If she knew that Yan Xiaolu had earned so much from the middle, I wonder if she would still be grateful? Just in case the brothers remember it wrong, let me popularize it. It takes 1 drop of essence blood to raise from 0 to spirit body. It takes 4 drops of essence blood to raise from 0 to an extreme spiritual body. It takes 9 drops of essence blood to raise from 0 to yellow spirit body. It takes 16 drops of essence blood to raise from 0 to Xianling body. Following the principle that 1 times 1 equals 1, 2 times 2 equals 4, 3 times 3 equals 9. Such a principle increments. And for each level of essence blood cohesion, the system spends differently. It takes 10 spirit stones to raise 1 drop of essence blood to a spirit body. Upgrading to 3 drops of extreme spiritual body requires per drop 10,000 spirit stones. Upgrading to 5 drops of yellow spirit body requires per drop 10,000 extreme spirit stones. The 7 drops to raise to the Shin spirit body require per drop 100,000 extreme spirit stones. And so on. I'm nice, right? You know what I'm talking about? Understand to make a point. The unintelligible makes an unintelligible call. Chapter 16. Mother, do you want to change your cultivation physique? Everything is ready. Yan Xiaolu was also ready to cultivate. It's obvious to see that she's still a bit put out, after all. Naturally, the dominance of cultivation lay with Yan Xiaolu. Detecting that the opponent is a spirit body, whether to consume 30,000 spirit stones to coagulate 3 drops of essence blood, and consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to coagulate 5 drops of essence blood. Consumption. The host has successfully condensed 8 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Keep practicing. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 points of experience. The host's current experience is 396,500, mid-passion realm. Cool, another 100 experience in the bank, and helping another yellow spirit body would basically declare that he was about to advance to the late passage realm. I'm leaving, I'll come back for you next time. She checked her physique and it had indeed improved, so she hurried off. By the way, I still don't know what your name is. Yan Xiaolu shouted towards her back. You Xiaoman. She originally didn't want anyone to know about this, but when Yan Xiaolu asked, she actually didn't want to hide it, and Ghostly told Yan Xiaolu just like that. You. Isn't this that who? Yan Xiaolu sweated and was in a good mood. Yu Xiaoman returned home. Her mind had been indecisive. There was still one yellow spirit body left who should give it to? Now that there are already 2 yellow spirit bodies in the house, another one, beautiful. Finally she decided to ask her mother. Mother, do you want to change your cultivation physique? Day 2. Yan Xiaolu woke up early. Dressed and refreshed, I arrived at the store in town. 2 buns, and a bowl of round soup with wine. Holler, please wait a moment, guest. Soon the owner arrived with breakfast. After eating, Yan Xiaolu took out a spirit stone, threw it to him, and said, no need to look for it. When has the boss ever seen such a generous guest person, excited to the point of trembling? Thank you this master, you go slowly. 1 spirit stone is equal to 1,000 gold coins. Spirit stones were the common currency for cultivators. Gold coins are the currency of the common man. After eating breakfast, Yan Xiaolu slowly made his way to the town's central square. At this time, many people were heading there again. After all, today's clan enrollment could be said to be the most important thing recently. When Yan Xiaolu arrived here, it was already crowded. There were also several huge airships floating in the sky. There were quite a few women who knew or whose physiques Yan Xiaolu had enhanced for them, and they came to greet them. Both eyes softly looked at Yan Xiaolu. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Those who didn't know the inside story were all surprised and looked at the women surrounding Yan Xiaolu. What the hell? Why are they all around him? Alright, long story short, let's all test our physiques first. Only those with spirit bodies and above can stay, and only the very best spirit bodies can join the inner sect. Now line up for testing in order. Sir, we'll just go ahead and test it. Well, go ahead. Soon there was a long line. No spirit body, next. Next. Spirit body, get behind me. Extreme spiritual body, can enter the inner gate, get behind me. Yellow spirit body, can enter the inner sect, come behind me. The detecting sect disciples were astonished for a moment. A genius of the yellow spirit body had actually appeared in this small town? We'll have to report to the elders later. One must know that even within the sect, the yellow spirit body was an extremely rare genius. Grip Brown, a yellow spirit body has actually appeared? What's so strange about this? A strange man has appeared in our town, he must have given it a boost. Mayor Lu is actually willing? Time passed by, and the disciples testing their physiques were already numb. What's going on? How come there are so many extreme spirit bodies? Other towns had at most 1 or 2 extreme spirit bodies, but Qinghe town had actually selected more than 20? Spiritual bodies are even in the hundreds. It's not normal. This must not be normal. How could he know that it was all Yan Xiaolu's doing? Today's testing is over. The extreme spirit body can directly enter the inner gate to become an inner disciple. As for the spirit body, tomorrow there will be a competition, and the top 100 can enter the outer gate of the sect and become outer disciples. Dismissed. This disciple, with a leap, returned to the airship. This tactic has been praised by those in the general public. What things I can also be like this would be good, come and go ah. Envious, aren't you? Too bad you don't have a spiritual body. Aren't you just as much of a no? Ninth Elder, there are 29 extreme spirit bodies in Qinghe Town and 1 yellow spirit body. A yellow spirit body has actually appeared? The Ninth Elder, who was meditating, opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. She was also a yellow spirit body. Yes, I feel that this is a bit odd, too many extreme spirit bodies have appeared. This disciple said. You have to know that he's only an extreme spirit body too. Now a small town has actually put out an election of more than 24. This is definitely not right. It's a bit of a problem, you guys go check if there's any reason. Ninth Elder Xiaolan said after a moment of contemplation. A good disciple plays an important role in the development of the sect. It is the bottom line that the clan has been passing on. If a person of amazing talent appeared among them, it would even make the sect stronger. Therefore, every sect's cultivation of geniuses was great. Whenever one appeared, it was taken very seriously. This is a qualitative process that accumulates from year to year. The disciple obeys. Soon enough, they inquired about what turned out to be the emergence of a high-ranking person here who was able to enhance his physique. The Ninth Elder was also in disbelief after hearing the report. This set out who believe since the ancient records have not heard can be acquired to enhance the physique of things. It is only recorded that eating the legendary immortal medicine can change the physique, but how rare the immortal medicine is. How is it possible to boost your physique in a big way? Therefore, the Ninth Elder became very curious all of a sudden. Elaborate. This male disciple looked at the surrounding senior sisters and brothers, not knowing how to speak. What's the matter? I've heard that as long as a woman and his yin and yang are compatible, they will be able to enhance their physique. This male disciple hesitated for a moment and said the matter under Xiaolan's eager gaze. Blah blah blah. What a Thai way to do this. The female disciples at the scene each blushed. The yin and the yang are in harmony, and we are not children anymore, we all understand what it means very well. Of course, there were also curious disciples, could this really enhance the cultivation physique? It doesn't seem to be unacceptable, haha. What if it's with a male? Ninth Elder asked. No, and raising your physique requires sufficient spirit stones. How much do I need? A spirit body requires 100 spirit stones, an extreme spirit stone 50,000 spirit stones, and a yellow spirit body requires 80,000 extreme spirit stones. Is it still possible above the yellow spirit body? The Ninth Elder pondered for a moment if above can still be elevated. It should be possible, they said that as long as there are spirit stones, it's fine to ascend to any rank of spirit body. If it's true, then it absolutely can't be spared, it must belong to my Heavenly River sect. Ninth Elder said very seriously. This kind of capable person who could enhance his physique should never be let loose on the enemy, even if he didn't use it himself. As a top-ranked sect in the Diwu Kingdom, the Heavenly River sect still had its heritage, and at the same time, there was a lot of competitive pressure. The slightest bit of inattention would lead to them being surpassed or even exterminated by a clan that was more powerful than them, so a high-ranking person that could enhance their physique, that was how important it was. Chapter 17, which is his Daomate. Looks like we have to go meet him. The Ninth Elder came to Yen Xiaolu's home led by that disciple. At this moment, Yen Xiaolu was lying on a chair, thinking about how to help the female disciples of the Heavenly River sect. How to quickly raise one's cultivation level was undoubtedly the best way to cultivate with those female cultivators who had more spirit stones. Ninth Elder, he's the high person they're talking about. Such a low cultivation level? Ninth Elder looked at Yen Xiaolu with a puzzled expression. Being able to enhance one's physique, how come it should appear on a strong person with a high level of cultivation, right? How could it be such a Tongling realm cultivator? It doesn't make sense, does it? This gentleman, what is his name? The Ninth Elder stepped forward and asked. It was just her demeanor that made Yen Xiaolu very unhappy. Yen Xiaolu. Mr. Yen, I've heard that you can enhance other people's spiritual bodies? Of course, do you guys need it? Yen Xiaolu swept his gaze around. How do you prove that what you say is true? The Ninth Elder said somewhat nonchalantly. Since you've all found it, I don't think I need to prove it, do I? Give the spirit stones if you need to be upgraded, and leave if you don't. How do you talk to the elders? The disciples on the side were dissatisfied when they saw Yen Xiaolu's attitude. You know that wherever they go they are always treated with courtesy, when have they been treated with such contempt and neglect? That's how I talk, if you don't need it, leave. Yen Xiaolu didn't spoil them either. Moreover, this Ninth Elder was a strong person at first glance, so he couldn't afford to weaken his aura. Anyway, he was not afraid of death now, and he could be resurrected immediately after death. It was only that it was a bit painful when he died. Kid, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Ninth Elder was also somewhat angered by Yin Xiaoliu's attitude. No one had ever talked to her like that. You can't kill me, Yin Xiaoliu said calmly. You, Elder, don't talk nonsense with him, I'll just kill him. A male disciple couldn't stand to watch. Mainly boosting their physique doesn't work for the men, so they don't really care. With that, he was about to make his move and charged with his sword. The Ninth Elder didn't stop it, she also wanted to see what he was about. If they were killed so easily, then these rumors should also be false, just trying to get her attention. Yin Xiaoliu didn't dodge, although this disciple's cultivation level was also only at the Tongling realm. There were so many people around, and there was also a powerful elder. Resistance is futile. Besides, he had to let them know that he was indeed unkillable, so that they wouldn't have to bull him again in the future. The sword easily pierced through Yin Xiaoliu's body. As Yin Xiaoliu died, his body dissipated a little bit. The Ninth Elder froze a bit as he watched this miraculous scene. God and the devil situation? How come the body just disappeared? Only the blood on the floor still proves that it did kill him just now. The host is dead, please ask if you want to be resurrected. Yes. Please choose a resurrection site. Resurrection in place. The host has been resurrected. Next moment. Under Ninth Elder Xiaolan's astonished gaze, Yin Xiaoliu just appeared straight away. There wasn't a single wound on his body either. The rest of the disciples were also stunned. Yin Xiaoliu said in a very pretentious manner, I am invincible. Master. He's alive? I saw it. The Ninth Elder frowned, unable to understand. She was pretty sure that the clan disciples did kill him just now, just how was he alive and kicking now? I said, you guys can't kill me. Yin Xiaoliu's eyes contained anger. These people didn't put him in the least bit and killed him when they said they would. Very well, all the disciples of your clan will be turned into my cultivation experience. Female disciples only, of course. Especially the disciple who made the move just now, you finished hot. I don't believe it, suffer death. The disciple who had made the move earlier, not believing that Yin Xiaoliu was actually alive again, stabbed over with another sword. The host is dead, please ask if you want to be resurrected. Yes. Please choose a resurrection site. Resurrection in place. The host has been resurrected. For a moment, Yin Xiaoliu came back to life. His anger level had been pulled full. The feeling of suffocation at death still got to him. I don't believe it, who the hell are you? The man killed Red Eyes, he clearly killed him, how can he not be killed? With that he raised his sword and stabbed again. Only this time the Ninth Elder stopped him, don't do it. She became a little more polite, this gentleman, it was my poor discipline, please don't be concerned. Of course it was just a little bit more polite, because she couldn't feel the situation and it was not appropriate to make a move now. This kind of person who couldn't be killed might have extremely powerful forces behind him. I said, leave the spirit stones if you need to improve your physique, and please leave if you don't. Yin Xiaoliu repeated what he had just said. The Ninth Elder held back his anger, pointed at a female disciple, and said, you go, and see if you can really elevate. This female disciple was only a spirit body and was not taken seriously, so the Ninth Elder intended to test her. If it's true, then all is happy, and if it's false, then there's no loss. I can't. This female disciple still had concepts that were still very traditional and didn't want to just agree for nothing. Unless. The test is fine, but I'll choose the person. Yin Xiaoliu said calmly. Looking at the disciple who had just assassinated him, he smiled evilly, pointed at him and said, which one is his Dao couple? That disciple was unsure and subconsciously looked at his senior sister. Yin Xiaoliu followed his gaze, very good, not bad, you're it. Since you guys don't believe it, let's use her as a test subject. Yin Xiaoliu smiled wryly. You seek death, I'll kill you. Saying that, he was about to make a move. Stop right there, no hands. The Ninth Elder stopped him and sternly scolded. But, Ninth Elder, he actually covets my senior sister. The man's eyes erupted in anger. He felt really angry. He had liked his senior sister for a long time and was preparing to confess his love once he returned to the sect. How could he tolerate something like this happening? Yin Xiaoliu looked at the impotent and furious him with extreme complacency. He is to have revenge on the spot to be reported, but will not be what 30 years of River East and 30 years of River West. Do not deceive the youth poor. Senior sister, say something, you mustn't go. The man excitedly came next to his senior sister and dissuaded her. I'll listen to the elder. The senior sister clenched her teeth and didn't refuse. She knew very well that if this was true, then her improved physique was definitely very beneficial to her. You, senior sister, how could you? Don't you know that I like you? Why did you even agree? Seeing his own senior sister actually agree. All he felt was a prairie on his head. I know you like me, but if you mind because of this then you don't like me. Sifu said as she stared at him very seriously. Of course I like you, but... He felt like he was really close to losing control. You don't mind, do you? Of course I mind. Who wants their favorite to lie in someone else's arms and have fun? He was furious and once again discouraged. Senior sister, don't agree, please. You don't even like me. I like you. Then why do you mind? I must kill him. His eyes glowed red as he turned around, ignoring the ninth elder and rushed to Yen Xiaoliu's side. Disobeying orders? The ninth elder felt that his majesty had been provoked and an aura struck out, hitting his body, and he flew out backwards at once, spitting out blood from his mouth. Ninth elder, why are you stopping me? I'm going to kill him. The fallen man struggled to get up and roared angrily. Chapter 18. Next time, ask your master to prepare more spirit stones for you. Go back to the sect to dispose of you. The ninth elder gave him a stern look in his eyes. This time the man didn't dare to open his mouth to speak, only staring at Yen Xiaoliu with eyes full of anger. Yen Xiaoliu smiled back in disbelief and mouthed, "Still want to kill me? I'll let you watch your favorite woman. And there's nothing you can do about it." I'm going to kill you, the man roared in silent fury, feeling his heart dripping blood and hating him. 50,000 spirit stones, give it to me. Yen Xiaoliu no longer bothered with him and looked at the ninth elder and said, "One day, you'll come begging me to practice too." After getting the spirit stones, Yen Xiaoliu was ready to go cultivate. Come with me. Yen Xiaoliu let her pass the fallen man on purpose, irritating him. He's very careful. He has to be spurred on hard. Actually kill me? Then be prepared to be killed by him too. The man turned his head away angrily, not wanting to see this scene. Good opportunity. Yen Xiaoliu saw this and was instantly motivated to kill, just as he didn't look at himself. Yen Xiaoliu glanced at the sword of the woman beside him, drew it out with great speed, and slashed at him with great force. The corpses were separated and blood splattered. He could never have imagined that the person he had just killed would actually kill himself so quickly. His eyes were livid and dead. I didn't want to kill him so quickly, I had to at least show him the play before I did. But Yen Xiaoliu was worried about missing this opportunity and not being able to kill him in a short period of time. So after thinking about it, Yen Xiaoliu still did it. This sudden scene scared the girls. Sifu. Elder brother is dead? Master, should we kill him? Ninth elder, we can't let him go, he actually killed our Heavenly River sect's disciples. A group of disciples rallied, of course, mainly male disciples. After all, this senior sister, they also coveted it. All stay still for now. Ninth elder drank down the rioting disciples. Everything will wait until the test is over. Ninth elder said. If he could really improve his physique, then dying a disciple was fine. Anyway, here were all the disciples of the sect, no outsiders saw it, and it wouldn't damage the sect's image outside. This senior sister was also terrified, trembling as she followed behind Yen Xiaoliu, very worried that she too would be so swept away by a sword, and that would be a terrible death. Start practicing. Consume 30,000 spirit stones to gather 3 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 3 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. The host's current experience is 406,500, mid-passion realm. 1 more yellow spirit body and I'll be able to ascend to the late passage realm. It's quick, just need 1 more. Check. Yen Xiaoliu handed this watery little senior sister over to Elder 9. Ninth Elder took out a crystal ball from his spatial ring. Test it. Okay, Ninth Elder. Soon, the crystal ball flashed twice, signifying that her physique had indeed been upgraded to an extreme spiritual body. And it only takes half an hour. She can already foresee that if it takes a few years, then it will be just a matter of time before our Heavenly River sect can dominate the kingdom. It's not impossible to even take it to the next level. I cannot pursue you for killing my clan's disciples, but you need to come back to the clan with me. Don't worry, the clan will definitely treat you well and give you the status of a guest elder, allowing you to come and go as you please within the clan without any restrictions. Ninth Elder said. No problem. Yen Xiaoliu readily agreed. The town of Qingha had basically been milked dry by itself, there wasn't much left to earn, it was time for a change. And within the clan, undoubtedly a good place to go. Are all cultivators that experience shall not come violently? The Ninth Elder didn't expect him to agree so easily, and had prepared a good speech. She had been all ready to tie him back up. Elder, no, he just killed our clan disciple. That's right, ninth elder, we can't lead the wolves into the house. The male disciples expressed their inability to accept this. They already had a premonition that once Yin Xiaolu went to the sect, something big would definitely happen to the sect. It's a hard thing for them to accept. I have made my decision, there is no need for words. Then, the ninth elder looked at her disciple. She planned to bring a yellow spirit body back first so that the clan would support her decision. Wanting, I want you to upgrade to a yellow spirit body, do you have any objections? Xiao Lan's gaze was stern as he looked at his disciple Yin Wanting, with the momentum that you have to agree even if you do, and you have to agree even if you don't. Master, no objections. Yun Wanting hesitated for a moment. Master's sternness made her not dare to refuse. She was less than eager. I'm sorry, Pingman. I may not be able to be with you in one piece. Well, that's what a good disciple for a master is. Only then did Xiaolan nod in satisfaction, and a smile appeared on her face. How much does it take to raise an extreme spiritual body to a yellow spiritual body? Xiaolan asked. 80,000 extreme spirit stones. No problem. Wanting, Master has spent a lot of money on this, so don't let Master down. Xiaolan looked at Yun Wanting and said. Thank you, Master. Master's kindness disciple dare not forget. Yun Wanting had mixed feelings in her heart. Although Master is doing it for his own good, but don't you ask yourself if you want to? Very well, go on. After collecting the spirit stones, Yan Xiaolu was ready to take her to cultivate. Looking at ninth elder Xiaolan giving the spirit stone so readily, Yan Xiaolu did not ask for more. Because damn it, you have to cultivate yourself. Only by cultivating together can you gain experience and improve your cultivation. If the price is too high, then it will inevitably affect your ability to improve your experience. Experience is its own cultivation. So, as long as you have something to earn. Yun Wanting looked at Yin Xiaolu who was struggling to cultivate, and for a moment, she didn't know what mood she should be in. Angry? Sadness? Excited? Or happy? Master, apprentice seems to have changed. It doesn't seem to resist this practice anymore. Yun Wanting's mood could be described as a change in a while. Slowly the resistance in her heart was gone, and she began to actively cooperate with Yin Xiaolu's cultivation. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 points of experience. The host's current experience is 1000, late psychic realm. Yin Xiaolu only felt that after his body trembled, a breath stronger than before gushed out, he had broken through. The cultivation level came to the late passage realm. It was still 1000 experience short of breaking through to the spiritualization realm. Feeling that the aura in his body was a great deal stronger than before, Yin Xiaolu was very satisfied. These people of the sect were simply their own lucky stars, and they thought that it wouldn't take more than a few days for them to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Yin Xiaolu patted her and laughed. What? Still want to continue cultivating? No. No, next time. Yun Wanting blushed and said subconsciously. Next time? You want there to be a next time? The corner of Yin Xiaolu's mouth hooked up. This girl is obsessed? But, I'm a pluck. Ruthless man, next time. Unless it's extra money. Next time, tell your master to prepare more extreme spirit stones for you. Okay. Good. Yun Wanting was so ashamed that she had no place to go. Chapter 19. You also don't want the master to know about you looking for Xiaolu to enhance your physique, do you? Yun Wanting came to Xiao Lan's side. Now she didn't complain about her master at all, instead she was grateful to her now. As for Pingman? I'm sorry, we're not a good match anymore. Wanting, come, put your hand on it. Xiao Lan took out the crystal ball for testing spirit bodies. Yun Wanting placed her hand on it, and within a moment, the crystal ball flashed 3 times. This also proved that her physique had indeed been upgraded to a yellow spirit body. Elder Xiao Lan's heart instantly relaxed. It was true, it could really be upgraded. Spiritual body elevation to extreme spiritual body tried, extreme spiritual body elevation to yellow spiritual body tried. It shouldn't be a problem to raise a yellow spiritual body to a Xian spiritual body. Gotta try it sometime. Wanting, you first come back to the sect with me. As for the other disciples, you continue to recruit disciples in other towns. Yes, master. As you wish, ninth elder. Go. Xiao Lan wrapped Yin Wanting in his arms and rushed up into the sky, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Yin Xiaolu looked at Xiao Lan's distant back with some envy. Flying through the air without the aid of any external force, that was an ability only possessed by powerhouses above the divine infant realm. Enlightenment realm, Tongling realm, spiritualization realm, divine infant realm. Let's go to other towns. A senior brother said. Alright, let's split up into several directions. One of the junior sisters proposed, and she looked at a few of the clan's female disciples, her eyes exchanging extremely fast. It didn't take long to reach a consensus. Okay. A few of us in a group. She took the lead in gathering a few female disciples. After these Heavenly River sect disciples had finished walking, Yan Xiaolu skimmed his mouth, somewhat reminiscing. It's not the same. It's really different. The motivation to practice has all become stronger. Yan Xiaolu thought of Yu Xiaoman, to whom he still owed a yellow spirit body. Gotta pay it back, after all, it's what you promised. And the yellow spirit body, 100 experience it, how can you easily give up? Since Yan Xiaolu hadn't met Tai Xiaoman before, he didn't know who she really was, so he came to Mayor Lu's residence. Planning to ask Lu Qingya, she should know. Soon, Yan Xiaolu arrived in Lu Qingya's small courtyard. Unsurprisingly, right now she's working hard on her training. To Yan Xiaolu's surprise, Wang Meng Lyric was actually there. After tomorrow, I'll be ready to leave. Do you guys still need to improve your physique? Yan Xiaolu said, getting as much experience as he could. So soon? Wang Meng Lyric was very shocked. How come he's leaving after a good time? I haven't. Enough. Well, in the future, if you still want to improve your physique, you can look for me at the Heavenly River sect. Of course, spirit stones are ready. Can't you not want spirit stones? Wang Meng Lyric smiled softly towards Yan Xiaolu. But Yan Xiaolu didn't eat this at all. No. By the way, do you guys know who Yu Xiaoman is? I know, she's Yang. Lu Qingya said. Where to stay? What do you want with her? You don't get involved in adults' matters. Yan Xiaolu glared at Lu Qingya. I'll take you there. Wang Meng Lyric suddenly smiled, understanding at once that she must be like herself. Soon, Yan Xiaolu and Wang Meng Lyric arrived at Yu Xiaoman's courtyard. Yo, so elegant, embroidering flowers? As soon as she entered the courtyard, Wang Meng Lyric smiled and joked. What are you doing in my place? I don't welcome you. Yu Xiaoman looked at her and frowned. At that moment, she saw Yan Xiaolu, and her joy overflowed, then an unpleasant feeling surged to her heart. Sure enough, she only saw Wang Meng Lyric come up to her ear and whispered, You also don't want the master to know about you looking for Xiaolu to enhance your physique, right? What do you want? What's the purpose? At those words, Yu Xiaoman was annoyed. How did she know? Ha, I wasn't sure about it. Looking at your expression, I'm sure. Wang Meng Lyric laughed. This is just a guess, a slight try, did not expect immediate results. Yu Xiaoman was wearing an annoyed look on her face. How did she fall into her trap so easily? I'm leaving tomorrow. Who will I give the remaining one yellow spirit body to? Yan Xiaolu said. Naturally, he had heard their conversation, but what business was it of his? Yellow spirit body, huh? Wang Meng Lyric instantly covered her mouth, then looked at Yu Xiaoman with a bad smile on her face. Give it to my daughter, do you agree? Wang Meng Lyric smiled coldly. He had already grabbed her handle. It was impossible to say no without a wave of blackmail. He was worried about how to raise the spirit stones to upgrade Qingya's physique. Isn't this coming? I hope you keep your mouth shut. Yu Xiaoman stood up with an angry face, looked at Yan Xiaolu in a complicated way, and went back to her room. She knew her identity, and this matter could only be buried in her heart even if she was no longer willing. Everything is still not strong enough for himself. If he is strong enough, what does it matter if his lordship knows about it? Xiaolu, let's quickly go and upgrade to the yellow spirit body with Qingya. Yu Xiaoman has already let me have it. Okay. Elevating anyone was an elevation, and Yan Xiaolu didn't have any objections. The two returned to Lu Qingya's courtyard. Cultivation begins. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 experience points. The host's current experience is 106-1000, late psychic realm. Soon, Lu Qingya's physique enhancement was complete. Yan Xiaolu politely declined Wang Meng Lyric's stay and returned to his own courtyard. Although this courtyard was given to him by Wang Meng Lyric, it was Yan Xiaolu who had exchanged 10 spirit bodies in return. So it's perfectly fine to say it's his. Now Yan Xiaolu planned to go to the trading market, buy some vegetables and meat, intending to make something to eat. Now I can finally live the way I want to live myself. Before, he had been busy working for his livelihood, but now he no longer had to run for his livelihood, and he had plenty of spirit stones in his account. Spirit stones, 505,000. Extreme spirit stones, 20,000. This was the amount of spirit stones Yan Xiaolu had right now. Yan Xiaolu came to the market, so many snack food in his previous life, he wanted to try to make it, but unfortunately, he didn't have those seasonings, and he could only give up. After casually buying some meat and vegetables, Yan Xiaolu returned to the courtyard. Directly in the yard, a fire was set up, a rack was set up, and the meat was ready to be roasted. At that moment, Yan Xiaolu heard a knock on the door. Enter. These people were quite polite, Yan Xiaolu smiled. The ones who came in were some female disciples of the Heavenly River sect. Hello sir, eating? Getting it? What is it? Yan Xiaolu asked. In fact, he already knew what the matter was. We want to enhance our spiritual bodies. No problem, wait for me to finish eating, you guys sit first. Yan Xiaolu said as he pointed to a stool on the side. There were 5 stools remaining, and it came to be just 5 disciples. Yan Xiaolu was a bit disappointed. Why did only 5 people come? He still wanted to enter the spirit of transformation in one day, but it seemed that it would not be possible today. What Yan Xiaolu didn't know was that this group of people who had followed 9th Elder Xiaolan out, other than her disciple Yan Wanting, the others were only marginal disciples within the sect. They were all people with poorly endowed physiques, and naturally, there weren't that many people who had enough spirit stones. Chapter 20 Breaking Through the Spirit Transformation Realm. Come on, do me a favor, the room hasn't been cleaned up today, you guys help me clean it up. Yan Xiaolu commanded as he ate the roasted meat. Yes, sir. After all, they were asking for something, so neither of them refused. After all, they still wanted to enhance their spiritual bodies. Yan Xiaolu cozily leaned back on his recliner and looked at the female disciples of the Heavenly River sect who were cleaning the house. After cleaning up, you guys find a spot, I'll come in later. Yan Xiaolu shouted towards them. Good. After eating and drinking, Yan Xiaolu rested for a moment before returning to the house. The 5 disciples in the room were sitting next to each other, talking and laughing, and it seemed that they should normally have a good relationship. Come on, are the spirit stones ready? Yan Xiaolu said. The first step in cultivation was to have spirit stones. What's the point of practicing without spirit stones? Are they all spirit body to extreme spirit body? Yan Xiaolu asked. Yes. 50,000 spirit stones each. Here, sir. Yan Xiaolu closed the door after collecting the spirit stones. Then start practicing. Consume 30,000 spirit stones to gather 3 drops of essence blood x5. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood x5. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the receptor to an extreme spiritual body. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. The host's current experience is 156-1000, late psychic realm. 2 hours later, Yan Xiaolu upgraded all of their spiritual bodies to extreme spiritual bodies. Sir, thank you. After we earn enough spirit stones, we'll come back for you. As they were leaving, they were all excited. Since then, he himself was an elite disciple of the Heavenly River sect. Well, I'll be at your clan tomorrow as well, so feel free to come and find me if you need anything, and of course, bring enough spirit stones. Okay then. After they left, Yan Xiaolu felt another pang of emptiness. Usually, I would just cuddle up. No, it's not until you're tired from practicing that you go to sleep. Today it's back to free time, and it's been a little uncomfortable for a while. By the way, you should still be able to squeeze some oil out of Hichio Yan He Vice Mayor. Well, it's decided to go to your place. It's all going away, so squeeze as much as you can. At this time, Hichio-shan was working hard on her gong cultivation. Ever since her physique was upgraded to a yellow spirit body, she felt that her cultivation speed was much faster. She was about to break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, so she was working extra hard these days. The mansion is still guarded. However, it was difficult to defeat Yan Xiaolu, who was already at the late stage of the Tongling realm. It tumbled into the mansion easily. It took Yan Xiaolu a while to find Hichio-shan's room, which still had a light on. What are you doing here? As a spirit transformation realm Hichio-yan, she naturally felt this familiar aura at the first moment. She ended her cultivation. I missed you. Yan Xiaolu said. Well, think of your spirit stones. Really? Hichio-yan's eyes lit up. Of course it's true, I'm leaving Qinghe town tomorrow, so do you still need to improve your physique? Need, even if I don't enhance my physique, I still need it. Saying this, Hichio-shan came to Yan Xiaolu's side and pulled him onto the bed and couch. It was important to realize that before boosting her physique, she had never felt anything so good. So, it was a little hard to hold myself for a while. Wait, give the spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu hurriedly stopped He Xiang, who wanted to take off her clothes. It was impossible to get yourself without a spirit stone. Xiaolu, why are you like this, don't you like it? He Xiang was furious. She had taken such initiative. The stinky man actually still asked for spirit stones? Do you have any shame? Like it, but still have to give spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu, that was oil and salt. If you don't give the spirit stone yourself, you are not contributing to the work. You want a free ride? No way. The atmosphere was at a standstill for a moment. How much? After a while, He Qiuyan still couldn't help but ask. Upgrade to Xian Spirit Body, 1 million Extreme Spirit Stones, 10,000 Extreme Spirit Stones if you don't. It's so damn expensive, I'm just looking for a good duck for only a few spirit stones. He Qiuxiang blankly glanced at him, speechless. You looked? Of course not, how could I possibly look for it, you're my first man and my last. He Qiuyan said. Influenced by the aftermath of her cultivation with Yan Xiaolu, she naturally wouldn't go looking for someone else. But as the deputy mayor of Qinghe town, she still understood these basic prices. Can't it be cheaper? He Qiuyan attached herself to Yan Xiaolu's chest and smiled charmingly. This is already a favor given to you for your sake, think about it, Xian Spirit Body, how rare it is. I naturally know that it's rare, but this is all the spirit stones I have, so save some for me, okay? He Qiuxiang suddenly came to the pampering technique. But Yan Xiaolu doesn't eat this. You're our deputy mayor, where's your majesty? My majesty has long been shattered in front of you. He Qiuyan blanked him and snapped. Although He Qiuxiang was only the deputy mayor of the town, but after all, she was from a big family and she was still richer than Mayor Lu. I won't move to do it if you don't give it to me. Yan Xiaolu hemmed and hawed. Counting begs, I'm really convinced you old six, here, all for you, come quickly. He Qiuyan blushed a little. What is this? Spending most of your money for one night of fun? In the end, Yan Xiaolu happily accepted the 1 million extreme spirit stones and began to cultivate with her. Yan Xiaolu was excited. He didn't think that improvising would actually yield such a great harvest. This wave would directly elevate him to the spirit transformation realm. Promoting a spirit of transformation requires 1,000 experience in the early stages, 2,000 in the middle stages, and 5,000 in the later stages. This is just great. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian Spirit Body, gaining 1,000 experience points. Promoting the spirit of transformation requires 1,000 experience in the early stage, 2,000 experience in the middle stage, and 5,000 experience in the late stage. The host's current experience is 1562000, pre-spiritualization realm. Then, He Qiuxiang saw a powerful aura erupt from Yan Xiaolu's body. In an instant, He Qiuxiang knew that he had advanced to the spirit transformation realm, and her mouth opened up in some uncertainty. How did he break through to the spirit transformation realm? Are we in the same world? How did he get promoted so easily? You have to know that he was only at the Tongling realm the last time they met, and he definitely hadn't reached the late Tongling realm at that time. Now he had actually jumped to become a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Scary as hell. Little Six, how are you so powerful? Directly broke through to the spirit transformation realm? He Qianyan's beautiful eyes looked at him, and due to the fact that she had just undergone a relatively deep level of cultivation, she was indescribably charming at this time. Of course I'm great, it's not like you don't know? Yan Xiaolu slanted her a glance and laughed. I'm talking about practicing, what are you talking about? I was talking about practicing too, what were you thinking? Nasty. He Qiuyan blanked her. At this time, she was a little thirsty. She stood up and poured a cup of water to drink. Alright, I'm going to go back. Tomorrow I'll go to the Heavenly River sect. If you still want to improve your physique, bring the spirit stones to me. Alright. He Qiuxiang looked at Yan Xiaolu reluctantly. But Yan Xiaolu ignored her unwilling eyes. My generation of cultivators, when the main focus is to cultivate children and heroes, not desirable or not desirable. Chapter 21 to the Heavenly River sect. Yan Xiaolu quickly returned to his home. Today's one day's harvest is really huge, actually becoming a spirit transformation realm cultivator in one leap. Congratulations. It's true that only a genius like me who cultivates hard can break through so fast. Ha ha. Yan Xiaolu said in a very shamelessly narcissistic manner. But it looks like you'll have to find a servant to serve yourself, or else you'll have to do all the grocery shopping and cooking yourself. The thought of having to cook and go grocery shopping on his own today solidified the idea. After arriving at the Heavenly River sect, one must find a mate available for one's use before doing so. Preferably the soft and cuddly kind that would be fun to bully yourself. Now that he was free, Yan Xiaolu inquired about the hints given by the system just now when he had elevated to the spirit transformation realm. I was too busy to care at the time. System, it seems that a new function was unlocked just now? Yes, now the host can raise the sense level of the spirit skill for the other party by practicing with them. And this? Naturally, the proficiency level of spirit techniques is divided into 4 levels: introductory, small completion, great completion, perfection. Spiritual skills are divided into 6 major levels: yellow level spiritual skills, metaphysical level spiritual skills, earth level spiritual skills, heaven level spiritual skills, divine level spiritual skills, and immortal level spiritual skills. Upgrading a yellow level spirit skill one time to a sense requires 1000 spirit stones, and introductory to perfect is 1000 spirit stones. Upgrading a Shen level spirit skill by 1 perception requires 1000 extreme spirit stones. Upgrading an earth grade spiritual skill by 1 sense requires 10,000 extreme spirit stones. It takes 10,000 spirit crystals to raise the perception of a celestial grade spiritual skill once. Upgrading a divine spiritual skill by 1 epiphany requires 1 million extreme spirit crystals. It takes a heart of the world to raise an immortal level spiritual skill once for a sense. And when the host raises the other party's spiritual skill sense, the host will learn the other party's spiritual skill and reach the same sense level. So fierce? Yan Xiaolu got excited. Doesn't this mean that one can learn someone else's spirit skill just comfortably? It's awesome. Although you can't gain any other benefits yourself, acquiring a skill for free is already 6. What's the heart of the world, by the way? It is a super supreme treasure formed by the condensation and compression of a world. A world? A world like the one I'm in now? That's right. Yan Xiaolu couldn't help but burst out once again. This is amazing. It was actually a world coalescing together, so this one world heart was coming from a big place. However, this also revealed the cruelty in this world, where the mighty ignored the rules and lived to coalesce a world into a world heart. There is no telling how many innocent beings are going to die in this. But none of that was any of his business. He had experienced the cruelty of this world long ago. The weak are like ants, characters to be trampled on and humiliated at will by the strong. But fortunately, he was in a system and could be resurrected indefinitely. Only one's own part in bullying and humiliating others, not others' part in bullying and humiliating oneself. Early the next morning, Yan Xiaolu then got up. Soon noon came. Xiaolan also appeared over Yan Xiaolu. Looking at the poised Xiaolan, an evil smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Elder Xia, you're here? Well, come with me. Xiaolan said faintly. I don't know how to fly, you come down and take me up. Yan Xiaolu said. Wanting, you go. Xiaolan looked at his disciple. Yes, master. The divine infant realm could fly without the aid of any external force. However, those above the Tongling realm could fly briefly with the help of flight props. Most ordinary people probably don't. But Yun Wanting was Xia Lan's disciple, naturally. That's a flying sword that can fly with a sword. Yun Wanting piloted her flying sword to Yan Xiaolu's side. Yan Xiaolu naturally wrapped his arms around her willow waist and stepped onto the flying sword. Yun Wanting had a red face and almost fell down with her aura misplaced. Mister, don't move, okay? Yun Wanting said softly. Ever since Yan Xiaolu helped her improve her physique yesterday, she always had wild thoughts when facing Yan Xiaolu. Have a good flight, don't think about it. Yan Xiaolu didn't care about her, burying his head on her fragrant shoulder. Soon, Xiaolan led them to the square. At this time, the selection contest for the spiritual body had already ended. In total, 100 or so disciples waiting to be admitted to the sect waited. Not long after, an airship flew in. 9th Elder. A disciple came to report. All set, right? Ready. Alright, then let's pick up these disciples and head back to the sect. As you wish. All disciples who have passed the selection line up to get on the airship. That disciple parked the airship in an open area, and after picking everyone up on the airship, he flew towards its city. About 30 towns were visited to pick up a batch of disciples. Other than Qinghe town, which had more disciples this time, the other towns didn't have many people. After arriving at the Heavenly River sect, the 9th Elder brought Yan Xiaolu to find the Heavenly River sect's patriarch. The situation was explained to her in detail. And this time, the higher echelons of the sect had heard about it. They all looked at Yan Xiaolu with strange gazes. This method of enhancing the physique is simply unheard of. In front of all the clan executives, the Heavenly River Sect Patriarch had Yin Xiaolu personally tested out, and now everyone believed it and no longer doubted it. Patriarch, I want him to raise my disciple's spirit body. Inside the hall, an immortal, white-haired elder said. Our peaks need it too. We want it too. There's no rush, there's a share for all of them, but I have to remind you that no one else must know about this, so all of you exhort those who have upgraded their physiques. Don't worry, I don't think they'll go out and talk about it. After all, it would expose them to criticism as well. This way to enhance the physique, who has the face to rumor everywhere that they have enhanced their physique, that shall not make everyone know? Both know they have lost something. So sovereign, we peak would like to experience it first. No, our peaks take precedence. In the great hall, many elders argued. And it had already occurred to him how to seek this opportunity for his family's descendants. Don't be in a hurry, everyone has a share. Looking at so many elders scrambling to be the first. Yin Xiaolu was self-satisfied, this was all cultivation experience. I'm sure I'll be able to be making breakthroughs myself soon. But all physical enhancements require spirit stones, everyone knows that, right? No. Well, just know it, find me a mountain peak to live in, and in the future, just bring people with spirit stones every day at 8 AM and 8 PM, and as for who comes, you guys arrange it yourselves. As for why it's 8 AM and 8 PM, naturally, it's so that you can wake up in the morning and get some good practice in. You can still do what you want to do during the day. Go to bed after practicing at night when it's almost time to rest. Perfect. Yin Xiaolu didn't rush to reveal the fact that he could now raise his spiritual skill sense. It's not necessary. When the time comes, when the physiques have all been upgraded more or less, they will tell them and try to drain them of all their spirit stones. Then run away to a different clan and keep milking it. Alright, then, Elder 9, take this little friend to the cave we have prepared for him. The patriarch nodded. The cave they prepared for Yin Xiaolu was luxurious. It was so that he could live comfortably, so that he could do his best to produce a steady stream of talented disciples for the sect. If he ended up in a bad mood and left, it would be a great loss to the Heavenly River sect. Yes, sir, please follow me. Xiaolan led the way. Chapter 22, I suggest that our elders can also go to improve their physique. Soon, Xiaolan led him to Tianquan Peak. This will be Yin Xiaolu's peak from now on. Standing at the top of the mountain, Yin Xiaolu could clearly see the surrounding mountain peaks that stretched endlessly. Those who had their own independent peaks should all be talented disciples or elders within the sect, the hope of the sect. Sir, this is the guest elder token we prepared for you, except for the prohibited areas, you will have unhindered access. Xiaolan handed over a token to Yin Xiaolu's hand. Thanks. Yin Xiaolu smiled and accepted the token. It was good to have unimpeded access, otherwise he would be bored with idleness. The other side. Patriarch, I suggest that our elders can also go and enhance their physique. A male elder suggested, and made a point of glancing at the patriarch. Let's talk about this matter later. The patriarch was annoyed. What's wrong with you? How can you say that in public? So unobservant. The scene was silent for a moment, especially the several female elders, who rarely twisted their heads to look away. All of them held a grudge against the elder who had made the suggestion. How do you expect us to live with ourselves from now on? May I suggest that individual male elders' Dao couples may also be considered for enhancement? At this time, the sixth elder proposed. Cough, this matter should not be said again. The male elder who had made the suggestion was suddenly speechless. How's that work? But after all, he was the one who made the suggestion first, and he had already felt a few angry glances, so he didn't dare to say anything more. This wave is simply lifting a stone. If it's a latecomer to the family, then of course it's no problem. How can your own dog be okay? Isn't that confusing? How can you not say it? Great elder, this is for the sake of the clan's development, can't the great elder make this sacrifice? Or do you not care about the development of the clan at all? What a big hat. The grand elder, the one who made the suggestion in the first place, said. I should never have suggested this. Alright, everyone is doing this for the sake of the clan's development, so all the elders need to lead by example. That's it, meeting adjourned. Looking at the crowd that was about to quarrel, the patriarch hurriedly came out to round off the meeting. It was just the words that silenced both parties. It's over, it seems to be a trap. After saying his words, the patriarch took the lead and slipped away. Yin Xiaolu never thought that he had just finished strolling around Tianquan Peak when the ninth elder came up with a woman. Sir, please, upgrade to yellow spirit body, this is 80,000 extreme spirit stones. So fast? Yin Xiaolu was very surprised. Elder Xiaolan was afraid that she wasn't giving her own disciple a small meal, was she? Don't even give yourself a break. I don't know when it will be my disciple's turn when it's late. Shu Shue, you follow Mr. into the cave. Xiaolan said as he looked at his favorite disciple. Mi Chushua, as her most pleased disciple, had reached the late stage of the Tongling realm at a young age, so she naturally brought her in at the first opportunity. Although she is a bit reluctant, I believe she will understand the good intentions of her teacher. Yes, master. Mi Chushua answered with an expressionless face before walking behind Yin Xiaolu. Just now, her master, Xiaolan, had sent a message to her, asking her to meet her at the first opportunity, telling her that she was going to have sex with a man. And then they brought her here, and her head was spinning. What? Master is selling me out? But the master had been so kind to her that she couldn't afford to disobey his orders. Cheer up. Ah. Yan Xiaolu looks at the crying Mi Chushua and pretends to be concerned. Don't pickpocket me. Mi Chushua opened Yan Xiaolu's hand. How can you practice without picking and pulling? Why don't we call your master in? Don't. You do it. As soon as she heard that she was going to be called her master, she panicked. Eyes closed in a pose of resignation. That's right. Yan Xiaolu hemmed and hawed. Having come, how could he run? Start practicing. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 points of experience. The host's current experience is 256-2000, pre-spiritualization realm. The entire cultivation process Mi Chushua didn't say a word. Yan Xiaolu didn't talk to her either. After the cultivation was over, Yan Xiaolu was the first to come out. After a while, Mi Chushua came out with a cold face. Looking outside the cave master still waiting since, Mi Chushua instantly went forward and hugged his master. Master, why do you want me to do this? Ooh-hoo. Be a good boy, master is doing this for your own good. For my own good? Then why do you want me to go to? Apprentice haven't you noticed that your spiritual body has improved? Xiaolan touched her head and said softly. Yes? You try practicing? Mi Chushua sat cross-legged and ran her gong method. This running, she realized that something was wrong, this cultivation speed was not right, it was much faster than before. She opened her eyes, a little puzzled. Xiaolan also saw the doubt within her, so she explained, I'm letting Mr. help you improve your physique, that's why your cultivation speed has increased. Then why didn't you go, master? She spat inwardly, and it still hurt vaguely. Now you know your teacher's good intentions, don't you? Xiaolan laughed. Got it, thank you master. Mi Chushua said as she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. You'll realize how precious this opportunity is when it comes later. Xiaolan said. The number of people who would come to him from now on would only increase, he just hoped that this matter would be known by people from other clans later. It can give the Heavenly River sect a few years to develop. Otherwise, it would be exposed too early, fearing that it would be intercepted by other sects. I don't want to know, Mi Chushua beamed and left Tianquan Peak after her own master. Looking at the sky, it was still early. Moreover, there were no other people on the huge Tianquan Peak except for himself, which was a bit boring. Yan Xiaolu was ready to check out the other areas. He hadn't been to the Heavenly River sect before, so he was unfamiliar with the area and didn't know where he had gone. Gao Lingling was the new outer disciple of this batch. Commonly referred to as a handyman disciple. This is full of joy to enter the clan, dreaming of cultivation success, did not expect to enter the clan on the first day, is to pick water, the whole several people high a large tank of water must be picked full. At this time she was on her way to pick up water. Stop, little. At this time a group of people suddenly appeared in front of Gao Lingling, blocking her way. You guys? What do you guys want? Gao Lingling was startled by the sudden appearance. Seeing a few men staring at her with menacing, glowing eyes, she was scared. What for? Of course it's you, we've been staring at you all afternoon, huh? The leader of the group laughed out loud, his eyes couldn't stop roaming over Gao Lingling's body. Rubbing his hands together, his face was full of lewdness. This is the sect, you are violating the rules of the sect. Gao Lingling said in fear, her body trembling as she took a few steps back. Rules? There are no rules in the outer sect, the rules of the outer sect are fists. He compared it to his sandbag-sized fist. Be a good boy and suffer less skin. Impossible unless I die. Gao Lingling put down the bucket. Took out the short sword at his waist. She'd rather die than allow herself to be humiliated. Then we won't blame the brothers for not taking pity on you, huh? Go. The man in charge beckoned, and the little brothers all swarmed up. Gao Lingling was no match for her, and she lost in a few rounds. Seeing that he was about to be brutally murdered. At that moment, she found her sword moving, stabbing at the person grabbing at her with great speed. Put. 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 Chapter 23, 6 inches. A few sounds of swords piercing into flesh came, and Gao Lingling saw with her own eyes a few sect disciples die in such a way that they couldn't die anymore. She's freaking out. Dumbfounded, he looked at the several people who had fallen to the ground. In the end, you're a young man, falling asleep on the ground. Yan Xiaolu walked slowly from the distance. And sighing as I walked. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. Gao Lingling was terrified, thinking that she was going to die as well. She was originally a woman from an ordinary family. When had she ever seen such a scene? The toughest I've seen is just the kind that fights with the village dogs and loses the fight and gets bitten. You know the value of life only when you see people die in front of you. What's your name? Yan Xiaolu asked rather amusingly. Gao Lingling. Good, follow me from now on. Yan Xiaolu looked at her with a frivolous smile. What? Gao Lingling's entire body froze. Did I promise? You didn't say yes, did you? What? Not agreeing? Yan Xiaolu glared at her, then with a thought, the sword appeared in his hand. He pointed to the sword and said, See this sword? Saw it. The next moment, it will be thrust into you. I promise. Gao Lingling reacted and hurriedly said. It's still life that counts. And this senior in front of him didn't look like a bad person. Well, a child can be taught. From now on you'll be the maid who serves tea and water by my side. Yan Xiaolu nodded. Maid. Isn't this coming? Oh. Oh yeah, and cook, will you? Will. That's good, go, follow me. Yan Xiaolu said casually, continuing to walk aimlessly. Oh. Gao Lingling hung her head and said, Oh baby is so bitter, don't ever enter the wolf's den. With Yan Xiaolu arriving at the Heavenly River sect. The Heavenly River sect was no longer calm at this time. Many of the elders were contacting their family's descendants, especially the talented ones. For this reason, a martial arts competition in the family was also arranged, in order to select outstandingly talented juniors to be cultivated, and then enhance their physique. Quite a few disciples who had been practicing outside had been recruited back. There were the clans and those of the elder families. Everyone was in a daze. Everyone got excited when it was said that there were super deluxe rewards for the top 10 finishers of the tournament. Everyone was dumbfounded when it was stated that the prerequisite for receiving the super deluxe reward was to have sex with a man. Old ancestor, can I give up participating? A quietly dressed woman said. No. No one may give it up for any reason or be expelled from the family. The scene fell silent. Now do you have any objections? Nope. If you don't participate, you will be expelled from the family. Who would dare not agree to this? Their favorable conditions are based on their families. Very well, since you are both willing, it is so decided. At that time, whoever dares to water down the competition, as well as the top 10 who don't go to collect their rewards, will all be expelled from the clan. No objections, right? No. A breathless reply rang out from the scene. You all volunteered for this, right? No one forced you, right? No, old ancestor, we all volunteered. Very good. This old ancestor, an elder of the Heavenly River sect, stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. I now declare the game open. All sorts of phenomena unfolded in quite a few of the clans behind the Heavenly River sect's elders. And the Heavenly River sect likewise began to prepare for such a match. Back to Tianquan Peak. Gao Lingling was already panting. He had just joined the sect after all, and his cultivation level was also very low. The aura in her body did not support her to climb such a high mountain. How do I address you? Looking at Yan Xiaolu standing at the peak looking at the scenery, she went up and asked. Call me Master 6. As for why they call him Master 6, it's because he's about 6 inches. 6 inches including pitch. Okay, 6th Master. Seeing that he was the only one on the entire Heavenly Spring Peak, Gao Lingling guessed that he should be an elder of the sect, right? And it's still just becoming an elder, because it's pretty empty and doesn't look like it's been lived in recently. And the fact that one of the things he did to meet me, Master 6, was to make himself his maid, reinforces her idea. Thinking about it like that, then one's wages as a maid should be quite a lot, right? After all, it's the elder's maid. Thinking of this, she looked at Yan Xiaolu rather expectantly, her eager eyes gazing at him. Master 6, I wonder how much my wages are. Gao Lingling asked. What? Yan Xiaolu was unsure. It's that wage. What wages? Yan Xiaolu understood, but still pretended not to. It's just wages. What kind of wages? Wages for being a maid. Gao Lingling rubbed her thumbs together. You still want wages? Don't all maids get paid for their work? My maid didn't. Yan Xiaolu said with an extremely self-satisfied expression. These Yan Xiaolu naturally lied to her, he wasn't that black-hearted. After all, her own maid, if she will be satisfied, she will be upgraded to the yellow spirit body. It just so happened that he still had 50,000 extreme spirit stones, which was just enough. Master 6, I don't do black labor. Gao Lingling cried with an extremely sad expression. You have to know that the things within the sect are not cheap: weapons, cultivation techniques, martial arts, although the sect sends out the basic ones. But after all, it's the basics, and for better ones, unless you're very talented and can hit the clan rankings, these things have to be purchased with spirit stones. Like her water picking as well, the clan would also pay spirit stones after completion. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Really? Hearing this, Gao Lingling's eyes lit up again. Do you know why I'm a clan elder? Yan Xiaolu was afraid that she wouldn't believe him and took out his elder order. Why? Because 6 inches. Ha? Gao Lingling didn't understand. And also because I can enhance other people's physiques. Yan Xiaolu said rather smugly. What kind of look do you have in your eyes? Don't believe it? 6th Master, do you think I can believe it? There's never been a precedent of artificially being able to enhance one's physique, it's a consensus alright. I can, that's why I'm an elder, don't you believe me? Unbelievable. Then I'll prove it to you. How to prove it? You're coming with me. Yan Xiaolu walked ahead, quite a taste of treachery in it. 6th Master, you. What are you doing? Don't. I'll prove it to you. I can boost your physique. Gao Lingling looked confused and didn't know what to do. Soon the house resounded with the rhythm of cultivation. Since Gao Lingling herself was a spirit body, Yan Xiaolu first spent 30,000 spirit stones to condense 3 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully consumed 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. Then the practice continued. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 experience points. The host's current experience is 3662000, pre-spiritualization realm. Well, I said it improves your physique, right? This. It's amazing. Gao Lingling looked at Yan Xiaolu with a red face that was excited. She knew that she was only a spirit body, and that she could see her head at a glance for the rest of her life, and that she was a minor player at the bottom of the hierarchy within the clan. At this moment, she felt that her physique was so strong that her cultivation speed had doubled several times. I'll be a genius too. Master 6, what level is my spirit body at now? Gao Lingling asked with a smile on her face. Chapter 24. I think Auntie needs to improve her physique as well. Yellow spirit body. What? Yellow spirit body? Gao Lingling's eyes widened as if she had heard something unbelievable. This is too big of a span. It was equivalent to one's elevation from a spirit body to an extreme spirit body, and then from an extreme spirit body to a yellow spirit body. Jesus Christ, I'm rich. This is also what wages are. This wage is simply too strong. When she thought about the cultivation just now, the wages were indeed quite sufficient, and her pockets were bulging. No need to be surprised, it's a small thing. Yan Xiaolu waved her hand calmly. You were a bit tired just now, hurry up and go cook. Alright, Master 6, I'll go right away. Gao Lingling joyfully got up quickly. At this time she for just now all the complaints disappeared. My generation of cultivators, nothing more important than chance. At this point, the 6th master is his own chance. She quickly changed all the sheets and covers. As for the old, she looked at the ruddy color on it and threw it away as soon as she could. My generation of cultivators, when they don't care about this, then it's off to build a fire and cook. Her family was not well off, and she was cooking for herself at a very young age, and she made breakfast, lunch and dinner at home. So, she was still quite confident in her cooking skills. Soon, Yan Xiaolu was full. Gao Lingling had just upgraded her physique, and at this time, the energy of wanting to cultivate had not yet passed. After eating, she retreated to the room that Yan Xiaolu had prepared for her here and earnestly cultivated. Day 2. Early in the morning. Gao Lingling then knocked on the door of the room. Master 6, someone is looking for you. Oh? Which one is it? It's a clan elder. This matter screw forgetting, you will go outside at 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening every day from now on to bring people in. Yan Xiaolu instructed. Okay, 6th master. Not long after, the Grand Elder came with a young and beautiful woman. Sir, my daughter Yuting will trouble you, sir. The Grand Elder said politely. It's fine, did you bring the spirit stones? Bring it on, this is 1,080,000 extreme spirit stones, I hope that sir can raise my daughter's physique to Xian spirit body. The Grand Elder said with some flesh pain. He could be considered to have put his blood on the line, just for his daughter to have a good spiritual body, so that she could have a greater development in the future. Because his lifespan was not much longer, it was not easy for him to get a daughter in his old age, so of course he had to cultivate her with all his might. Longevity, what a precious thing. Below the Tongling realm there were only 100 years of lifespan, spirit transformation had 200 years, divine infant 500 years, and he now had 50 years of lifespan left. Okay, you wait outside for a couple minutes. Yan Xiaolu waved his hand and prepared to go in. The Grand Elder stood in the doorway a little tongue-tied. What else? Yan Xiaolu asked when she saw that he didn't leave. Please also be gentle with your daughter, sir. After hesitating for a moment, the Grand Elder said truthfully. God knows how he's feeling right now. Imagine their own sweet little coda, by their own hands too. Only those who have daughters will understand. It took him a lot of persuasion to get her to say yes last night. Yan Xiaolu came to a realization, the Great Elder is also really willing to give up. This is good, give him a nod, don't worry, I understand. Yan Xiaolu nodded his head affirmatively, just for this kindness of his, he himself would have to contribute more later on anyways. Jiang Yuning turned her head to look at her father's back in a complicated manner. Then close the door behind you. Sir, please. Without waiting for her to finish, Yan Xiaolu hurriedly pulled her to start cultivating. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the opponent. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 1 drop of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 points of experience. The host's current experience is 466-2000, pre-spiritualization realm. Agreeing to enter the Heavenly River sect was truly the best decision he had made recently. Look at that, not only the experience, but even the quality is so good, sheesh. All of the previous boring and incomparable cultivation was now much more interesting to him. After finishing this cultivation, Yan Xiaolu looked at her, is it still okay? It's still okay, please finish quickly, sir. Jiang Yuding's eyes were a bit hollow and her speech was expressionless. Yan Xiaolu laughed it off. He couldn't wipe his face, so why hold back? Continuing to cultivate, Yan Xiaolu accelerated his cultivation speed. This time Jiang Yuding's face took on color, no longer expressionless and somewhat anxious. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 1466-2000, pre-spiritualization realm. Cool. Yan Xiaolu roared. The progress bar had already passed the halfway mark, and he was on the verge of advancing to the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. When Jiang Yuding saw Yan Xiaolu, who was excitedly yelling, she just gave a start and her whole body flew up. Not long after, Yan Xiaolu brought Jiang Yuding to the outside of the cave. The Grand Elder was still waiting. Jiang Yuding's eyes reddened when she saw that her father hadn't left yet, and she couldn't help but cry at this point. Father, my daughter is so bitter. Yu Ting, father is also doing this for your own good. Now that you are in the Xian spirit body, you are truly the strongest genius of the Heavenly River sect. The Grand Elder comforted in a thin voice. This does not comfort, okay, this comfort. Jiang Yuding cried even more ferociously. As the daughter of the Grand Elder, she was usually very powerful, but she didn't expect to be struck without any power to fight back today. No crying, let's go home. Well, father, I feel like I'm about to break through. Yes? That's a good thing. Do you blame daddy now? No wonder. Good, then let's go home and dad will help you break through. Okay, thank you father, it's just that I think my aunt needs to improve her physique as well. The Grand Elder stumbled, nearly falling over and nearly getting stormed. This matter still needs to be considered. Consider what? Auntie is originally a yellow spirit body, and her cultivation has already stagnated at the peak of the late divine infant realm, so maybe she'll break through directly like me? It makes sense. The Grand Elder first froze, then shook his head frantically. No, she's my sister, I can't harm her. So you harmed your daughter, did you? Jiang Yuding gave the Grand Elder an extremely grudging look. Yu Ting, it's not that. The Grand Elder sweated, his sister was his scales, he wouldn't allow anyone to step ahead of him. Sir, we'll just head back. Well, go back. It wasn't until after the Grand Elder and the others left that Gao Lingling finally couldn't help herself. If I didn't see it wrong just now, the Great Elder brought his own. She had a bit of control over the corners of her mouth. Master 6, you're so 6. Bull pen. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into one bull pen. Chapter 25, For the Sake of the Sun. When the Grand Elder returned to the family, he called a family meeting. It explains what it means to improve your physique, as well as the limitations, and explains that Yu Ting has set an example. Which one of our family has the best talent and the highest spirit body right now? Grand Elder Zheng Tianjing asked. Back to great-grandpa, it's that girl Yu Ting. The current head of the Zheng family returned. And beyond that? It's great-grandma. She's off the table for now. What about other than her? This. Other than her is mother. Hearing this, the family head hesitated for a moment, but unable to resist Zheng Tianjing's gaze, he finally spoke. It's that girl Kai Xian. If I remember correctly, your father has been dead for 50 years, right? Zheng Tianjing said indifferently. Yes, great-grandfather. The head of the family nodded. What cultivation level now? Zheng Tianjing asked. It has stayed at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm for decades. So life expectancy is only a few decades? Yes, great-grandpa. It's low, and so is her cultivation level. The clan will pay out spirit stones to help her raise it. Zheng Tianjing thought about it and ordered, call her over. The younger generation has to improve, the older generation that must also be improved, to set an example. Okay. A short while later, a beautiful woman who looked to be only 30 years old walked in. Grandpa. The woman called out respectfully after seeing Zheng Tianjing. Kai Xian, how have you been? Zheng Tianjing asked. All is well off grandpa's blessing. Kai Xian, how long have you been stuck at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm? Zheng Tianjing asked towards Kai Xian, pretending to be careless. Back to grandpa, it's been 40 years. Kai Xian returned. Grandpa here has a good thing that you need to go to that can help you break through. Zheng Tianjing said. Really? Really? I'll go then. Her cultivation is now stuck in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm and is slow to break through, and the spirit transformation realm only has a 200-year lifespan, so she doesn't want to die. When you break through to the divine infant realm, your lifespan will be 500 years, which is equivalent to an extra 300 years out of thin air. Kai Xian, let me tell you about this matter. Zheng Tianjing told her about the matter of upgrading her physique. What? When she heard this, Sichuan's entire body was shocked. Grandpa, It won't work. Kai Xian, Grandpa did this for the sake of the family. Think about it, now in our Zheng family, how many of us are in the divine infant realm? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, don't give it up. And it's not a good time to be a family head, maybe it'll be outlawed at some point? Zheng Tianjing gave her a faint look, believing that she could understand. Sure enough, Kai Xian did not say anything. The meaning was more than obvious. His own son was now the head of the Zheng family. This was the meaning that if he did not agree to it, he would be dismissed. Now she was in a fierce internal struggle. 10 minutes later. Grandpa, I promise. After Zheng Tianjing reasoned with her like persuasion, Kai Xian agreed. The reason why she agreed to do so was that besides for the sake of her son, she also wanted to break through to the divine infant realm, which meant that she could live for a few hundred more years. That night, Kai Xian was brought to Tianquan Peak, outside the cave where Yin Xiaolu resided. Young Kai Xian stood quietly. Gao Lingling, as instructed, had to pick up people here at 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening every day, so she quickly spotted young Kai Xian. Girl, please follow me. Young Kai Xian didn't reply and silently followed her. Sixth Master, the person has been brought. Gao Lingling came outside the cave and said respectfully. Bring it in. Girl, just go in by yourself, please. Good. After entering the cave, young Kai Xian took out 80,000 extreme spirit stones and handed them to Yin Xiaolu. Come on. A moment. Yin Xiaolu then found himself unresistingly subdued on the bed by her. Yin Xiaolu tried to resist, but her strength was just too great. It's just that she gave the spirit stones anyway, so I'll put up with it. Yin Xiaolu communicated with the system and spent 50,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 experience points. The host's current experience is 1566-2000, pre-spiritualization realm. Half an hour later, Yin Xiaolu was ready to leave. But suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder, still pulling him. There's no hurry, stay with me for a while. The cultivation had ended long ago, perhaps because Yang Kaixian wanted to fine-tune her senses, and she didn't leave until the next morning. Yan Xiaolu breathlessly rubbed his back. Just returning home, Yang Kaixian couldn't control the aura in her body and immediately looked for a quiet place, and in a short while, she was surprised to find that she had made a breakthrough. The commotion of the breakthrough naturally attracted Jiang Tianzheng as well. He stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that if one stayed in one realm for a long time, they were only limited by their talent and spirit body, and at this time, when their spirit body was elevated, a breakthrough would be logical. As soon as 8 o'clock in the morning came on the dot, Gao Lingling walked in with the men. "Sixth Master, the people have been brought." "Well, go on down." After Gao Lingling retreated, that woman looked at the lazy Yan Xiaolu, not knowing what to do. It's not a good idea to walk up or leave. But she remembered what the family head had told her, that this was a chance, that it cost a spirit stone, so it had to be accomplished no matter what. Thinking of this, she walked over to Yan Xiaolu. "Mr." Before the words were finished, Yan Xiaolu waved his hand and lazily said, "Figure it out yourself, I'm a bit tired." The woman froze, then a blush crept into her cheeks, not to mention, it was kind of cute. "Sir, this is 50,000 spirit stones." Seeing Yan Xiaolu's eyes closed and not paying any attention to herself, she could only force herself to take out the spirit stones and place them in Yan Xiaolu's hands. "Aha!" Yan Xiaolu hummed and put the spirit stone away. "Start cultivating. Consume 30,000 spirit stones to gather 3 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 3 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the other party to an extreme spiritual body." Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 3 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an extreme spiritual body, gaining 10 points of experience. The host's current experience is 1576-2000, pre-spiritualization realm. After the cultivation was over, the woman left without looking back. Yan Xiaolu also exited the cave. "Ling Ling, keep an eye on Tianquan Peak, and if anyone is looking for it, tell her to come back at 8 o'clock at night." "Yes, Master 6. Today, the Heavenly River sect was feverishly holding a grand competition for newcomers. It was to select the more talented disciples of this term to be cultivated. It was also the time for the elders to choose their disciples. Yan Xiaolu had naturally heard about such a lively competition. When he arrived at the competition venue, the grand competition had already begun. While Yan Xiaolu was unsure of where to go, Jun Wanting walked to Yan Xiaolu's side. "Mr. 6, follow me." Chapter 26, I won't take the 2,000 spirit stones. "Mr. 6? Yan Xiaolu guffawed and teased, "You call me Mr. 6? What? Not right?" Yun Wanting turned around and gave him a strange look. "Ah, right. Thinking that she didn't have much of a relationship in the first place, just some profound exchanges, Yan Xiaolu didn't care about these details. It was just a term of endearment, he didn't care in the first place, he was just flirting casually just now. It's hard to believe that he wants me to call something else?" Yun Wanting looked at Yan Xiaolu somewhat strangely and suddenly came to his ear and whispered, "Fu. June. Is it okay?" Yan Xiaolu stumbled, Wait, this girl can't be serious, right?" Looking at her blushing cheeks, Yan Xiaolu affirmed this guess. Could it be that she's obsessed with herself? He was the man who was going to be inspired to become the king of thieves. Passing through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. In response, Yan Xiaolu did not reply, and a touch of disappointment surfaced on Yun Wanting's face. It was also true that Mr. 6 came into contact with so many women on a daily basis, and those who were better than himself abounded, so how could he look at himself? "But I'll always have a silent crush on you." Yun Wanting brought Yan Xiaolu to his position as an elder, a guest elder that is also an elder, although it is a more backward position. Yan Xiaolu, on the other hand, was focusing on the match below. These can be mommy's experiences, and while some candidates can't decide for themselves, occasionally the ones they're interested in can still be decided. After all, those elders of the clan brought their own can only be used as a ruthless experience brushing machine, what they are interested in is life. No, one of the people being fought on the platform below captured his attention. Cold cheeks, tall figure, long slender legs slim. If this was combined with one's cultivation, the sensual stimulation would be absolutely intense. It was just that at this time, she was a little bad, her body was already wounded, and the slightest bit of blood flowed down from the corners of her mouth. There were also multiple sword marks on his clothes, with hints of blood seeping out. Of course, the man across from her was just as bad, just with a much better face. Yan Xiaolu wiped his chin, this woman was going to lose. Mei Jingxian, admit defeat, this isn't a ranking match, there's no need for us to fight to the death. The man roared loudly. He didn't want to get injured, and if he did at this point, it would definitely affect the rest of the game. No, I don't want to lose. Mei Jingxuan's eyes were firm. She was a very strong woman who couldn't accept defeat. What a lunatic. The man cursed angrily. It seemed that he had to make a killing move. Great desolate sword technique. The man roared. This spirit skill he had entered into a great accomplishment. Admit defeat. The great desolate sword technique. I'm already at the grand completion realm. You can't beat me. The increase in damage with each promotion of spiritual technique sense was tremendous. The man was also very conceited, thinking that it was impossible for a new student to have a higher spiritual skill sense level than him. And of course it did. Going to lose? Mei Jingxian looked at the powerful spirit skill that the man had used, and even though they were 2 meters apart, she could feel the mighty power of it. No, I can't lose. I'm not weaker than anyone else. Listen to the rain sword technique. Mei Jingxian roared, also utilizing her strongest sword skill. The 2 streams of sword chi erupted and clashed together in the next second. Ah! A huge force came from Mei Jingxian, who couldn't resist and flew out backwards, falling down to the stage. She struggled to get up, her eyes full of resignation, then left without looking back. Yan Xiaolu followed. After waiting for half an hour, Yan Xiaolu knocked on the door. Do you want to beat him? Inside the house, Mei Jingxian had already changed the tattered clothes on her body. When she heard the voice outside the door, of course I want to. Let me in. Mei Jingxian opened the door and frowned. What is it? First, let me introduce myself. I am an elder of the Heavenly River sect, Yan Xiaolu. Yan Xiaolu took out his own token. Mei Jingxuan's expression gradually eased as she respectfully said, I wonder what the elder came for? I can raise your spirit skill sense to the perfection realm. What do I need to pay? Mei Jingxian was calm, knowing that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Let me in first, then listen to my details. Yan Xiaolu turned around and closed the door behind him. Mei Jingxian thought about the unwillingness she felt when she lost, the feeling that she couldn't compare to others, and she eventually agreed. Alright, your hearing rain sword skill has been raised to the perfection realm. Wrapping up, Yan Xiaolu stood up. Mei Jingxian sensed carefully for a moment, only to feel that quite a few of the techniques of using the hearing rain sword technique surged into her mind along with it, as if she had become one with herself. It is indeed the perfect realm. Mei Jingxian opened her eyes. Tomorrow I will be the strongest. Alright, considering that you are the first person to look for me to enhance their spiritual technique sense, I won't charge you for these 2,000 spirit stones. Bye. Next time you want to enhance something else you can look for me at Tianquan Peak. Yan Xiaolu left without waiting for her to react after she finished speaking. Mei Jingxian, on the other hand, frowned. I'm like this and I still need spirit stones? It feels like a loss. Yan Xiaolu returned to the main peak. Today's grand competition was nearing its end, and the crowd was leaving the field one after another. Yan Xiaolu then didn't stay and directly returned to his own Tianquan Peak. Inside the Heavenly River sect's main hall, the patriarch along with a few elders were having a meeting. Grand Elder, I heard that girl Kaixian finally broke through to the Divine Infant Realm? The Heavenly River sect patriarch asked with some anticipation. As Grand Elder Jiang Tianjing's grandson-in-law, Yang Kaixian, they had naturally all met her before. Due to his limited natural talent, he was stuck at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm for decades and was never able to break through to the Divine Infant Realm, so why did he break through at this time? If she breaks through, does that mean that we stuck at the late Divine Infant Realm can break through just as well? Yes, this is also thanks to Mr. The word sir was about to be uttered when the Grand Elder stopped hard and gave an awkward smile. All of us here are human beings, and we understood in a flash, all of us. The Grand Elder looked at the people's dawning expressions. He also knew that it was no longer possible to hide it, as you all thought. After Mr. elevated Sichuan's physique to a yellow spirit body, he made a natural breakthrough when he returned home. Indeed? The crowd was in deep thought, the light in their eyes flickering, obviously pondering something. This would be great if breaking through to Divine Xian is just around the corner. Wouldn't such a method be similar to betraying oneself? At this time, the Heavenly River sect patriarch said. That's right, we cultivators must not do that. Right. Resolutely boycotted. In an instant, it was as if the several female elders had reached a consensus, and they all spoke out to explain that they did not care to act in such a manner. The Grand Elder just smiled and didn't say anything. Divine Xian Realm. The Diwu Kingdom hadn't seen a Divine Xian Realm cultivator in many years. If it wasn't for his own limitations and extra stuff, he would have hated to go over there right away to upgrade his physique. I just don't know if it's okay to boost to the back. Tianquan Peak. Yan Xiaolu, who was hard at work cultivating, suddenly shivered coldly for some reason. What's wrong? It's fine, cultivation is over, go back. Yan Xiaolu put on his clothes and left the cave. Soon, she too left in silence. Chapter 27, and I have much more to think about. Sixth Master, the evening meal is ready. At the top of Tianquan Peak, Yan Xiaolu sat alone, enjoying the evening breeze. Put it there. Yan Xiaolu said without looking back. Where? There. Where is there? That's it. Gao Lingling was silent for a while, still not figuring out where there was. Isn't there a pavilion there? Seeing that Gao Lingling didn't get it, Yan Xiaolu pointed at a small pavilion not far away and said, "Be smart in the head, will you? Master 6, it's a bit far." Gao Lingling was unconvinced. It's hundreds of meters away. If you don't tell me, who knows where it is? After having a snack, Yan Xiaolu went back to his room and prepared to rest. Putting out the candle flame, suddenly he felt someone in the room and tensed a little. Who's here in the middle of the night again? Don't light it. Yan Xiaolu stopped the movement of lighting the lamp, a little puzzled. Who is this? Came and did not show his true face. Is that necessary? I already heard who you are. Seeing is not believing. Yan Xiaolu was sweating, and he was playing the cover-up quite skillfully. Long story short, to which realm is the spiritual body prepared to be raised? Xianling body. 1 million extreme spirit stones. Here, make it fast. Don't worry, it'll be done within an hour. Yan Xiaolu nodded. The sovereign's face was quite good, so he could spend more time. You don't know who I am, do you? After she began to cultivate and improve, she hesitated and asked with extreme uncertainty. If this is said and done, then in the future, they will all be in the sect, looking up and not seeing each other. How embarrassing. I don't know. Who are you? Yan Xiaolu knew she knew who she was. She likewise knows she knows who she is. The two of them have a heart-to-heart, and they're kinda in tune with each other. I didn't expect you to actually. Yan Xiaolu felt her nervousness and said with some surprise. Don't talk, do what you need to do. The sovereign hurriedly interrupted him, his eyes looking away. If it wasn't for the sake of advancing to the divine Xian realm, I wouldn't have come. There's something so contrastingly cute about this sovereign. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1000 experience points. Congratulations to the host, the realm has been raised. The host's current experience is 576-5000, middle stage of spiritualization realm. How did your cultivation break through? As a powerhouse at the late divine infant realm, she naturally noticed the changes within her body at the first opportunity. The aura was suddenly a whole lot stronger. Mr. Terrifying. A breakthrough even at this hour? I don't see him doing anything. Looks like he did something. It can't be helped, gifted. Yan Xiaolu spread his hands and said helplessly, he didn't want this either. Although the Heavenly River sect patriarch knew that he wasn't telling the truth, it wasn't any of her business, so she didn't get to the bottom of it. After checking that her spiritual body had indeed been promoted to the Xian spiritual body, and that her cultivation was almost suppressed, she burst into ecstasy. I'm going to break through, so I'll go back first. She excused herself and left. Let's go, it's time for me to get a good night's sleep. Yan Xiaolu yawned and closed his eyes in preparation for rest. In a daze, Yan Xiaolu felt like he was on the verge of falling asleep. Crunch! A sound of a door opening came, and Yan Xiaolu, who was about to enter dreamland, was awakened at once. Who is it? Don't you know that it's rude to disturb other people's rest? Yan Xiaolu sat up and said with dissatisfaction. Anyone who is about to fall asleep and is suddenly awakened would have a temper. It's me. Why is this voice somewhat familiar again? Yan Xiaolu muttered. Then his eyes snapped open. Wasn't this the second elder? What's she doing here? Close your eyes. The second elder said softly. Yan Xiaolu had the sense to close his eyes. After all, the realm was not as high as the others, so he could not fight. Although he had a hanging and could be resurrected indefinitely, it still hurt when he was beaten. The aggression suffered now can only be ruthlessly avenged later. Without waiting for Yan Xiaolu to think too much, the second elder pounced over, one hand pressing hard on Yan Xiaolu's shoulder. Wait, hold on. Yan Xiaolu was so frightened that he hastily opened his eyes and opened her outstretched hand. Give the spirit stones first so I can do my job. Che, afraid I'll renege on the debt? The second elder said contemptuously, what a money-minded fellow. However, this 1 million extreme spirit stones was quite a lot, almost the savings of most of one's life. Whether it's a success or a failure depends on today. After all, we don't know each other well. Without spirit stones this makes it difficult for me. Yan Xiaolu spread out his palm and hooked his finger, signaling to put up the spirit stones. Know something? I have no motivation without spirit stones. Happily accepting the 1 million extreme spirit stones, Yan Xiaolu was ready to get down to business. But the second elder stopped him and said, "Don't move, you only need to raise my spiritual body, while I have much more to think about, so just watch, I'll take the lead in all the operations ahead." Yan Xiaolu froze. Why did that somehow feel like a bit of a chirping statement? But Yan Xiaolu was indifferent. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1000 experience points. The host's current experience is 1576 5000, middle stage of spiritualization realm. After the cultivation was over, the second elder ran the gong method for 1 cycle, confirming that his spiritual body had been upgraded to a Xian spiritual body before leaving without looking back. Bye. Bye. Yan Xiaolu let out a light laugh. It really came and went in a hurry. Looking at the time, it was already 2 p.m. Yan Xiaolu yawned and closed his eyes in preparation for rest. Which is not even a few minutes past. Yan Xiaolu was woken up again. Who is this again? It's me. Who are you? Yan Xiaolu was speechless, still letting people sleep. Don't you know you're overworked? The visitor directly stopped talking and came directly to Yan Xiaolu's eyes, not caring whether he agreed or not, and then pickpocket. Oi? What are you doing? Don't pull me. Don't talk yet. The visitor directly confined Yan Xiaolu. Spirit stones, give spirit stones. In the heat of the moment, Yan Xiaolu hurriedly shouted. Now that he was sleepy, he just wanted to finish his cultivation early, and he certainly didn't want to do useless work. Trouble. The visitor directly threw out 1 million extreme spirit stones to the side of Yan Xiaolu's head. Yan Xiaolu was all of a sudden beaming with joy. It's good to talk if you have spirit stones, you continue, I won't say anything. Happily accepting the 1 million extreme spirit stones, Yan Xiaolu did not stop her. Chapter 28. How is this dream so real? Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1000 experience points. The host's current experience is 2576 5000, middle stage of spiritualization realm. In order to end her cultivation quickly so that she could rest, Yan Xiaolu quickly upgraded her spiritual body to a Xian spiritual body. The whole thing took less than 5 minutes. You? So fast? The woman hesitated and said with some disappointment, having just entered a state of cultivation before it ended. It was only at this time that Yan Xiaolu heard who the other party was. It was the third elder. Is this on hold for the queue? Just actually suspecting me? Forget about it, I'm tired. Just be skeptical. Hurry up and go, I'm too sleepy, don't bother me. Yan Xiaolu said breathlessly. Although the third elder was not happy, he can only leave. It was just that she took that step 3 times and shook her head sadly at the same time. It's a pity, such a handsome young man. Not for a moment. Yan Xiaolu found himself woken up again. Who is it again? I'm so sleepy, can we talk about it tomorrow? Can't. Fourth elder, it's you, can we talk tomorrow? Can't. I'm a yellow spirit body, upgrading to a Xian spirit body, this is 1 million extreme spirit stones. The fourth elder took the first step and handed over the spirit stone to Yan Xiaolu's hand. And without waiting for Yan Xiaolu to speak, she looked at the 8-step Great Gale and asked, how many times am I here? Fourth. Go wash up. That's very elaborate, I'm tired, you can wash yourself if you want to. Looking at Yan Xiaolu who didn't want to take care of herself. Maybe it was really sleepy? She thought better of it and gave it a wash. Gather 7 drops of essence blood. The host's current experience is 3576 5000, middle stage of spiritualization realm. I didn't expect to break through again so soon, and I'm still 1000 experience short. Is this the Xian spirit body? The fourth elder's body was fine-tuned. Feeling the powerful force within his body, it was the power of the Xian spirit body, the aura carried more, and the attacks emitted were more powerful. The speed of cultivation was also greatly accelerated. And she had a vague feeling that she was going to break through. The divine Xian realm was just around the corner. Du Kingdom, it had been a long time since a new divine Xian realm powerhouse had appeared, and it was about time for one to appear. At that time, my heavenly river sect will be above the kingdom. Do you have anything else to do? If not, just go. After finishing his cultivation, Yan Xiaolu began to drive people away. Bastard, today has not had a good rest, just went to sleep and was woken up, really convinced these old six cannot say it during the day? Bah, that's heartless. Which knew that the fourth elder gave a very disgusted light grunt. How can this guy say that he had just finished exchanging ideas? How can he be so heartless and actually start to drive people away directly? Big sister, I'm taking the spirit stone for an errand, don't pull other things on me, go out. Yan Xiaolu pulled her and pushed her out 3 times. Bang! Then slammed the door behind him. The fourth elder gritted his teeth as he looked at the closed door of the room. Should we go in and teach him a lesson? Forget it, it's still important to make a breakthrough. I can barely control the aura running amok in my body anymore. She flew back to her cave with extreme speed. The aura within the cave was more abundant, and it was far better than the room that had been constructed. Again, to Yan Xiaolu's side. Now it's finally time to get a good, comfortable night's sleep. No one will try to disturb me this time, and I'll be in a hurry with anyone who does. Yan Xiaolu swore like this. Then the lights go out again. In her sleep, Yan Xiaolu dreamed that she had returned to the world she once lived in and met familiar people. The goddess you once dreamed of is actually your girlfriend and playing poker together. How is this dream so real? It's not like it's fake. Yan Xiaolu murmured. He opened his eyes to take a closer look. Ah, demons. Yan Xiaolu had a jolt as a cloaked woman sat on his lap in front of him, unable to see her face due to the concealment of her hair. What a fuss! The woman hummed softly and pointed to the spirit stones on the side. Yan Xiaolu, who had wanted to get angry, looked at the 1 million spirit stones and planned to endure. It was all about giving yourself spirit stones and experience. Put your hair up, will you? This is weirdly scary. Yan Xiaolu said with a numb scalp. Good lord, you can't do this late at night. People scare people. He felt like there was absolutely no way he could practice like this, and he couldn't help but cringe at the thought of being cloaked. Not to let you know who I am, oh. The woman whispered. Stop pretending, I know who you are, sixth elder. Right? I have a very good memory. Yan Xiaolu directly exposed her. You scared me and you want to pretend you don't recognize me? No way. She fell silent at Yan Xiaolu's blunt identification. Can. Pretend you don't recognize me? She said weakly. Hands covering his face, a little tearful, still discovered. Help! Help! Where will I put my old face from now on? Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host's current experience is 4,576 5,000, middle stage of spiritualization realm. Looking at the fact that he was about to be promoted again soon, Yan Xiaolu felt that he was immediately not sleepy, and he was also refreshed. I'm telling you, if anyone asks, just say that I've never been here. At the end, the sixth elder came over and whispered. Seemingly uneasy, he even took Yan Xiaolu's hand and instructed, remember, don't ever say I came here. Yan Xiaolu stroked his chin, smiled deviously, and said, I'm missing a weapon in my hands that I can use while I have one, sixth elder. Where do you think there's a better weapon? Good you Xiaolu, blackmailing me, a simple and beautiful elder, right? Bullying me to save face, huh? Alright, I'll give it. The sixth elder took out a glittering sword from his spatial ring. This is something I acquired while practicing in the outside world, so I'll give it to you. Yan Xiaolu smiled as he took the weapon and looked it up and down. It was indeed a good weapon. I didn't expect to have a windfall from a casual remark. It just so happens that you really don't have any weapons, so it's nice to have one. Since Elder 6 is so generous, then I won't be polite, thanks a lot. Yan Xiaolu laughed. A small matter, remember not to tell others. The sixth elder gritted her teeth and said, these were the only 2 good swords she had, but she had spent a large amount of money to obtain them. Now just give away a handful. Chapter 29 I just want to improve my physique. Don't worry, I have a tight mouth. Yan Xiaolu patted his chest and assured. Then I'm leaving. If I find out that others know about it, I won't let you off the hook. In front of the door, the sixth elder turned around and said with a milky ferocity. Okay, when the time comes, the movements of cultivation are at your disposal. Yan Xiaolu laughed. Who wants to cultivate with you anymore, only this time, no more in the future. The sixth elder snorted coldly and said arrogantly. There was just a little bit of redness on her face that couldn't be hidden, and it was evident that she was not at peace within herself. Oh no, I'm about to break through to the divine Xian realm, let's go, remember what you just said. The sixth elder screamed that it was not good, the aura was almost out of control. She rode her sword and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Looking at her back, Yan Xiaolu shook his head. It's almost 4 o'clock. No one's going to bother me now, are they? Yan Xiaolu was so tired that he fell back to sleep, and in no time at all, there was even breathing. Just the next second, a person appeared in the room. I didn't think it would be me so soon, I thought it would be 6 or 7. The visitor muttered. What are you sleeping for? Get up and work. She walked to Yan Xiaoliu's side and pulled him up with one hand. Ha! Who? Who attacked the laborer? The sleeping Yan Xiaoliu had a jolt of fear and was drenched in cold sweat. This violent startup scared the hell out of him. Labor? What do you mean? The seventh elder said in a cold voice. Although she didn't know what Raoul meant, but by the look on his face and the tone of his voice it was bound to be no good. Just what I meant. Is that so? Of course. Then also, come and help the laborer raise his spirit body. The seventh elder pondered for a moment and came to a realization. Labor feels awesome. Ha, pretty quick learner. Not to mention, this moment really had the flavor of a fairy falling to earth. Who would have thought that the great cultivator of the divine infant realm, who usually stood tall in the eyes of ordinary people, would actually say such vulgar words? What are you looking at the laborer for? The seventh elder grunted. Why don't you come over to the laborer and lie down obediently by yourself? It feels pretty good to say labor, the seventh elder nodded, already planning to replace me with labor. Put. Yan Xiaoliu, who was just holding a teacup over here and preparing to take a sip of tea, directly sprayed out. Pugnacious, the more you hear, the more pugnacious you get. Wait. 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 Why am I gray? The actually controlled her body to fly in mid-air. Bang! The next moment, Yan Xiaoliu was thrown heavily onto the bed by her. Ouch, what are you doing? Yan Xiaoliu covered his ass and wailed. His hand was really not light. Didn't he know that he had to work later? How can I work with you if I fall? Not waiting for Yan Xiaoliu to slow down. The next moment, the seventh elder sat down on Yan Xiaoliu. I also don't know if you've pitched laborers' spirit stones. The seventh elder somewhat reluctantly took out 1,000,000 of extreme spirit stones and handed them over to Yan Xiaoliu. Don't worry, childish. Yan Xiaoliu punched his ticket. Forgive you for not daring to lie to me. The seventh elder grunted. You won't be sued for lying to you. Naturally, I won't lie to you. Yan Xiaoliu was very sad and angry as he began to help her cultivate. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of the spiritualization realm. Breaking through to the divine infant realm requires 10,000 experience in the early stages, 20,000 in the middle stages, and 50,000 in the later stages. The host's current experience is 576 10,000, late stage of spiritualization realm. I'm leaving, I'll come back for you next time. At the end, the seventh elder wiped his lips with his thumb and looked at Yan Xiaoliu in a domineering manner. Yan Xiaoliu looked at the ceiling speechlessly, too atrocious, too inhuman. Do you know what he's been doing for the last half hour? Couldn't move a muscle and was confined to her the entire time. Who would have thought that he, a man, would be raped by a woman without resistance? Well, at least give some participation and room to maneuver like some before now. Oh heavens, oh earth. Where's the dignity in that? He shed tears of humiliation. Here, to compensate you. As the seventh elder left, he threw a bag towards Yan Xiaoliu. Hearing the compensation, Yan Xiaoliu instantly felt not so uncomfortable and reached out to pick up the bag. What good things can be in the bag? Yan Xiaoliu muttered. But the hand was nimble enough to pick up the bag. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small space bag with only a few cubic meters of space size inside. When he opened it, it was amazing. There were actually 10,000 extreme spirit stones, plus a Xian level spirit skill. He was lacking spirit techniques himself, and it could be said that he didn't have a single one, only the hearing rain sword technique that he had obtained the last time he gave Mei Jingxian a boost in her spirit technique senses. It can if only the first few elders were so generous. Yan Xiaoliu was content to accept this whoring. This extra payment. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. At the top of Tianquan Peak, Xiaolan stood at the peak and looked in the direction of the small courtyard where Yan Xiaoliu lived, despondent. Couldn't decide for a moment. Originally, she had agreed with several other elders to go together, but it turned out that everyone had gone, and now she was the only one left. Only, what would his disciple, Mi Chushua, think of him? But wouldn't it be over if we didn't tell her? As long as one denied it, who knew that one's spiritual body had been upgraded except for a few elders? Having figured it out, she directly flew down from the top of Tianquan Peak, aiming precisely in Yan Xiaoliu's direction. Because Yan Xiaoliu didn't set up a prohibition, the fact was that he wouldn't. So it's an individual who can come in. Xiaolan looked at Yen Xiaolu, who was huffing and puffing, and murmured, "You're probably exhausted, aren't you?" But no breaks allowed. "Yen Xiaolu, get up." She rubbed Yen Xiaolu's head with her fingers. "Who is this again?" Yen Xiaolu was furious. "It's been a night, it's never ending, is it? Don't monks ever rest?" Well, it seems that cultivation to a certain realm is possible without rest. Cultivation is the best means of rest. Elder Xia? Yoho, you're here too? I can't come? Which I can, of course I can come, I just didn't expect it. I thought of how valiant she was back then, with that condescending face when she faced herself. Today there was a day when I lowered my head too. Life is a comedy. I just want to enhance my physique and raise my cultivation. Xiaolan's face was a bit unnatural. In the beginning, he had only wanted to do his part for the clan, never thinking that he would use it as well. How could he have thought that after upgrading his physique, the troubled bottleneck would actually be able to break through without any hindrance and directly advance to a higher cultivation level? Of course she was moved. She wasn't the only one. The entire female elders of the clan were moved. They no longer wanted to be under the suppression of other clans, and now that the opportunity to change the fate of their clan was right in front of them, they certainly had to grasp it tightly. Chapter 30, is it okay to cut? Since she's already pushed her way over, I'll just have to be brave. After receiving 1 million extreme spirit stones, Yen Xiaolu naturally took the money. Help her cultivate. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 1,576 10,000, late stage of spiritualization realm. After sensing a mysterious force coming in, she felt that her spirit body had changed, metamorphosing from a yellow spirit body to a metaphysical spirit body. Thus, Xiaolan struck at Yen Xiaolu with a palm. Yen Xiaolu directly fell to the ground in a tie zigzag shape when he couldn't dodge. Instead, he wasn't hurt, and now Xiaolan just wanted to leave. Besides, after practicing with him, it was unlikely that they would harm Yen Xiaolu. Then she didn't bother to look at Yen Xiaolu on the ground and simply walked away. Looking at her back without looking back, Yen Xiaolu bared his teeth. Nice guy, so relentless. Throw it away when you're done with it. This night, everyone in the Heavenly River sect had discovered a strange phenomenon. The sky was dense with black clouds, a black pressurized piece, and from time to time came the sound of lightning and thunder, an atmosphere that was very depressing to the heart. Together with the gusts of cloudy wind and the gusts of whirlpools converging on the tops of the various peaks, it was even more screaming and uncertain. This happens almost every half hour an hour. Those with low cultivation might not understand it, but the other 3 elders knew it all too well. This was clearly the phenomenon of a cultivation breakthrough. Grand Elder Zheng Tianzheng understood in an instant that this must be because he had seen his granddaughter-in-law break through, so he followed suit. He was a little sour inside. As the same elder of the Heavenly River sect, we all had similar strengths, but one night's time, his own cultivation was left far behind. Darn it, why can't I boost? Is it okay to cut it? No way, no how. That's a dangerous idea. The 5th elder also woke up from his cultivation, and he had sensed several powerful auras spread over several main peaks. Patriarch really took the lead and brought along those few elders. Should I cry or laugh? Oh, just got the short end of the stick. The 8th elder looked at the 5th elder, who didn't know whether to cry or laugh, brought a few jugs of wine over, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother, think of it this way, it's a good thing that he helped your future Taoist partner improve her qualifications and break through to the divine Xian realm, enjoying a lifespan of 1,000 years. Good, woo. The 5th elder hid his face and cried, his heart feeling bad. 2 glasses of wine were poured and downed in one gulp. Don't let me dismantle your special preference. The 8th elder narrowed his eyes at him. I think you're snickering now, you should like it more than you do, and break your ing heart. Hey. Sure enough, the next second the 5th elder laughed, the one who knows me is old 8. I don't know what's gotten into you, you're smiling when others should be crying like this. Hey, I just thought it was a little more than that. That's when there was another flash of lightning and thunder. The aura madly surged in one direction. Look at this orientation, it's Elder Xia breaking through, isn't it? That should be right, it's the 7th one to break through. AI, I'm so envious, we probably won't be able to break through for the rest of our lives. Yeah, been stuck at that level for years, just wish my offspring would step it up. Xian spirit body, it seems that we have to raise more extreme spirit stones, come with 10 or 8 Xian spirit bodies, then my family will take off. It's a good idea to get ready. It's been rough lately, so we need to get ready sooner rather than later. Well, that's a good point, and I'll go say hello to the little dolls at home. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after fulfilling his daily cultivation tasks and amicably helping the other party to raise his spiritual body and gain 100 experience points, Yin Xiaolu arrived at the center square. The newbie rumble still continues. Mei Jingxian froze a little as she looked at the familiar figure that appeared on the high platform. Just as the opposite side seized the opportunity, an attack struck and Mei Jingxian was injured. It seems like we have to come up with a killing move. I didn't want to be exposed so quickly. Mei Jingxian murmured. It was the effort of freezing just now that made her injured, and at this time, she could only fight quickly. Listen to the rain sword technique. Mei Jingxian let out a loud shout and used the hearing rain sword technique that had been upgraded by Yin Xiaolu. Powerful attacks struck the opponent, who was instantly blasted off the martial arts stage. Perfect level? The elders on the stage stood up at once. Mei Jingxian, whom they had noticed yesterday, was the top-ranked genius in this batch of newcomers, and naturally caught their attention. How could the hearing rain sword technique, which had only become a minor success yesterday, suddenly be raised to the perfect level today? Was it an epiphany? But I've never heard of anyone being that fast. Only Michushu's eyes sparkled. She had been paying attention to Yin Xiaolu yesterday and naturally saw Yin Xiaolu trailing behind Mei Jingxian on stage like a demented man. Does it have something to do with him? Could it be that she was still able to raise her spiritual skill sense? The power of today's skill could be upgraded a few notches from yesterday's. Mei Jingxian wins. At this time, the referee's voice came, and only then did Mei Jingxian let out a sigh of relief, and proceeded to step down from the martial arts stage, sitting down to meditate and recover the aura within her body. The Heavenly River sect patriarch's gaze was if anything watching Yin Xiaolu. She had just seen the scene of Mei Jingxian looking at Yin Xiaolu distractedly. Looks like he's got secrets that haven't been unearthed yet, we'll have to ask around. It wasn't until the afternoon that the competition ended, and unsurprisingly Mei Jingxian won the first place in this newcomer competition with her perfect level hearing rain sword skill. The first place will receive a mysterious reward, 10,000 extreme spirit stones as well as a Shen great spirit skill. The second through third places will receive 1,000 extreme spirit stones as well as a Shen great spirit skill. The fourth through 10th place will receive 100,000 spirit stones, as well as a yellow great spirit skill. Please collect it from the ninth elder when you are finished. Mei Jingxian smiled as she listened to the rewards. Aside from the mysterious rewards, it was already very generous, which made her happy. 10,000 extreme spirit stones, what a concept, converted to 10 million spirit stones. After ending the newcomer competition, Mei Jingxian joyfully went to collect her own rewards. She had a little bit of regret, but now she was thoroughly grateful. I just don't know what the mystery reward is. Just now, the ninth elder said that he would take her to receive that mysterious reward tonight. What was it? Won't it be a big surprise for me? Really looking forward to it. Chapter 31, Don't Go Back Tonight. For the rest of the day, she watched the Shen grade spirit techniques she acquired today. Time passes quickly. The night came as promised. Mei Jingxian also arrived at the ninth elder's cultivation spot. Seeing the ninth elder Xiaolan floating cross-legged in mid-air cultivating, there was envy in her eyes. When will I be able to fly freely in the air without external forces? It seemed like Xiaolan also sensed someone coming. She opened her eyes. You're here, come with me. In an instant, Xiaolan appeared in front of Mei Jingxian, which scared her to death. I think you've met the person you're going to meet for this reward. Xiaolan said calmly, unable to tell what she was thinking. Seen? How did you raise your spirit skill sense? Xiaolan asked. I had a sudden epiphany. Mei Jingxian froze. Why did the elder ask me this question? It can't be that he's trying to raise an offense, right? Don't worry, Yin Xiaolu can enhance your spirit bodies. This time the reward is to reward you with a yellow spirit body. So, he helped you with this spirit skill sense? Seeing that the nine elders appeared to know that Yin Xiaolu could enhance his spiritual technique sense, Mei Jingxian also knew that she couldn't hide it, so she nodded her head. Sure enough. Xiaolan realized, good for you Xiaolu, you actually kept the matter of you being able to enhance your spirit technique sense from us. If it wasn't for the fact that the newcomer competition happened to be held, this ability was afraid that there was no telling how long it would remain hidden. Spiritual skill sense was already difficult to raise. After all, the requirement for talent was too high. There were very few senses that could reach the perfect level, especially if the level of the spirit skill itself was relatively high, and those that could reach the perfect level were even more rare. Ninth elder, it won't wait to raise the spirit body, it still needs. In the next second, Mei Jingxian's face turned red, somewhat unable to speak. Gosh, the elders know about this. I'm not going to live. Xiaolan glanced at her, still shy on it? She nodded her head and said, "That's right, it needs to be so. Could it be the same for improving spirit skill sense?" Mei Jingxian lowered her head and whispered, The arm that grabbed. Axelon said as he looked up at the sky. Mei Jingxian hurriedly grabbed one of Xiaolan's arms, and Xiaolan flew up with her. Looking at herself, who was getting farther and farther away from the ground, Mei Jingxian tightened her grip on Xiaolan's hand, fearing that she would suddenly fall. In a matter of moments, Xiaolan brought Mei Jingxian to Tianquan Peak. Gao Lingling was the one who waited here on time every day, and when she saw Xiaolan, she immediately came over and saluted, "Good day, Ninth Elder." "Well, Yan Xiaolu is here, right? The sixth master is in." "Alright, this is 80,000 extreme spirit stones, Jingxian, you go in with her." Xiaolan handed the spirit stone to Gao Lingling, then looked at Mei Jingxian. "Good." Mei Jingxian answered with her head lowered. Yan Xiaolu looked at this familiar person and couldn't help but smile. "You're missing me, XX? Who misses you? This is a reward from the clan." "Oink oink. Master 6, this is 80,000 extreme spirit stones." At this moment, Gao Lingling came forward and handed the spirit stone to Yan Xiaolu. "Well, you go down there." "Alright, sixth master, I'll take my leave first," Gao Lingling said. "Come on." On the other hand, Xiaolan rushed onto the sovereign's mansion. "Patriarch, Yan Xiaolu there is indeed able to enhance spirit skill perception." Mei Jingxian, who came first in this newcomers competition, won in one fell swoop by enhancing her spirit skill to the perfect level through Yan Xiaolu. It seems like Yan Xiaolu still has secrets there. Maybe there are things we don't know. It seems like we have to dig around a bit. "Sovereign, then should we?" Xiaolan said this and paused for a moment, not knowing whether to say it or not. Saying it as if it was something he rather wanted to do, not saying it, it seemed to be a little bit unable to withstand the temptation of raising the spiritual skill sense to the perfect level. She didn't say this, but then she seemed to say everything. The Heavenly River Sect Patriarch pondered for a moment and said, "This is entirely up to you, I'm not going anyway." Xiaolan weirdly looked at the very serious Patriarch and agreed, "Well, then I won't go either. I won't go even if I die, whoever goes is a dog." With that came a few small woofs, audible only to her. "I'm not a dog," Sovereign blanked her and flew away. The practice is over. The host's current experience is 1776 10,000, late stage of spiritualization realm. For Mei Jingxian, Yan Xiaolu was still quite fond of her, and he admitted that he was a face controller. "Don't go back at night." Looking at Mei Jingxian, who was close by, Yan Xiaolu said. Mei Jingxian, who had wanted to leave, ghostly didn't move. This was already equivalent to acquiescence, and Yan Xiaolu was overjoyed. Gently hugging her, he whispered softly in her ear, "What other spirit skills have you learned? I'll help you raise it to the perfect level." "There's a Xian grade spirit skill that I acquired today. I only memorized the moves and haven't practiced them yet." "No problem, just memorize the moves," Yan Xiaolu said. "Here, you turn around, I want to look at you." "Aha!" Mei Jingxian turned around and the two of them faced each other. The spirit stones needed to raise the Xian level spirit skill. Yan Xiaolu had forgotten about it for a moment and hurriedly called out to the system. System, how many spirit stones does it take to raise the perception of a Xian grade spirit skill every time?" Each enhancement of an Xian grade spirit skill requires 1,000 extremely high quality spirit stones. "It's okay, not too expensive, that's from knowing nothing, in order to improve to introductory, minor, major, and perfect." Yan Xiaolu nodded excitedly, helping her improve, and he himself would learn this spirit skill. It was perfect. Open up. Spend 4,000 extreme spirit stones to raise the perception of this spirit skill to the perfect level for me. Has been elevated. It was dawn and Mei Jingxian had left. Yan Xiaolu came to the compound. Surprisingly, no one came this morning. "Master 6, it is said that the all-sect competition will be held starting today, divided into men's and women's groups, and the top 1,000 ranked in the women's group will all receive a mysterious gift." Gao Lingling saw Yan Xiaolu's doubts and explained. Yan Xiaolu's legs suddenly just went soft, somewhat frightening. "Are you sure it's the first 1,000? Yan Xiaolu instantly raised his volume. "What does that make me? Being a heartless machine? What's in it for you to tire me out?" If this was true, Yan Xiaolu hoped it was false, and if this was false, Yan Xiaolu hoped it was true. A bit of an oxymoron. After all, he didn't rely on this, his cultivation that couldn't be raised a bit, and he could only insist on practicing every day to maintain the progress of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to give up cultivation. How nice, playing every day the cultivation has progressed, and I do not know how many bystanders will be envied. "Sixth Master, of course it's true, this is spread throughout the entire Heavenly River Sect, and you're the only one who doesn't care at all about what's happening in the sect," Gao Lingling said. Yan Xiaolu sweats, "Do I need to care? The female cultivators of the entire sect are all my. Ahem, they are all my big clients." All I have to do is sit back and wait to collect the spirit stones, as well as put in some effort. Chapter 32 Over Limit Cultivation. Yan Xiaolu had finally taken it easy these past few days. Until the end of the clan competition. It was a dark and windy night when there was a sudden influx of more than 20 female cultivators. But it scared Yan Xiaolu. You guys? This is? What do you want? By the corner of the wall, Yan Xiaolu was a bit scared. He already had a premonition that he would have to be busy dying here for the next while. But he was also somewhat looking forward to the fact that after this wave of cultivation was over, he would be able to break through to the Divine Infant Realm, right? Current experience is 1,776 10,000, late spiritualization realm. With over 8,000 experience points, it's bound to work. Please help me, sir. The lead usher motioned for everyone to line up. Sir, this is the mission for tonight, all of us will be upgraded to the yellow spirit body. Then, there's no need for so many people to come at once, right? Yan Xiaolu wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. He wasn't even sure he could finish today. The patriarch said that there are too many thousand people for the grand competition, so we can only be fortunate for Mr. And the patriarch also said that Mr. will definitely be able to accomplish it. Go for it. I can't thank her enough for her trust. 1 month later. Yan Xiaolu wiped the fine sweat from his head. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 points of experience. The host's current experience is 96,20,000, pre-Divine Infant Realm. Since not everyone was elevated to the yellow spiritual body, and there were also those with extreme spiritual bodies, he just happened to break through to the Divine Infant Realm. Finally broke through to the Divine Infant Realm as expected. Yan Xiaolu muttered, this journey wasn't easy. God knows how much pain he had suffered and how many obstacles he had encountered on the path of breaking through to the Divine Infant Realm, and each time he had been courageous enough to move forward before accomplishing anything. Mr. Six, we'll take our leave. Seeing Yan Xiaolu's aura surging around his body at this moment, the crowd all excused themselves and left. Yan Xiaolu could only feel the raging aura surging through his body, and the meridians in his body couldn't take it anymore. Ah! Yan Xiaolu let out a groan of pain, his clothes fluttering in the wind under the wash of the crazy influx of aura. A moment later, the raging aura stopped and the surroundings finally regained their calm. The breakthrough journey was smooth. The host's cultivation has been stabilized, and a new function is now unlocked. Yan Xiaolu opened his eyes and said excitedly, another new feature? Quickly tell me, what kind of new feature is it? Congratulations to the host for unlocking the ultra-limit cultivation. When the host cultivates with the other party, the host can consume the other party's lifespan to raise their cultivation level across realms and convert 1/10 of the consumed lifespan into their own lifespan. It can raise your cultivation? Yan Xiaolu asked uncertainly. Yes. Can you give yourself a boost? Yan Xiaolu asked with some anticipation. It would be so nice to give myself a boost, never having to practice so hard again. No, the host can only raise the cultivation level for the other party, but can gain 1/10 of the lifespan consumed as their own. Raising from 0 to the psychic realm requires 10 years of the opponent's life. It takes 50 years of lifespan to elevate from the Tongling realm to the spiritualization realm. It takes 100 years of lifespan to ascend from the spirit transformation realm to the Divine Infant Realm. It takes 200 years of lifespan to ascend from the Divine Infant Realm to the Divine Xian Realm. It takes 600 years of lifespan to ascend from the Divine Metaphysical Realm to the Realm of Returning to One. It takes 1,200 years of lifespan to ascend to the Supreme Realm and the Return to One Realm. It takes 5,000 years of life to raise the Supreme Realm to the King's Realm. It takes 50,000 years to ascend from the King's Realm to the Flying Immortal Realm. It means that if I raise a Spirit Transformation Realm to the Divine Infant Realm and consume 100 years of the other party's lifespan, then I'll gain 10 years of lifespan? That's right. Wait, that's not right, is it? The Supreme Realm is 5,000 years of lifespan, where else would she have the lifespan to raise her cultivation? Yan Xiaolu found something wrong. Below Tongling there was only 100 lifespans, Transformation Spirit 200 lifespans, Divine Infant 500 lifespans, Divine Xian 1000 lifespans, Return to One 2000 lifespans, and Supreme 5000 lifespans. Doesn't this elevated cultivation mean death? No one is born with a cultivation of the returned realm. How can they support the consumption of a 50-100-year lifespan? Please, the host will cultivate harder, and there will be a solution then. Yan Xiaolu. Gotta ask for nothing. Nope, not for nothing either. Guessing by the system's reply, there should be a longevity ability later on. Miles away. A large endless forest. This place is called the Yulon Mountain Range. It was the largest forest within several nearby kingdoms, and it was filled with demonic beasts, countless powerful demonic beasts, which had always aimed to rule this area. In one of the huge palaces, at the head sat a powerful demonic beast with a dragon head and body. It shifted between human and demonic beast from time to time, mysterious and unpredictable. Reporting to the Demon King, my subordinate is receiving news that the Heavenly River sect of the Du Kingdom has recently seen a very large number of geniuses emerge, which is very abnormal. At this moment, a demonic beast in human form came in to report. It is responsible for detecting the various dynamics of the surrounding kingdoms so that their kings can make the right decisions about aggression. Go and find out what the reason is. If not necessary, it's not advisable to start a war now. After all, their old ancestor is at the end of his days, and it would be troublesome if he gave up his life to attack. As you wish. After Yan Xiaolu finished his breakthrough, he directly fled the Heavenly River sect. It's horrible, it's just horrible. Do you guys know how he got over this one? It was simply terrifying to open your eyes every day to rows of people waiting to be promoted to spirit bodies. He felt like the aura in his body was being emptied out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly traveled in the air to the nearby city. It had to be said that the feeling after breaking through to the divine infant realm was just great. Being able to directly travel in the air was just a bit of a drain on aura. No harm done though. Come to a large city nearby. Looking at the various luxurious buildings, as well as the decorations, and the people coming and going to trade, Yan Xiaolu couldn't help but sigh. This is far too prosperous than Xinghe town. Just from the cultivation level, one could tell that there were very few people at the Tongling realm in Xinghe town, and there were only a few people at the spiritualization realm. And here, the passing spirit realm is all over the streets, and the spirit transformation realm has quite a few of them as well. Wanhai City, as the closest city to the Heavenly River sect, that was naturally bustling with many strong people. No, Yan Xiaolu saw a few disciples of the Heavenly River sect, or fellow students with whom he had been friends for a day. Sir? In the distance, the two women covered their lips in some surprise. How did you meet Mr. Wanhai City? Sir doesn't practice anymore? Or are all the 1,000 disciples who won the great competition of the Heavenly River sect? That's right, it's him. The two-bit women exchanged words, then suddenly became embarrassed. Sisters, let's get out of here, it's embarrassing. The two pulled each other and left. Chapter 33 is a great guy. In response, Yan Xiaolu could only say, it's all right, is there a need to hide? Yan Xiaolu continued to walk forward, not expecting to actually see a familiar red fruit. He subconsciously recalled the old family's small snacks. That sweet and sour flavor was still up there, and just thinking about it made him feel salivated. It's been a long time since I'd been somewhat tempted to try it. There's actually ice candy gourds for sale here, too? Yan Xiaolu came to a store, intending to buy some to try. Boss, a bunch of ice candy gourds. Yan Xiaolu shouted in a very atmospheric manner. Come to string what? Have a skewer of icing. This customer, please order what's on the list. Nevertheless, the boss had no idea what an ice candy gourd was and could only politely reply. Isn't it called ice candy gourd? Yan Xiaolu was slightly embarrassed. It was also true that this was not Earth after all, it was in a small thousand world in the other world. These days were busy, but he had read books about the world. The world he was in now was only an insignificant small thousand world in the entire universe, and there were countless other small thousand worlds outside the world, as well as larger thousand worlds. Then what is this one called? Yan Xiaolu asked as he directly pointed at this cool ice candy gourd. Back to the guest, this is the white crystal red velvet fruit, priced at 10 spirit stones a bunch. So expensive? Yan Xiaolu was a bit surprised. It also didn't look special at all. The selling price was actually 10 spirit stones. It's not that I can't afford it, I'm just a little bit surprised, but I know that he was paid only 1 spirit stone a month in Xinghe town. Objective: this is not true. The white crystal red velvet fruit is made from the fruit borne by the 1,000-year-old red velvet fruit tree, which is limited in quantity, and it has a little bit of accelerated aura recovery effect, so it's definitely worth every penny. 2 skewers, then. It didn't matter if he restored his aura or not, mainly he wanted to taste the flavors and whether they could evoke his long-ago memories. And I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to go back. Good luck, customer, charge you 20 spirit stones. The boss handed Yan Xiaolu 2 bunches of white crystal red velvet fruits. Yan Xiaolu's current worth was rich, and at this level of the divine infant realm, I'm afraid there was no one richer than him. There were more than 6 million spirit stones, and even more extreme spirit stones, reaching more than 20 million. Quickly paying the money, Yan Xiaolu took the red velvet fruit and started eating. Well, it's sweet and sour, none of the flavors have changed much, it's not bad. It did have the effect of accelerating the recovery of aura as well. It was just minimal for him. It might be useful for people at this level of the Qiling realm. He could only have a nostalgic taste of it. At this time, Yan Xiaolu noticed a little girl on the corner of the street, staring blearily at the ice candy gourd in her hand. No, it was a white crystal red velvet fruit. She snuck a gulp. She hadn't eaten all morning and was hungry for food at this point. Yan Xiaolu looked at the half-eaten white crystal red velvet fruit in his hand as well as the bunch of white crystal red velvet fruit he had yet to eat in his other hand, and he smiled. Although he thinks he is not a good person, but occasionally some kindness is also very good. Besides, it's such a pretty, cute little girl. So, he walked forward, handed the white crystal red velvet fruit to her, touched her head, and smiled. Little sister, want to eat? The little girl looked up, swallowed again, and said crisply, I want to eat it. Call brother. Brother. Brother what? Brother, I want to eat this. The little girl pointed at the white crystal red velvet fruit in Yan Xiaolu's hand. Well, here you go. Yan Xiaolu smiled and gave her the remaining bunch of white crystal red velvet fruits. The little girl happily ate it. Seeing that the little girl only ate one and then stopped eating, Yan Xiaolu was a bit puzzled and asked, why don't you eat it anymore, isn't it good? My mom hasn't eaten it yet, and I want to take the rest back to my mom, is it okay? The little girl replied. Where's your dad? My daddy was killed by bad people. At that, the little girl was downcast. Their family was originally ordinary people, and they had no room for resistance when they encountered a cultivator on the street. The cause was an unwarranted attack on the street. I'll buy a few more bunches and bring them back to your mom. Yan Xiaolu said. He felt a twinge of sympathy. Such a pretty and cute little girl, her mom must have had a hard time. Upon hearing this, the little girl was instantly happy and said excitedly, thank you brother. Brother, my name is Coco. What's your name? My name is Yan Xiaolu. Yan Xiaolu squatted down and picked Coco up, then returned to the place where he had just bought the red velvet fruit. Boss, I'll take the remaining 10 bunches of red velvet fruits. Yan Xiaolu pointed at the remaining red velvet fruits and said. Without waiting for the store owner to reply, Coco hurriedly said, Brother Xiaolu, no, it's very expensive. She saw the price of the red velvet fruit marked on it, 10 spirit stones. It was too expensive. It's okay, boss, it's all wrapped up. Okay. The shopkeeper happily wrapped up the 10 bunches of red velvet fruits, charging you 100 spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. It's not common to see such an atmospheric customer. Usually people have to bargain or something. Brother Xiaolu, my house is a bit far away. It's okay, Coco, just lead the way. Aha, thanks brother. On the road, Yan Xiaolu held Coco's hand as he headed towards his destination. Come to an old area where ordinary people live. In a world with cultivators, ordinary people usually live less than ideal, more so than reality. There are no human rights. The only good thing about this world is that it's a big place, and the dwellings aren't crowded, even for a normal person. Because as long as it's not a good location, there's no one to steal it from you. Mom, I'm home. Coco called out towards the house as she returned home. Coco's back? A weak response came from inside the house. Mom, what's wrong with you? Hearing this voice, Coco rushed in and saw her mom lying on the bed a little weak. Mom's fine. She returned a little weakly. Mom, why are you so hot? Coco took her own mother's hand and felt some anxiety with its abnormal body temperature. Her mother was the only thing she had left in the world. Brother Xiaolu, help me see what's wrong with mommy? Coco looked helplessly at Yan Xiaolu who was at the side. In her mind, little brother 6 was a great person and would definitely help her. Yan Xiaolu stroked her forehead, which was a little hot, and her whole body was a little feverish. Wasn't this the symptom of a cold and fever? This might have been tricky for him in the past, but now as a divine infant realm bigwig, it was simply too easy. As a cultivator, this kind of cold and fever symptom would not be present because of the presence of aura in the body. And ordinary people don't have Reiki, so these symptoms can't be avoided. Cultivators, the only way to die is to be killed, to die of poisoning, to die of exhaustion of lifespan, to get a disease that does not exist. Now if you want to cure her, you only need to let her body produce aura, and the disease will naturally be cured. And how do you get aura inside her? Transmit it to her, of course. Coco, move over, I'll save her. Yan Xiaolu said, swapping places with Coco. Chapter 34, Treat the Immortal Master Well. Yan Xiaolu helped her body up. Coco, hold your mom while I treat her. Yan Xiaolu said. Okay, little brother 6. Coco said obediently. Yan Xiaolu sat cross-legged and placed his hands against her back, controlling the aura to gently enter her body. The woman didn't know what was going on at first, until the warmth came over her entire body and her exhaustion slowly disappeared. With that comes a renewed spirit. Mom, you're okay, that's great. Oh. Watching her mom get better, Coco threw her arms around her and cried. You cured me? Lume asked as she opened her eyes, feeling a surge of heat coming from her back, as well as the hand against her back. Yes, mommy, it was little brother 6 who saved you. Coco said hurriedly. Thanks. Lume politely thanked him. She knew what was wrong with her, and it wasn't just a cold, it was a relapse of an old problem that had built up since she was a child. But at this moment, she couldn't even feel the disease anymore. What did that mean? It means that he is completely well. This must be meeting an immortal master. Only an immortal master can cure his illness without medication. Thinking this way, she excitedly held Yan Xiaolio's hand and thanked again. Thank you, Lume thanks immortal master for saving her life. This is really a life-saving favor. She knew she didn't have a few years to live, and now she is cured. How can she not be thrilled? You could say it's as good as gracious. You're welcome. Yan Xiaolu laughed, before sizing up the woman in front of him himself. Don't say, it's still quite pretty, fair skin, and young, probably less than 30 years old. Mom, this is what brother Xiaolu bought for me to eat, here, you try it too. At this time, Coco took out the white crystal red velvet fruit that she had bought in the store. Coco, have you thanked the fairy master yet? I thank you, Mom. Why did you call brother little 6 an immortal master? Coco asked in confusion. Because brother Xiaolu is very powerful, so it's the immortal master. Lume patiently explained as she held Coco in her arms. Oh, brother immortal master, hee. Yan Xiaolu laughed along with her. Coco, this girl is kinda weird and cute. Mom, eat. Coco urged. Okay, I'll eat. Coco and fairy master, you eat too. Soon, the white crystal red velvet fruit was finished. Don't look at the 10 bunches, but this fruit is not big, so it can't act as a satiating effect. Immortal master, I don't know if you've eaten yet. At this time, Lume let go of Coco and asked. She wanted to thank Yan Xiaolu properly, but since she didn't have anything worthwhile, for the time being, she only came up with the idea of buying a meal, perhaps. And I don't know if the immortal master would mind. Nope. Then I'll go cook. If the immortal master doesn't mind, please stay and let me entertain the immortal master. It's okay. Then immortal master, wait a moment. Coco, accompany immortal master for a chat. Aha! Lume pulled Coco in front of Yan Xiaolu, then she went to the kitchen. Brother Xiaolu, let's go outside. Coco pulled Yan Xiaolu and went to the courtyard. Yan Xiaolu found a stool and sat down. Coco was very excited and sat beside Yan Xiaolu, asking, Brother Xiaolu, is an immortal master a very powerful cultivator? Yeah. Yan Xiaolu smiled and picked Coco up. Then can brother little 6 teach me to cultivate? Coco asked with longing. Yan Xiaolu smiled and said, then can you tell brother why you want to cultivate? I want to protect mommy, I want mommy to be able to eat well, and I want to buy her nice new clothes to wear. Coco said crisply. Yan Xiaolu levied, what a simple wish this was, how unattainable this was in a world where cultivation determined everything. If it wasn't for the fact that Wanhai City was in the vicinity of the Heavenly River sect, the law and order would be relatively better. Ordinary people like them may have trouble making ends meet. Especially in remote areas, you're on edge every day, afraid that you'll mess with someone and get killed with no one to talk to. I'll check for Coco to see if you have a talent for cultivation. Yan Xiaolu said. Yan Xiaolu flipped through his storage space and took out the crystal ball that tested his physique. Luckily, it didn't come with a leak, and he had a feeling he might need one when he came out, so he snuck off to get one. Coco, put your hand on it. Yan Xiaolu said as he handed the crystal ball to Coco. Okay, brother 6. Coco obediently placed her hand on the crystal ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was not a single response from the crystal ball. It seems that there is no spiritual body. Yan Xiaolu was silent, although he can enhance his spiritual body, but he didn't know what to say, and he didn't want to discourage her. Coco looked at Yan Xiaolu, who wanted to say something, and understood. Brother Xiaolu, am I unable to cultivate? No, there's still a chance. Like this, I'll pass on a cultivation technique to you first, you try to cultivate it, as for the rest, let's talk about it later. Yan Xiaolu reached out and tapped on her forehead, passing on a basic technique for cultivation. At this time, Coco suddenly stared above the sky in amazement, pointing at the sky and saying, Brother little 6, look, someone is flying. Yan Xiaolu looked up in confusion. It turned out to be a few sword-flying cultivators with low cultivation levels, only at the spirit transformation realm. Zhang San was a cultivator from other kingdoms, and he had come this time to carry out a mission, which he had not wanted to come because the risk of this mission was too great. It also led to him being in a good mood in the first place. At this moment, when he saw the 2 mole crickets below actually dared to look directly at him, he was in an even worse mood. Bold mole cricket, how dare you look directly at us, looking for death? Only hearing a loud shout, Zhang San in the sky cupped a spell in his hand and struck in Yan Xiaolio's direction. Originally, nothing happened. Yan Xiaolu thought that this leisurely day would just pass. How could he imagine that someone actually couldn't think of anything else and came to seek death? Good thing too, it's been a while since I've moved my muscles. Yan Xiaolu operated his aura to hold up a protective shield, enveloping Coco in it to prevent her from being injured. Bang! Ah! Only an explosion was heard as well as a scream as a crater blew up in the yard, the aftermath spread out and the house collapsed. Yan Xiaolu himself was inexperienced in combat, so where would he have thought that this was actually a ranged skill? He looked to the kitchen, which was exactly where Coco's mom was staying. Yan Xiaolu rushed over, lifted the fallen house off the ground, and helped Lu Mei up, who was already dying. The smooth white skin was covered in blood. Fortunately, it's just the aftermath, and there's still a breath to be saved. Mom, you can't be okay. Coco looked at the injured Lu Mei and her eyes instantly turned red. Wait for me for a while. Yan Xiaolu fumed. Damn it, such a beauty, I haven't. How can I let you injure her? He dodged and flew into mid-air. Zheng San was startled as he looked at Yan Xiaolu, who suddenly appeared in front of him. God, infant realm? He stammered a little. Then he reacted and cried out for mercy. Senior, spare my life, I didn't do it on purpose, please Senior, let me off, I didn't know that she was your person, I deserve to die, Chapter 35. Next time you see the immortal master, don't call him Brother Xiaolu. Zhang San was a typical bully, immediately begging for mercy when he saw a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than him. But where would Yan Xiaolu let him go? He was not a person with a soft heart. Mercy is only for certain people. He directly took out the whoring, payment given to him by a certain elder of the Heavenly River sect. It's a powerful sword. Yan Xiaolu operated his aura to attach to the sword and swung it. Ah! Only a few miserable screams were heard. Zhang San's group were all wiped out, directly thwarted. Though a few of the people who followed him might suffer undeservedly. But if they went back to report the news, wouldn't it be adding to the trouble? Although he wasn't afraid, it wasn't a solution to always have mole crickets looking for trouble. Might as well cut it off with a sword. Then Yan Xiaolu returned to the bottom. Lu Mei was already dying, badly injured. Coco, wait for me outside the door, I'll treat your mom. Aha, thank you Brother Xiaolu. The sad Coco hurriedly wiped away her tears and watched as Yan Xiaolu picked up Lu Mei and walked towards the other side of the room where there was no damage. Brother Xiaolu, you must save my mom, I can't lose my mom. Coco gazed at the closed door of the room and clenched her fists, hoping for a miracle. Inside the house, Yan Xiaolu placed her on the bed and said, I am not a physician, there is only one way to save you. Then Yan Xiaolu leaned down low and whispered in her ear. After a while, Lu Mei nodded with her eyes closed. You're just an ordinary human, and your lifespan is only 100 years when counted full, less in fact, so I can only raise you to the Tongling realm first. The psychic realm only requires a 10-year lifespan, so you'll be able to withstand it completely. Good. Lu Mei said weakly. Seeing that her heart was beating more and more slowly, and was already coming to the end of her life, Yan Xiaolu knew that she couldn't wait, so she. Just hold on for 3 seconds and I'll be able to revive you. Yan Xiaolu said. Just as Lu Mei's life expectancy was heading toward the finish line, she heard a holdout for 3 seconds that could have saved her life. 3 seconds? Just 3 seconds of this daze. Yan Xiaolu raised her cultivation to the Tongling realm. Next moment, Lu Mei's face, who was about to go to Hades, became rosy and better with the naked eye, and although she was still very weak, she had obviously survived. Congratulations to the host, he has gained 1 year of life. The host's total life expectancy is now 501 years. An extra year? It's better than nothing. Less is more. Seeing that she had gotten better, Yan Xiaolu decided to help her out again for free in upgrading her physique to a spirit body. The host's current experience is 9720,000, pre-divine infant realm. At the end, Yan Xiaolu passed another basic cultivation technique to her. Not long after, Lu Mei had fully awakened, and the cultivation technique that Yan Xiaolu had passed on to him also appeared in his mind. This is becoming a cultivator? I can become as great as the immortal master? Lu Mei couldn't believe until now that she could actually cultivate. But the aura in her body told her that she could indeed cultivate. Yan Xiaolu left, deep in his heart. When Lu Mei opened her eyes again, the surprise was beyond words. This time it was really a blessing in disguise. Not only had his injuries been healed and he had walked from the gates of hell, but he was actually able to cultivate on his own. Where's the immortal master? Immortal master, I'm going to thank you properly once more, I don't have much of a memory just now. Lu Mei ran out and shouted excitedly. Mom, little brother 6 has left. Outside the door, Coco kept watch. Seeing that her mother had completely recovered, she was very happy and was even more grateful to Yan Xiaolu. Brother Xiaolu, I must find you when I grow up. Excited, Lu Mei looked at Coco and knelt down to pick her up. Coco, Mommy thought she'd never see you again. Mom, you're doing just fine. Aha, this is also to thank the Immortal Master for saving my life. By the way, Coco, did the Immortal Master say anything when he left? Lu Mei looked at Coco and asked expectantly. When little brother 6 left, he said that he told you to cultivate well, that there might be a chance to see you again in the future, and left this behind. At this time, Coco looked like she remembered something. After looking around and confirming that no one was there, he then pulled Lu Mei into the house and closed the door behind him. Mom, this is what little brother 6 asked me to give to you. Little brother 6 said he couldn't let anyone know. Coco whispered, carefully pulling a storage bag out of her pocket. This is a storage bag? Lu Mei said with great surprise. Although she used to be just an ordinary person, but the storage bag is really too common, she is also aware of it. As long as a little cultivation, basically half, the difference is just the size of the storage space. Big enough to hold mountains, small enough to hold only bag-sized objects. Mommy, brother 6 said to put a drop of blood on it and it will work. Coco said, she didn't understand why she had to drop blood onto this bag. Lu Mei bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. In the next moment, she felt a connection between herself and the storage bag in her hand, and when she forgot about the bag, the scene in the bag would appear in her mind. So many spirit stones. Lu Mei stared blankly at the storage bag, breathing a little sharply. This pile of spirit stones at least have. She made a rough estimate and realized she couldn't. In fact, it is indeed difficult to estimate it at a moment's notice. This storage bag was Yan Xiaoliu's loot from earlier, and he had left all the spirit stones inside here. How many exactly? He hadn't even looked closely. Mom, what's wrong with you? What did little brother 6 leave behind? Coco asked curiously when she saw Lu Mei a bit dazed. What's in there? Brother Xiaolu won't even show me. Lu Mei, who had come back to her senses, hurriedly said, Coco, next time you see the Immortal Master, don't call Xiaolu brother. What's that called? Coco asked, cocking her head in disbelief. Why don't you call little brother 6? Call uncle. Lu Mei blushed a little. Why? No reason. Okay. Coco bit her finger, wondering. I don't know why, but she agreed. Lu Mei put away her storage bag and swore, don't worry, I will definitely cultivate well, I will definitely catch up with you. Yan Xiaolu had come to the city, and what had just happened was just an experience in life for him. Yan Xiaolu slowly and leisurely strolled around the city. That being said, he had come to this world for so long. It's really the first time I've taken such a leisurely walk. Already for the sake of making a living, and in recent times for the sake of cultivation, that hasn't stopped for a moment. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is to get your mind right. He doesn't even know who he sees every day. Just as Yan Xiaolu was thinking about it. Not far down the street. A horse-drawn carriage came along at breakneck speed, seemingly out of control, and pedestrians on the road gave way. Those who often stayed in Wanhai City recognized this carriage. Spread out and get out of my lady's way. The carriage flew at breakneck speed, while such an arrogant heckle came out. Chapter 36 U. Sneak attack. Yan Xiaolu was thinking about his life and didn't care about the movement behind him. When it was too late, the carriage arrived not far behind Yan Xiaolu in the blink of an eye. Grip Brown, this kid is done. That's right, how dare you stand in the way of the little witch of Wanhai City? Don't you know whose daughter she is? I think he's done. He definitely can't walk out of Wanhai City. The pedestrians watched Yan Xiaolu not dodge and shook their heads in regret as they had already foreseen the scene of blood and flesh flying around later. Have to feel sorry for that. At this time, Yan Xiaolu also woke up from his contemplation, and then he sensed a carriage rushing towards him at breakneck speed. At a closer look, it was still a luxurious seat, and the one pulling the carriage was actually a demonic beast. Looking at the strength, there was also a cultivation level of the Tongling realm. But where is the mole cricket that dares to rampage through the streets? Yan Xiaoliu's eyes stared, not flickering. He'd like to see what the world uses to reason. Bastard, actually not allowing the road, then don't blame me, speed up and run him over. On the carriage, the woman was enraged when she saw Yan Xiaolu actually dare to block her way. When has she ever been wronged like this? Yan Xiaolu let out a cold laugh. It seems that he was still too optimistic about this world. If he were an ordinary person today, he would definitely be accounted for here. But alas, one is not, instead one is a wall hanging. Your family's adults didn't discipline you properly. Today I'll let you know the perils of society. No one will let you off the hook outside. Yan Xiaolu snorted coldly and took out his weapon. Hearing Rain Sword Skill. Yan Xiaolu had never used the spirit skill he had obtained through his cultivation with Mei Jingxian, so it was the perfect time to try out the power. As Yan Xiaolu operated his sword technique, the aura swarmed to him, and then Yan Xiaolu slashed his sword towards the carriage. Boom! The wagon was in pieces. Puff! The woman flew out backwards, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and the jade pendant in front of her chest suddenly broke in all directions. Bastard, it's lucky that I have the protective jade pendant left by my father that can block a strike from the divine infant realm, or else I'll have to explain myself here. The woman gritted her teeth and stared at Yin Xiaolu, that gaze itching to cut him into 1,000 pieces. How precious this jade pendant was. It was refined by her father with his entire body's aura, and for that reason he was weakened for 2.5 days, just so that she could roam around outside at ease. Now it's actually shattered, damn it. You who? I can't believe you're not dead? Yin Xiaolu looked at the fallen woman with some surprise. Taking a blow from me and actually not dying, it seems to have a bit of a background. Yin Xiaolu murmured. But I just don't believe that you still have the means to save your life. Yin Xiaolu said rather calmly. That look was obviously ready to be swinging a sword. The other side. City Lord's mansion. Not good, the little girl is in danger. Lu Mao noticed it the instant the jade pendant broke, and he instantly clapped his hands and stood up in a hurry. City Lord, what happened? The little daughter is in danger. Lu Mao said anxiously. How bold the City Lord's daughter dares to bully. City Lord Lu, I will go and apprehend the murderer. You guys can't beat him, I'll go myself. I'd like to see who's so blind and dares to bully me. Lu Mao was furious. In the blink of an eye he was in the air, heading towards where he had last sensed the scent. Yin Xiaolu walked to the woman's side while hearing the voices of discussion around him, which made him feel extremely bad about her. I'm walking along nicely, I'm not messing with anyone, and she's actually going to run me over, so who am I messing with? This kind of style, no doubt villain this in modern times, that is to be arrested to go to jail. So let's just let him come in and get it over with. Saying that, Yin Xiaolu raised his greatsword high and was about to slice her to death with it. What kind of rats dare to hurt my daughter? In the nick of time, a loud roar came from the sky. Lu Mao had already arrived. He quickly came to the woman's side and was about to take her away. But Yin Xiaolu couldn't let him get what he wanted so easily. One hand grabbed towards the woman. Not good, grabbing the wrong place. Yin Xiaolu exclaimed, watching the woman being rescued. All he could do was look at his palms and stare. Why are you being so indolent? How did you let it slip away? Yin Xiaolu breathlessly slapped his palm a few times. The woman stared at Yin Xiaolu full of petulant indignation, and all she could feel was fiery pain. Daughter, are you alright? Lu Mao looked at his weak daughter and was very worried. Father, you must kill him, or else I won't live, oh. Lu Jia cried loudly. She felt aggrieved that he was clearly in her way, and she was just trying to run him off. There was no intention to kill him at all, and what happened? He actually wanted to take my life. It's a heinous crime. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved, and the sound of her crying became louder, and this crying was really a tearful and saddening sound. However, Yin Xiaolu was not moved at all. A woman who was so sketchy was not worthy of sympathy at all. He just kept staring at the middle-aged man across from him. Both of them didn't act rashly. Through the contact they just had, they both knew that their own strength was quite close to the others. Unauthorized action could lead to a dangerous situation for himself, so Lu Mao was cautious. Yin Xiaolu was indifferent. He looked at Lu Mao and said disdainfully, afraid of hair, come on, fight? Lu Mao frowned, very unhappy, and said, I don't know how my daughter has offended you, why don't you look at my face and make a clean breast of it? In the short exchange of hands just now, he already knew that he didn't have full certainty of victory when the two really fought. Once we lose, our little daughter will be in danger. Father, how can we get away with it? What about the grievances my daughter has suffered? Must kill him ah. Lu Jia on the side quit. At this time, when he heard that his own father was actually planning to make a clean breast of it, he was greatly dissatisfied. Jia Jia, be obedient. Lu Mao looked at Lu Jia with some hatred. You don't know what you're doing. Can't you see what's going on? When you're sure you can beat them, which time didn't Dad help you? It's obviously just not a good time to do it. No, father, why don't you help your daughter? I'm your only little daughter. Jia Jia was disgruntled, rather like she was going to cry and hang herself if she didn't agree. Lu Mao at the moment she doubted whether it was his own biological, how his own IQ she is not inherited at all. He looked at Yin Xiaolu and shielded Lu Jia behind him. I wonder what you think. Lu Mao stopped Lu Jia, who wanted to speak, and just stared at Yin Xiaolu seriously. Your daughter is the one who wants to kill me, so what am I supposed to do? Yin Xiaolu drew out his longsword unhurriedly. Taking his sleeve, he carefully wiped the blade of his sword. Suddenly. Listen to the rain sword technique. Yin Xiaolu lightly drank. A sword was swung towards Lu Mao. Although Lu Mao had been on guard against Yin Xiaolu, he could only passively defend in his haste. Put. Lu Mao spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering from a considerable internal injury. You. Sneak attack. Lu Mao pointed at Yan Xiaolu and was too careless to flash. Dad. Now Lu Jia was dumbfounded as well. Father, who usually had few enemies, was now actually injured. Chapter 37, which is the wife of City Lord Lu. At this point, Lu Jia suddenly dropped to her knees as soon as she did. Mouth exclaimed, Senior, spare my life. My daughter has an old mother on top and a newborn brother underneath. I beg Senior to spare my life. Seeing that her invincible father was injured, she wasn't stupid and hurriedly begged for mercy. Just underneath the bowed head and pleading gaze hid a ferocious gaze that just no one saw. When Yan Xiaolu heard this, the corners of his mouth could hardly contain themselves. Why is that so familiar? It's as if I've heard it some years ago. What do I see? The little witch is actually kneeling. Beam slide. Too fast, I haven't even gotten over it yet. Why is she on her knees? That's just it, I'd like to see an intense fight. That said, this is a disgrace for the city lord. I didn't expect his son's daughter to be so indisputable. Yes, seeing his father injured, he immediately knelt down. If it were me, then I would have to be pissed off to death here. Listening to the surrounding voice of discussion, Lu Mao somewhat ashamed to cover his face. Daughter, you kneel, father's old face are all lost by you. Senior, spare me and my father. Lu Jia knelt and walked over, hugging Yan Xiaolu's thighs and begging to be spared. Spare? If I wasn't strong, you would have spared me? Yan Xiaolu coldly snorted. It's simply not believable that people can kneel so quickly. Behind Yan Xiaolu's back, Lu Jia suddenly took out a dagger. Die you. Viciously, she stabbed towards Yan Xiaolu's back. Yan Xiaolu sensed the killing intent and his gaze froze. Really insidious. I said how to kneel so quickly, so it is waiting here. This senior is in danger. Senior is really careless. It's still dangerous to be unprepared. Jia, don't. Lu Mao shouted, a little exasperated. Confused, you're so confused. How can you hurt him if he's not on the same level? What a way to find death. If you were sincerely begging for forgiveness, maybe I'd even let you go, but since that's the case, don't blame me. Yan Xiaolu operated his aura to his entire body while raising the sword in his hand and swinging it down. Lu Jia only felt that she had stabbed a hard boulder, and no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't get it in. Then, she was feeling a spinning of the sky and her head flew up. Ha! Why is my head gone? Just as the thought rose, Lu Jia lost consciousness. She was directly beheaded by Yan Xiaolu. Jia! Lu Mao cried out in grief. You take a life. He stormed up towards Yan Xiaolu, already fighting for his life. Facing the frenzied Lu Mao, for a moment Yan Xiaolu lost ground. City Lord Lu has gone berserk. This little brother is in danger. Not necessarily, this little brother is still calm, so he might have some tricks up his sleeve. The onlookers are talking. This is a wonderful play today. The daughter of the city lord was actually killed, or the body was separated. This is a big event. How many years has not happened such a big thing? I'm going to kill you. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, Lu Mao roared. Suddenly, there was a wild surge of aura, which unexpectedly surged towards Lu Mao's body. It's a sign of a breakthrough. Lu Mao also looked happy. Did not expect the long-lost realm under grief actually loosened. Directly breaking through to the middle stage of the divine infant realm. Now I won't be unable to defeat you, right? Son of Qi Luck? Yan Xiaolu was a bit surprised as he lost ground. Damn, isn't a breakthrough on the verge of a battle a privilege only for the protagonist? How did he manage to break through? Who the hell is the main character? I have a system, how come I have so much trouble breaking through? Since Yan Xiaolu didn't have a physique, and his cultivation was all dependent on the dual cultivation system, Yan Xiaolu was completely unable to beat this breakthrough by Lu Mao. Nuts, I didn't expect that Yan Xiaolu, with a system and many months of arduous cultivation, I didn't expect that I still can't beat others. It seems that the cultivation isn't hard enough. Yan Xiaolu muttered. He planned to run away. Lu Mao also sensed his intentions and immediately shouted, killing my daughter and then trying to run away, how can it be that simple? The thief rests. After the breakthrough, Lu Mao's confidence was greatly increased. It's no longer possible for you to defeat me. I will make you pay for my daughter's life. Lu Mao said angrily, swinging his sword a few points faster. At this time, he was in full swing. It was also getting closer to Yan Xiaolu. Looking at the close proximity, Lu Mao was ready for a sure shot. You wait, you won't regret it. Yan Xiaolu glanced back at him and let out a vicious statement, I'll be back again. There was also a merit law to increase flight speed inside the reward given by a certain elder last time, or else I would have to die once again today. Now that he could run, it was better not to die or not to die. After all, the suffocating feeling of death was still very scary. Yan Xiaolu operated his spirit technique, and his speed was indeed much faster. Lu Mao, who had been aiming and preparing to release his skills, watched as Yan Xiaolu moved further and further away from him. He was about to die of anger. He was angry that his daughter's killer had just slipped away under his nose and he couldn't do anything about it. Ah! Lu Mao roared, having nowhere to vent. He, can't catch up with me, can you? Yan Xiaolu sensed that Lu Mao's aura was far away from him, so he turned his head to mock madly. Come on and catch me, and I'll let you heave. Little thief, you shall not die. Lu Mao was furious and his face turned red. But there was nothing to be done. He couldn't catch up. Soon Yan Xiaolu disappeared. Lu Mao could only stop unwillingly and returned to the city in grief to collect his daughter's body. Yan Xiaolu flew around the outside of the city before this returned to the city. Fortunately, Wanghai City was relatively large, and for a while this news could not be spread in the city. Yan Xiaolu just walked on the other side of town, no one even recognizing him. This also makes it easier for him to act. A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late, Yan Xiaolu that can't wait a day. He came to a tea house with the intention of asking for information. Tea houses are undoubtedly the best places and the most well-informed. After all, tea houses are also essential places to exchange experiences nowadays. Often I hear my co-workers talking about where there is new tea, and I can't understand them at all. Couldn't understand it, but was greatly impressed. After all, another new lesson learned. Guest, above please. Under the polite hospitality of the store assistant, Yan Xiaolu came to the second floor. Xiaoer, I'll cover all the spending in the tea house today. Yan Xiaolu looked around, taking a look at the store's prices in the meantime. Next, Yan Xiaolu pulled out 100 extreme spirit stones. These should be enough. Cowhide, bro, atmosphere. Thanks to my brother today, I wonder if we can add anything else. Feel free. Then, Yan Xiaolu took out another 100 extreme spirit stones and handed it to the store assistant, and said boldly, today, brothers have a happy meal. All I have covered, Xiaolu, not enough in looking for me to take. Okay, sir, please wait. The store assistant joyfully received the spirit stone, this master atmosphere. Ah. Brother, we were just joking, you're too polite. In that case, we're not polite either. I think you must have something to ask. At this time, the person who said that he added something earlier spoke again. We will know everything. Yes, brother is so atmospheric, we must know everything. Yeah, just ask anything a brother wants to know. Good, then I'll ask. Yan Xiaolu nodded, worthy of being mixed up in a tea house, he understood it all. So he did not hesitate any longer and asked, I wonder if you brothers know which are the wives of City Lord Lu? How are the relationships? Chapter 38, I want it all. As Yan Xiaolu asked a question, the scene suddenly fell silent. They all looked at Yan Xiaolu with different eyes. The eyes seemed to say, brother, this idea of yours is nice. But it's dangerous, too. What kind of eyes do you guys have? Yan Xiaolu sat up straight and said seriously, can one or two of you not be so nasty in your thoughts? I was just being friendly and helping her out a bit. Yeah, friendly. Help. That's right, very friendly help. Brother is truly a man of nature, little brother admires. The other man arched his hand and bowed, looking at Yan Xiaolu with admiration. By the way, I don't know the brother's honorable name. Yan Xiaolu. Sixth brother. First things first. Sixth brother, I think you can try the third madam, she's the #1 beauty of Wanghai City. It said that her relationship with City Lord Lu was not good in the first place, and it was just a marriage between forces in the first place. I guess it's all to each his own now, and the third mistress might have needed to be taken care of a long time ago, haha. Well, elaborate. It is said that our city lord has tried to get it several times without success, and the third lady has been forced to die every time, so City Lord Lu is not in a position to push too hard. After all, the forces behind her are not weak. This way, Yan Xiaolu nodded. Moreover, the third mistress is now at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and her cultivation has been stagnant for several years. Hearing this, Yan Xiaolu instantly had an idea in mind. Unsurprisingly. Then there should be no accidents. Finally, Yan Xiaolu left the tea house satisfied that he had already spied the news. And with complete certainty. You'll get your revenge later. Yan Xiaolu rolled over to the city lord's mansion, avoiding the guards and smoothly entering the mansion. It had to be said that this city lord's mansion was quite large, but Yan Xiaolu smoothly found the place. The tea house was worthy of being a good place to ask for information, and they actually knew even the exact address? That's some intelligence work. Walking along the corridor, from afar Yan Xiaolu saw a gorgeous woman sitting in a pavilion. I really feel sorry for you with your delicate hands and white skin. Yan Xiaolu threw out a concealment formation, shrouding this place. It was better not to let anyone disturb before the matter was completed. Then he traveled through the air and appeared directly above the third lady. Who? The third madam was also a cultivator of the spirit transformation realm anyways, plus Yan Xiaolu didn't deliberately hide his figure, so the third madam naturally spotted him as well. Meeting me is a chance for you, Yan Xiaolu said indifferently, then directly flew down and landed next to her. The third lady didn't believe it. Could there be someone here with a higher level of cultivation than City Lord Lu? Since there is no higher than him, what is the point of talking about chance? Seeing that the third lady did not reply, Yan Xiaolu continued, I can help you enter the divine infant realm. The third lady blankly glanced at him. She herself had already been in the spirit transformation realm for several years. How easy was it to break through? Therefore she didn't believe it. Madam, don't be disbelieving, I am an elder of the Heavenly River sect. Elder of the Heavenly River sect? How do you prove it? The third lady's eyes stared, but she remembered something that had recently circulated out. It was said that the Heavenly River sect had come with a high-ranking person with the name of Yen, who was able to enhance their physique, and many people had broken through after their physique had been enhanced. Is it him? As the closest city to the Heavenly River sect, Wanghai City also had many disciples of the Heavenly River sect in the city, so it wasn't strange for her to know about these things. What's your last name? Yan Xiaolu. Surname Yen, could it really be him? Do you have an elder token? Naturally. Yan Xiaolu took out his token as an elder. This time the third lady believed, just heard that the method of improving the physique is a bit special. She looked rather unnatural at the thought. But wasn't she not strong enough to disobey her family's orders and was forced to marry City Lord Lu? If I break through to the divine infant realm, then who would dare to say I'm not? Are you really able to raise me to the divine infant realm? Naturally. Seeing that she was already moved, Yan Xiaolu was relieved. Sure enough, in this world where strength was honored, no one could resist the temptation to improve their strength. I'll give you two options here. I can upgrade your physique to a yellow spirit body, and you'll have a chance to break through directly to the divine infant realm, but of course, this is going to cost an extreme spirit stone. Another option is that I can directly raise your cultivation to the divine infant realm or the divine Xian realm, but of course, this will require the cost of a lifespan. Yan Xiaolu had projected that through his ability, he could allow anyone to directly break through to the divine Xian realm, and down the line, his lifespan might not be enough. There is no solution yet. Enhancing the physique, this is good, one enhancement, lifelong benefit but directly enhancing the realm, I also wanted to, divine Xian, I want to break through to divine Xian. She was slightly embarrassed at the thought. Had she been too greedy? She had completely forgotten about the fact that raising her cultivation consumed her lifespan. Well, selective forgetting. What should we do? All of them wanted so badly. Third lady quietly glanced at Yan Xiaolu, not knowing how to speak. I understand. Yan Xiaolu stopped her from speaking. Looking at her expression, it was clear that her cultivation was going to be upgraded, and so was her physique. Then let's help you raise to the yellow spirit body first, and then we'll see what happens. Good. You know the process, right? Yan Xiaolu asked. Not really. She'd only heard about it, she didn't really know what it was. Alright then, first step, pay the money, give the spirit stones. Third lady. To not be so direct, the third lady lowered her head and rummaged around in her storage bag, turning over all her savings. I only have 20,000 extreme spirit stones, I don't know if that's enough. Because she was forced to marry City Lord Lu, she wasn't very well received and naturally didn't have much in the way of savings. Naturally not enough. The third mistress of sensitive lips, suddenly she hugged Yan Xiaolu and whispered in Yan Xiaolu's ear, I'm still. Really? True. The third lady affirmed. Since that's the case, then I won't charge you for the spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu laughed. This time, he was originally prepared to take revenge on City Lord Lu. Even if there were no spirit stones, Yan Xiaolu would naturally do it. Coupled with the fact that the third lady is a woman he has seen in the appearance of the body can be ranked in the top 5, so it seems not to charge the spirit stone, it is also possible. However, I have a condition. Later on, you have your maid go and call City Lord Lu over. This. The third mistress was a bit hesitant. How does this look wrong? You'll be a cultivator of the divine Xian realm later on, so what's the point of being afraid of him? Also, hearing Yan Xiaolu say so, in an instant, she made her decision. When I'm at the divine Xian realm, no one within the family, as well as the Lu family, will be my opponent, and I'll be free in the future. Okay, I promise, let's get started. You stay here and stand by, there's something I need to ask you to do later. Yes, ma'am. Not far away, a maid answered. Chapter 39, Revenge Never Sleeps. Third madam brought Yan Xiaolu inside her boudoir. What do I do now? Lie back and you don't have to worry about anything else. Good. Since they had all made up their minds, the third mistress was naturally not a squirming woman and did not object. With that, Yan Xiaolu was ready to get down to business. Consume 50,000 extreme spirit stones to gather 5 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 5 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade to a yellow spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 5 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a yellow spirit body, gaining 100 experience points. The host's current experience is 197,20,000, pre-Divine Infant Realm. Hey, it's still too slow, only 100 experience points. Should I send it to the Xian spirit body? Anyway, he has a lot of extreme spirit stones now. It seems like they have to think of a way to make them actively collect spirit stones to come to themselves, or else this cultivation enhancement will be too slow. I've elevated to a yellow spirit body? The third mistress was a bit incredulous that there really was such a miraculous thing. Only if you have seen and felt it with your own eyes can you know the wonders of it. Exactly. Great, I can already feel that the speed of cultivation has accelerated. She had already closed her eyes and run her cultivation technique, affectionately feeling that the speed of absorbing aura was much faster. Only, there was still no sign of a breakthrough. Elder, you can raise my cultivation for me. The third lady said expectantly. You and calm your mind and body. Yan Xiaolu nodded, already starting. You're currently at the spirit transformation realm, so I'll first consume 100 years of your lifespan to raise you to the divine infant realm. Yan Xiaolu said. As soon as the words left her mouth, the third lady only felt a suction force coming from her, and it felt like something was being sucked away from her. Yan Xiaolu absorbed 100 years of her lifespan, then transformed it before passing it back. In the next moment, a raging aura came from the third lady's body, a sign that her cultivation was about to break through. Ah, felt it, I felt the power of the divine infant realm. She couldn't help but smile. It's been a couple of years. Do you guys know how she's been doing these past few years? Now it's finally broken through. The next moment, the system's voice also came. The host has successfully raised the other party's cultivation to the divine infant realm, gaining 10 years of life. The host currently has a total life expectancy of 511 years. Keep going on and on, Elder, let's break through to the divine Xian realm in one go. The third lady couldn't wait. Especially after sensing the power of the divine infant realm within her, she already wanted even more power. Inform your maid to call City Lord Lu here in half an hour. Yan Xiaolu said. Xiaoyi, call the city lord here in half an hour, just tell him that I'm being bullied and ask him to come and save me. The third mistress commanded towards the door. Yes ma'am. Then Yan Xiaolu did as he had done and sucked away 200 years of her lifespan, then transformed it into cultivation and spat it out to her. In an instant, she just felt like she was going to explode as her aura ran wild. Yan Xiaolu didn't stop transmitting his aura, and he had already sensed someone coming this way. I've broken through, ah, it's too wonderful. The third lady was ecstatic. Outside the door, Lu Mao had just arrived when he heard a scream, and the word too wonderful, and got a bad feeling. Lu Mao yelled, kicking the door open with all his might. He met Yan Xiaolu, who was buttoning up his buttons, and the third mistress was also finishing up in a flash. You guys. Lu Mao was panting heavily at great speed, obviously infuriated. How can he not imagine, he just went out to fight, actually stolen home, damn, really damn aw. It's you. I killed you. When Lu Mao saw this Yan Xiaolu who had killed his daughter, he was furious and rushed over, wanting to kill him. He was on the verge of losing his mind, and no one who saw this scene could remain sane. If anyone can still keep their sanity, then I would like to call him a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Third lady, he's all yours. Yan Xiaolu looked at the charging Lu Mao with a calm face, sneering in his heart. You tried to kill me a couple hours ago? Then I'll let you feel the heartache before you get killed. Ma'am, get out of the way and let me kill him. Lu Mao yelled, feeling his heart twitch. It hurts too much. No, you can't kill him. The third madam was resolute, having just helped her so much, how could she possibly let Yan Xiaolu be harmed? She still wanted to continue to improve her cultivation. Lady, if you don't let go, don't blame me for doing it. Lu Mao is simply about to be pissed off, although they don't have the reality of husband and wife, but how to say it is also his own lady, now actually blocking himself to kill his enemy, and just now also. It was more than he could take. Yan Xiaolu, on the other hand, looked at Lu Mao with a villainous look on his face. Suffer death. Lu Mao shouted, already taking out his weapon, clearly unable to control himself. The third lady naturally wouldn't let him get close, and just punched away. Ah! In the next moment, Lu Mao actually flew backwards. She looked at her fist in disbelief. Was this the power of the divine Xian realm? Since she had just made a breakthrough, she was not yet able to master her power skillfully, so in her haste, her force was full, and with just one punch, Lu Mao was already dying. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed, humph. Yan Xiaolu walked to the fallen Lu Mao at the right time and drew his sword. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. At this moment, Lu Mao was extremely seriously injured and wanted to resist, but he couldn't lift a single ounce of strength. He looked to the third lady in desperation, hoping she would miss a shred of affection, but the third lady did not look at him. Lu Mao was completely desperate and regretful. If he had a chance to start over again, he would never go against Yan Xiaolu. Now he could only watch as the sword in Yan Xiaolu's hand swung towards him. In the next moment, Lu Mao completely closed his eyes. Easy. Yan Xiaolu snorted in triumph and turned her head to look at the third lady. I'm leaving, see you again sometime. Since things have been done, there is no point in staying here. What should be obtained has been obtained, there is nothing worth staying here. Elder, I can't let you go. The third lady said hurriedly. She wanted to stay for a while, and her physique still wanted to continue to improve. If you want to see me, prepare extreme spirit stones and come to the Heavenly River sect to find me. I can still help you improve your physique. Yan Xiaolu said, throwing her a list of spirit stones needed to enhance her physique before disappearing into the sky. Spirit stones? Don't worry, when I gather enough spirit stones, I will come to you. The third lady murmured as she looked at the list. Yan Xiaolu, who had taken revenge, only felt refreshed and comfortable everywhere. Now he was ready to return to the Heavenly River sect. When he passed by Lu Mei's house, he suddenly stopped. Just because. Chapter 40. Lu Mei and her daughter, Coco, the two of them sat quietly in the courtyard as the sun set, dragging their shadows long. Mom, do you think we'll ever see brother? Uncle? Mom doesn't know, I hope I'll see you again. Lu Mei patted Coco's back and comforted her. She actually knew that a goodbye was basically impossible. She was just an ordinary woman, while the other party was a divine immortal. How could she have the luxury of wanting to stay by his side? As long as she could look at him from afar, she would burn high incense. If Yan Xiaolu knew what she was thinking, then she would definitely have to sigh at the power of the system. Just practicing it once is enough to imprint yourself deep inside the other person. Yan Xiaolu just stopped and watched for a while before planning to leave. At this time, Yan Xiaolu noticed a line of two people sneaking towards the courtyard where Lu Mei lived. Boss, I'm not lying to you, I saw a strong person of the divine infant realm staying at her house today. There must be treasures left inside. If I find out you lied to me, you're dead. Don't worry, boss, I'm definitely not lying to you, I saw it all with my own eyes. Listening to their conversation, Yan Xiaolu was a bit puzzled, remembering that there was no one around at that time. It looks like we'll have to make the probing range a little bigger in the future, before we leave it in vain. Wouldn't this have been a disaster for the two of them if they hadn't passed through here? Although Yan Xiaolu did not have deep feelings for her, after all, the time they had known each other was also short, and feelings did not arise so easily. But how to say that there was also an exchange of people? Yan Xiaolu also hoped that she could live her life in peace. Moreover, those two people were also cultivators, and Lu Mei didn't have much combat experience, so that fight would probably be one-sided. Boss, I don't see anyone around, just the two of them. Good chance, looks like we're just in time. Up. With that, the two rushed into the yard. Faced with the sudden arrival of the two, Lu Mei panicked and hugged Coco tightly. What do you want? Lu Mei asked nervously. Coco, on the other hand, lay calmly in Lu Mei's arms. Brother, be sure to come and save us, she prayed quietly. If you're sensible, hand over anything of value on your person. We don't have anything of value. Lu Mei said nervously. Don't try to fool us, I know you've had a strong man come here, he must have left something for you. How do they know? Hearing this, Lu Mei was nervous in her heart. They actually know. What should I do? I can definitely beat them. Lu Mei summoned up the courage to fight and put Coco down. Coco, be good, you wait for mom for a while. Good. Coco said back nicely, knowing that she couldn't give her mom any trouble right now. Except she was nervous now too. Both intruders were armed and menacing and not good people. Seeing Lu Mei trying to fight them, the two sneered. Don't think for yourself. Lu Mei ran her still unfamiliar gongfu and attached her spiritual energy to herself, finding a weapon in a corner of her storage bag. The three men exchanged blows. With just a single glance, Lu Mei was losing ground. Lu Mei is the one who lacks combat experience. I'll save you in a life and death situation. In the air, Yan Xiaolu did not rush down. Looking at Lu Mei spitting out blood, her body was all wounded, and the slightest trace of blood seeped out of her clothes. Mom! Coco couldn't help but cry as she looked at Lu Mei, who had injuries on her body. I want to cultivate, I must become stronger, I want to protect my mom. Coco had a firm belief in her heart, even though I don't have a spiritual body, there will always be a way later. The sky's the limit. I can do it. Bring it to you. In the midst of the battle, the man found an opportunity to snatch Lu Mei's storage bag away. Give me back the storage bag. Lu Mei was shocked. This is something he left me, I can't lose it. Give it back to you? Idiot, boss, let's kill her in case that strong man comes back, we'll definitely be in trouble. Then what do you need to say? Put out your full strength, the item is in hand, kill her and we'll leave quickly. The boss drank. Seeing that Lu Mei definitely could not withstand this all-out strike, Yan Xiaolu also stopped watching the show and with a flash, appeared in front of Lu Mei. Immortal Master. Uncle. In a moment of despair, looking at Yan Xiaolu who suddenly appeared, Lu Mei and Coco were both thrilled. The Immortal Master is here. We are saved. Lu Mei hurriedly came to Yan Xiaolu's side, and Coco also ran over, hugging Yan Xiaolu's pants leg tightly. Let me finish them off first. Yan Xiaolu said indifferently. Turning around and looking at the two men holding weapons, Yan Xiaolu smiled contemptuously. Boss, that's him, that's the guy I saw the other day, let's run. Run? If it's really him we can run away? The boss had some regrets in his heart, he should never have gotten greedy. This one was at least a powerful person of the divine infant realm, it was over. Senior, 1,000 mistakes are all our fault, please spare us. The boss changed his face at once, smilingly handing back the storage bag in his hand. This girl, I was just joking with you, don't take it to heart. Lu Mei hurriedly took the storage bag back herself, her heart was relieved, and she looked at Yan Xiaolu's solid back in front of her with a sense of security. It's impossible to let you go, you rob what the Immortal Master left me. Lu Mei muttered in a small voice. Senior, honorable lady, can you spare me? This boss was a spirit transformation realm cultivator anyways, so naturally he heard Lu Mei's muttering and his legs just shook in fear. Elder, I didn't know she was your wife, spare me. The boss poofed down and knelt in front of Lu Mei. Lu Mei blushed, somewhat at a loss for words. She stole a glance at Yan Xiaolu. Seeing that he did not object, her heart was suddenly as sweet as honey. The Immortalist didn't object, yeah. Begging for mercy? Too late. Yan Xiaolu snorted coldly, he was not a person with a soft heart. Even if there is a stunning beauty standing in front of me, as long as she messes with me, it will be a sword kill. Honorable lady, spare me, I have an old man on top and a 1-year-old doll underneath. This time I mainly want to take some life-saving money to cure my doll. Spare me. Seeing that Yan Xiaolu was not prepared to spare him, the boss directly kowtowed towards Lu Mei. Lu Mei was swept away by this sound of madam, and her heart actually loosened a bit to want to let him go. Yan Xiaolu didn't rush to make a move, he wanted to see if Lu Mei would loosen up. It's not a good idea to be a woman. If she intended to let him off just like that, then Yan Xiaolu would immediately turn her head and leave. Lu Mei only hesitated for a short while, plus the pain from the wounds on her body was also telling her that the person in front of her was the one who came to rob her just now, and ended up saying that he wanted to kill her. How can one have a soft heart? This time it's because the Immortal Master happened to be there. If he hadn't been, I might have died. Immortal Master, they cannot be spared. Lu Mei nodded firmly. The children are teachable. Yan Xiaolu nodded. With a move of his hand, he fixed the two in place before handing Lu Mei the sword he was holding. Kill them. Chapter 41. Let's do this, then that, and finally this. The two only felt cold and unable to move. Especially when he heard about killing them, he was scared to death, his eyes rolled around and around, wanting to speak, but he couldn't say anything. Lu Mei mumbled as she took the weapon handed by Yan Xiaolu. Killing someone, this was her first time. But the thought that she was about to be killed just now, as well as what would happen to Coco if she died, made her murderous intent grow stronger at the thought. Do it! Yan Xiaolu raised an eyebrow, signaling that she could do it. Lu Mei tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, and under the gaze of two pairs of horrified eyes, she violently swung her sword. The two men fell to the ground and slept for the rest of their lives. Alright, I'm leaving. If you want to find me you can go to the Heavenly River sect. Yan Xiaolu said, preparing to leave. At this time, Lu Mei suddenly pulled on Yan Xiaolu's palm and said incoherently, I didn't before. Feel, can you let me feel it once more? Yan Xiaolu looked at her strangely. But it was nothing important anyway, so Yan Xiaolu satisfied her. By the way, I helped her boost her spiritual body and gained 100 experience points. The host's current experience is 297,20,000, pre-divine infant realm. Uncle, will I ever see you again? Coco asked. Naturally, I'm right here in the Heavenly River sect. By the way, my name is Yan Xiaolu. If you guys want to look for me, you are sure to be able to find me. Yan Xiaolu said. The Heavenly River sect itself probably wouldn't be able to stay for long, but Yan Xiaolu's name would definitely be known no matter where he was. After all, to enhance one's physique and raise one's cultivation level was not something an ordinary person could do, and no matter where one was, the people who would be looking for them in the future were expected to be in great numbers. After that, Yan Xiaolu left under the unwilling gazes of Lu Mei and Coco. Lu Mei stopped at the sunset for a long time until the sun had set and she withdrew her gaze. Yan Xiaolu sped along, and when it was dark, he finally returned to the Heavenly River sect. Just after returning to Tianquan Peak, he met Gao Lingling, who was looking at the eagerly awaited 6th Master. The Patriarch and the elders are looking for you. Looking for me for what? It should be for that matter. Sovereign told you to find her when you return. Gao Lingling blushed. After following Yan Xiaolu for so many days, she naturally knew what the Patriarch and the girls were looking for Master 6 for. There doesn't seem to be anything else going on besides that. It's been an eye-opening experience for her these past few days, how all these people are rushing up to. They also all came over with spirit stones, and although they knew the reason for this, it was somewhat unbelievable. Alright, I'll go find the Patriarch. Yan Xiaolu nodded. It's back, and it looks like it's about to get down to business. Sigh sigh. Yan Xiaolu sped along and arrived at the main peak where the Patriarch was located. The Patriarch and several elders were all talking in the middle of the Great Hall. Do you guys think Yan Xiaolu could have any more abilities that we don't know about? Definitely. I think so. He's too mysterious. Make sure you squeeze out all his secrets later. That's right, maybe our clan will be able to take off soon. Later on, we'll do this, then that, and then finally this, and we'll be sure to lasso out all of his secrets. Okay, let's do this. Outside the hall, Yan Xiaolu was filled with black lines, listening to their plan. Somewhat speechless, he had been prepared to tell the whole story. However, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let them put their plans into motion first. Yan Xiaolu quietly backed up, then made some noise and acted as if he had just arrived. What are you looking for me for? Yan Xiaolu's voice came out from afar. The hall fell silent. I think he just arrived? By the look of him, it must be. That's good. If he finds out what we're planning, will there be any more to live for? Is there a difference between knowing and not knowing? The 9th elder sweated. All elders listened to the order, act according to the plan. Seeing that the rightful owner had already come to the door, the Patriarch no longer thought too much about it and immediately instructed the crowd of elders to act according to the plan. Hey, what do you guys want? Yan Xiaolu was shocked and waved his hand to back away in a hurry. It was as if the look was as if he had encountered something very terrible. Then, they saw the Patriarch as well as a few elders frame Yan Xiaolu back into the main hall, and then set up a formation to prevent any interruptions. Hey, wait, don't panic, don't pull my clothes. Yan Xiaolu panicked, as if he was a weak man about to be bullied. That's just it, just watch you guys perform. Yan Xiaolu realized that he couldn't break free. After all, they were all already cultivators of the divine Xian realm, so he simply closed his eyes and let himself be disposed of. Only after a long time did Yan Xiaolu come back to his senses, wiping the sweat that had inexplicably appeared on his face, somewhat speechless. You guys are done as well, it's time to talk about our payment, right? Yan Xiaolu said. What? You still want payment? The 7th elder said unconvincingly. You didn't do anything, we did everything, and you want to be paid for it. But then he thought that this time he was going to explore his secrets and said no more. Yan Xiaolu was satisfied with collecting a number of extremely high-grade spirit stones before he was satisfied and opened his mouth. Speak. What do you guys want to know? They were relieved to see Yan Xiaolu take the initiative to mention it. After spending so much effort, wasn't it because they wanted to know his secret? What else can you do besides improving your physique? Sovereign asked. It can also enhance spiritual skill sense, and it can also enhance cultivation. That's all for now. Yan Xiaolu said. Temporarily? That means there are other abilities later? Exactly. Then quickly help us raise our cultivation. The sovereign said. Raising your cultivation needs to consume your lifespan. Right now you guys are at the divine Xian realm. Raising to the returning to one realm requires 600 years of lifespan. You guys are all less than 400 years old, right? Yan Xiaolu asked. None of them have had their cultivation raised by themselves yet, and their lifespans have not been depleted yet, so as long as they are less than 400 years old, they can have their cultivation raised once. If it's over 400 years old, then there's nothing you can do. After all, boosting your cultivation is going to require you to suck up their lifespan first before you can spit back your cultivation. So the lifespan must be sufficient, or they will perish the moment they draw their own lifespan. We'll have to think about it. After all, hundreds of years had passed, and they probably didn't remember much of their exact birth years themselves. Give us a minute, we'll go back and look through the records. Alright, I'll wait for you guys here, go and come back quickly. Yan Xiaolu said. This is not to be taken lightly, one slip could be the loss of a life. Good. Then, everyone dispersed and all returned to their mountain peaks, looking for the proofs that recorded the time of their birth. Even though everyone has a vague memory, this can't be sloppy, it's about your longevity. Chapter 42, Opportunity. Here it is. Soon they returned with happy faces. They are so anxious to know whether Yan Xiaolu has any other ability is also to explore the Yulan mountain range has a little movement, although I do not know the intention, but I think it is not a good thing. So any extra boost in strength at this time would be great. Ha, I'm only 322.5, no problem at all. I'm younger than you, hey, I'm only 301. I'm 360 years old. I'm 390. You're all old, I'm the youngest, I'm only 280 years old, haha. Ninth Elder Xiaolan laughed proudly. Beat her, actually calling us old. The patriarch narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaolan, with eyes that wanted to finish her off with a knife. Age is a woman's biggest secret, and now they're actually mocking them for being old? How can this not cause public outrage? Don't, I was wrong, I was joking. Xiaolan saw that several elders had come over to surround her with their fists. She was a bit flustered, and was no longer her usual calmness. It's already too late, beat her. Bang, bang, bang. There was a lot of pestering and writhing until Xiaolan begged for mercy and the crowd died down. Next up is the main event. Raising the cultivation level, although it needs to consume 600 years of life, but once raised to the returning to one realm, there will be 2000 years of life. Consider that after consuming, there is still 1000 years of life left, so when you do the math, that's actually not a loss. The first to start was naturally the Heavenly River sect patriarch. The host sucks up the other party's 600 years of life and successfully raises the other party's cultivation to the realm of returning to one, gaining 60 years of life. The host currently has a total life expectancy of 571 years. It's my turn. Yan Xiaolu had just returned to spitting out his cultivation to the patriarch when he was pulled away by the second elder. For a moment, the patriarch's heart was a little afflicted, always feeling empty in his heart, as if he had lost something. But again, I don't know exactly what was lost. Then, she felt that she had broken through. Her cultivation came to the returning to one realm. Everything was so smooth, without the slightest bottleneck. The next moment, the sky clouded over. Thunder tribulation actually attracted a thunder tribulation. It's been how many years since there's been a thunderbolt? The Heavenly River sect patriarch hurriedly exited the Great Hall and prepared to cross the lightning tribulation. Then, Yan Xiaolu continued to raise the cultivation level of his other people. The host absorbs the other party's 600 years of life and successfully raises the other party's cultivation to the realm of returning to one, gaining 60 years of life. The host currently has a total life expectancy of 631 years. The host absorbs the other party's 600 years of life and successfully raises the other party's cultivation to the realm of returning to one, gaining 60 years of life. The host currently has a total life expectancy of 931 years. Soon, the cultivation of the sect master plus the 6 elders was raised to the return to one realm by Yan Xiaolu. For a while, the entire range of the Heavenly River sect was covered in dark clouds, with the sound of thunder coming from time to time. In the middle of the Yulan mountain range, a female demon king raised her head and looked in the direction of the Dewu kingdom, her gaze somewhat shocked. What's the situation? Someone is crossing the threshold. Quick, speed up the intelligence infiltration, I want to know what's going on. The Banshee king was somewhat unsettled. 7 thunder tribulations actually appeared in one day's time. If they were all successfully crossed, that would be the appearance of 7 return to one realm cultivators. This was not normal, this was definitely not normal. If the number of transitions is making a breakthrough, our Yulan mountain range might be in danger. The Demoness king murmured. Definitely not letting the humans continue to break through. The strongest of the returned realm must never surpass us. Men, gather the generals back, I have important matters to discuss. Subordinate obeyed. Dewu Kingdom. The King's Palace. At the highest point of the Great Hall sat the highest authority of the Dewu Kingdom. Your Majesty, a lightning tribulation has appeared in the Heavenly River sect, and it's suspected that 7 return to one realm powerhouses have appeared. Go check, what's the situation? Never right, it's impossible for 7 return to one realm to appear in one day. This is definitely not normal. Quickly go check what's going on. Your Majesty, I'll get right on it. Yan Xiaolu and the others didn't know in the slightest what kind of waves had been created outside due to their cultivation breakthrough. I'm leaving, you guys clean up. At this moment, Yan Xiaolu stood up and prepared to leave. 6-6, wait, I still want to raise my spirit technique sense. The sound of 6-6 gave Yan Xiaolu goosebumps all over his body, it was too fleshy. Speak properly. Well, we still want to raise our spirit skill sense, let's raise it together this time. The sovereign licked her lips and said with some unfulfilled intentions. The thrill of this cultivation enhancement made her linger. You all want to? Yan Xiaolu gazed around the room and realized that they were all gazing at him with eager eyes. Aha! Alright, I'll lay down my life today. Yan Xiaolu continued, charged. Can't cheapen you guys for nothing. Yellow level spirit skill, upgrading once needs 1000 spirit stone. Xian level spirit skill needs 1000 extreme spirit stone. Alright, no problem. The patriarch agreed readily. This was a much lesser burden than the physique enhancement, which consumed a lot less spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu collected 210,000 extreme spirit stones as expected, raising their strongest earth-grade spirit skill to the perfection level. Well, from introductory to perfect, 3 lifts each. An earth-grade spiritual skill requires 10,000 extreme spirit stones to raise its sense level once, and 3 times would be 30,000 extreme spirit stones. 7 men, 1 7 gets 7, 274. So that's 3 times 7 equals 210,000 extreme spirit stones. When it was completely over, it couldn't have been darker. This night, the entire Diwu kingdom was in turmoil, with dark tides and countless scouts running around. Finally, they all converged their eyes within the Heavenly River sect. It was a matter of knowing the location of the thunderbolt with a little poking around, so it wasn't a surprise. And many of the clan disciples had also received letters from their families asking about the situation, which was even more impossible to hide. Soon, the disciples who knew the inside story informed their families in full. I didn't realize it was this. That. There's such a thing as improving your physique under the sky? When the physique is elevated, the lower limit of cultivation is pulled up, and it's a natural breakthrough. Last time, it was also said to be 7 divine Xian realms in one night. I didn't expect that this time, 7 returning realms actually appeared directly, terrifying as hell. The Yulan Mountains. The human and beast-headed Demoness King sat on her throne in a good manner, listening attentively to the reports of her subordinates, not knowing what she was thinking. Is it really as you say? The Demoness King asked. Yes, my subordinate guarantees on his life that everything said is true. If that's really the case, wouldn't it be wonderful to capture him and work day and night to enhance the physique of my demon clan's army? The female demon king murmured. Moreover, he was already in the late stage of the returning to the first realm, and was worried about how to break through to the supreme realm. Opportunity. Here we go. Moreover, when you break through to the supreme realm, you will be able to leave this world and travel the cosmic stars. Chapter 43. The beautiful woman in the center of the lake. Yan Xiaolu yawned out of habit and left. Ever since those people knew about their fighting strength in the last big competition, there were no less than 10 people coming every day, so Yan Xiaolu directly did not return to his main peak. Because once you get back to the main peak, you have to be very cool to practice again. He wanted to take it easy, so he couldn't at least boost 10, could he? Thus, without saying a word, Yan Xiaolu came to Wanghai City, intending to find a soothing place to relax. Just after arriving at Wanghai City, he realized that Wanghai City was different. The murmurs around him let him know that the previous third lady, also known as Zhong Shooting, had become the new city lord of this city. Yan Xiaolu smiled faintly, unimpressed. This was expected. As the divine Xian realm, who could suppress her other than an unearthly old monster? Except, of course, yourself, who can be suppressed at will. He had learned the hard way that if he was pinned down once, then he could stay pinned down and be completely defenseless. For example, for the several of the Heavenly River sect, it seemed like they were the ones who held the initiative, but in fact, the initiative was all in their own hands. Of course, it was true that they were suppressed in the first round. Yan Xiaolu slowly wandered down the street looking for a place. At that moment, a man who looked just as witty noticed Yan Xiaolu. This person's aura fluttered around him. He must be a strong person. He came in front of Yan Xiaolu and said with a smile, "This handsome senior, would you like to have some fun, drink some tea and listen to some tunes?" As for why seniors? There are 3 major levels of immortal cultivation: seniors, Taoists, and griffins. Yan Xiaolu froze. How did he find out? Am I that obvious? But then nodded. The man had an eye for handsome. Ahem, lead the way. Alright, senior, just 1 extreme spirit stone is needed to ensure that today, senior's mood will be comfortable and go home. The man hemmed and hawed. I was going to say a spirit stone, but it suddenly occurred to me that this senior must be very rich. Ordinary spirit stones? Dogs don't even use them. Then it could only be an extreme spirit stone. So little? Yan Xiaolu returned casually, looking down on who? Knowing that he collects extremely high-grade spirit stones by the thousands, this 1 spirit stone, even if it is an extremely high-grade spirit stone, falls to the ground without picking it up. Then Yan Xiaolu casually grabbed a handful of extreme spirit stones and gave them to him, saying, "Take me to the most beautiful place here." Holler, senior is atmospheric. The man joyfully received the extreme spirit stone. Get rich, get rich. Senior, look, the moment you came, you simply attracted the eyes of all the beautiful women in the city, worthy of being a senior. Along the way, the man boasted so much that Yan Xiaolu drifted off. Soon, it came to a small open-air lake. In the very center of the lake rested a large boat, surrounded by 10 smaller boats, which were empty. Elder, you definitely won't regret coming here. See the masked woman in the center of the lake? Saw it. This woman sells her art but not her body. So far no one has glimpsed her face, but just based on this body posture, one can also know that it is definitely a superb beauty. Really? Seriously? Yen Xiaolu is a little unbelievable. The world of cultivators, the strong are honored, the weak are slaves. How can you get out of it by saying that you are selling your art and not selling your body? Elder, 1,000 times over, it naturally appeared in the past that people wanted to use their power to suppress others, but in the end, the other party all died inexplicably, and in the end, no one dared to act in such a manner. Then I'll have to learn to appreciate it. Yen Xiaolu clasped his hands to his chest and stroked his non-existent beard. Die? It didn't exist for himself. Even if it was a tiger's den, then he had to break into it. Elder, be careful what you do. Don't worry, now that the destination has been brought to you, go back. Holler. The lake is surrounded by a lot of elegant seats. Yen Xiaolu found a seat near the lake, and just after sitting on it, a junior came to collect the money. Thanks for your patronage, 10 extreme spirit stones. Here. Alright, sir, just call me if you need me. Aha! Yen Xiaolu nodded, his gaze already looking towards the most striking woman in the center of the lake, who had felt something in her heart and looked towards him as well. With just a glance, Yen Xiaolu knew that this woman was not simple. This was a sense belonging to a strong person. No wonder all those people died inexplicably. When does it start? I've been waiting here for so long. That's right, we can't be left waiting like this. At that moment, a disgruntled crusade came from all around. Hold your horses, the great playing will begin soon. It wasn't long before the beautiful sound of a zither came from the lake. But the woman in the center didn't make a move, but strangely enough the rest of the group didn't think anything was wrong. It made him quite curious. It's hard not to. The next moment, the maid beside the central woman spoke. Gentlemen, my young lady has said that whoever can resonate with her on the subject of sound will be invited to come aboard and share a drink with my young lady to talk about the subject of sound. Hey, it's been a few months, no one has ever made it to the big boat in the center, and with the music, it's too hard. Yes, which man will enter the way with his voice? I'm afraid we have no chance. But having said that, just watching from afar can make us feel good, huh? Music? And I don't know if music from a previous life counts? If so, you should know that when he was on some blue planet, he was well versed in sound, and was known in the jungle as the representative of the elementary school music class. This woman was afraid that she was using her spiritual energy to play the instrument, so without seeing her make a move, the sound of the zither sounded on its own, which required extremely strong aura control. This also meant that the aura had turned into substance. Not simple. Yen Xiaolu asked himself that he couldn't do such precise control. So it seems that this woman is afraid that she is already above the divine infant. This is already a few hundred-years-old demon, but still comes out to sell his art. Is it just a matter of interest? Yen Xiaolu sked. The center of the lake. Miss, it seems that there is no one who understands music today either. The maid beside the woman sighed. It's not a problem, it's been so many years, take your time. Throughout history there has been no recorded one who has ascended to the upper realms with the Qin into the Tao, but I must be the first person to do this. I must become the supreme of the Qin Tao. Miss, I'm sure you can do it. The maid said firmly. Suda intended to feel something, a naked gaze staring back at her and a small smile. She raised her head and locked eyes with Yen Xiaolu. The little guy in the god-infant realm. She whispered so softly that onlookers couldn't hear her. Yen Xiaolu, who had been staring at her, suddenly realized that a whisper was coming from her ears, and with the sight of her lips surging, she immediately knew that she was transmitting a message to herself. Can't help but snicker a little, looking down on people. Well, this is not. It's not that small. The divine infant realm is already very powerful, okay? With that, Yen Xiaolu puffed out his chest and looked down the line of sight, similarly transmitting. Chapter 44, Inviting the Small Cricket. Fellow Taoist, please come and talk to me. The divine infant realm guys aren't small. Oh, it's more than enough to defeat you. Yen Xiaolu smiled faintly and replied with the same voice transmission. Little guy, not a small amount of guts. Suda let out a light laugh. Interesting. She was already 1,000 years old, the red dust refining heart had been decades, and she had met countless frivolous people naturally, but this was the only one who hadn't made her have killing intent. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Ahem, back to the point. This was actually because Su Daji couldn't see through Yen Xiaolu, which made her curious, and her killing intent was naturally gone. One must know that she was a great power of the returning to the first realm, one of the top combatants in the entire Kanglan realm, and one could count on one hand the number of people who could make her impervious. But now it actually appeared on a little guy in the divine infant realm. What the hell is going on? Please invite this griffin Taoist friend to come and have a chat. Then Su Daji looked towards Yen Xiaolu and invited. She had wanted to say this mole, but thinking that he might also be a profoundly long and undeviating expert, she also addressed him as a Taoist friend. No, why, on what grounds? Why invite him up? Isn't he just a little bit more handsome? Before Yin Xiaolu could say anything, the surrounding area resounded with the sounds of discontent. Since the girl has invited me, I will accept the invitation. Yin Xiaolu stood up and flew to the ship. A great man of the divine infant realm? The man who had just been disgruntled shut his mouth and said nothing. Biggie, can't see me, grown-ups. Big brother right next to me? I should have known to climb a bit of a friendship just now. Looking at Yin Xiaolu, who had arrived on the ship in the blink of an eye, the crowd exclaimed in shock, not realizing that this unassuming-looking man, who was just a little handsome, was actually a big brother. Lycheen, please ask a girl to listen to a song. Yin Xiaolu smiled. Prepare a zither for this fellow Daoist. Su Daji commanded. No need, I'll just use the one you have. Yin Xiaolu shook his head to indicate that he didn't need it, pointing at the zither in front of Su Daji and said, You are so rude, miss, this chain has never been touched by outsiders, you actually want to use this chain? Before Su Daji could speak, the maid beside her said in dissatisfaction. It's fine, just let this Taoist friend have a go. Su Daji said. In his heart, he had already decided that if he didn't play the zither well, he would definitely make him get on the boat standing up and lying down. Hear me, you little maid, don't get involved. You. The little maid pointed at Yin Xiaolu, unable to use her strength. Her own young lady had said so, she couldn't refute. Yin Xiaolu held his hands on the zither. His mind was recalling the tunes he had played in his previous life, although he couldn't say it was good in his previous life, but now supplemented with the strength of the divine infant realm, he played it to see that it was definitely different from the past. Maybe even a qualitative change. In his previous life, a relatively difficult song called High Mountain Flowing Water appeared in Yin Xiaolu's mind. Alpine Flowing Water is one of the top 10 ancient songs of the ancient Chinese nation. Legend has it that the pre-Qin master Boya once played the qin in the wild mountains, and the woodcutter Zhong Ziki was able to comprehend that this was a depiction of Yi Ruoshi Taishan and Yang Yang Ruoshi Jianghe. Boya was shocked and said, Good, the heart of the sun is the same as my heart. After Zhong Ziki's death, Boya lost his soulmate, dropped his qin and never played it, thus the song of High Mountains and Flowing Water. Just decided to play you. Yin Xiaolu adjusted his sitting position. As the playing began, there was a wonderful sound of the piano. At first listen, the melody appears and disappears, as if it were the top of a high mountain, with clouds and mist, drifting in and out of existence. Then the clear overtones, lively rhythm, like murmur clang, the cold stream between the ghosts clear and cold, the thin stream of pine roots. Rest your heart and listen quietly, and a feeling of pleasure arises. Then the melody of the song, its rhythm is soaring and languid, as if it were flowing in the clouds. Then it's back to the tumbling melody, with substantial up and down notes. Then continuous fierce roll, slow flick for the sound of running water, and above it played a rising and falling tone, the two skillfully combined. It really looks like extreme boiling surging view, with the image of the dragon roar. Resting mind to listen, just like sitting in a dangerous boat over the Witch Gorge, dazzled God to move, thrilling, a few doubt that this body has been in the mountains to run to 10,000 ravines to compete with the flow of the occasion carry on. The boat has already passed, and the momentum is fainting, sometimes the remaining waves are stirring up the rocks, sometimes the undercurrent is slightly macerated. Then a slightly faster and more powerful organ plays, and the music is full of enthusiasm. The sound of running water resumes at the end of the passage and is evocative. This heavenly music, heavenly music. Su Daji's entire body was shocked. For a moment, countless and inexhaustible zither Dao rhythms filled the air, which only cultivators who deeply cultivated the zither Dao could comprehend. Suda was drunk, she was intoxicated, as if she had met only cause, and could not come out for a long time. Vaguely seeing the slightest loosening of his bottleneck, the Qin Dao gained a deeper comprehension. She immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully sensed the moment, and at this moment, her cultivation was refined quite a bit more, and she quickly entered into a deeper level of cultivation. I don't think she'll wake up for a while, I'm leaving. Yin Xiaolu said. Senior, take your time. When this maid saw that Yin Xiaolu's zither was so helpful to her young lady, she immediately put away her previous dissatisfaction and addressed her as a senior. Far away, the two Heavenly River sect figures stood still. Isn't that Elder Yin? Where? There, look, does it look like it? What likeness? That's Elder Yin. Sister, it looks like our chance has come. The two of them, the two sisters, were not very talented, and their spiritual bodies were only ordinary. There were no good results in the grand competition, so they had always been on the fringes of the sect, and no elders had taken them as disciples. So it's not their turn to naturally enhance their physique. Now the matter of Yin Xiaolu being able to enhance a cultivator's spiritual body was no longer a secret amongst the sect. They were excited, but immediately thought of something. But we don't seem to have many spirit stones. Thinking of this, they immediately deflated. It was said that Elder Yen needed spirit stones for everything he did, even the sect elders looking for him. What can be done about it? Lu Xinrui immediately felt that the whole person was not good. The hope that had just been ignited was just dashed. Not really, let's try it, it might work. Yeah, how will we know if we don't try? Come on, let's follow. They looked at Yen Xiaolu, who was about to disappear around the corner, and chased after him. Someone actually followed me. Don't want to live? Yen Xiaolu realized at the first moment that someone was following him. So it rounded a corner, went around the corner of the street, and then disappeared in a flash. Sister, he's gone. Lu Xinrui, who had been watching Yen Xiaolu, said hurriedly. Look around. Lu Xini said. At this time, Yen Xiaolu suddenly appeared behind them, gently tapped their shoulders and smiled wryly. Looking for someone? Ah, guile ah. Which no Lu Xinrui, so not shocked, directly screamed, the soul is going to be scared to fly. Don't be afraid, sis protects you. Lu Xini trembled and comforted, a pair of legs were shaking, she was also scared ah. The tracker elder, who was already a tight-fisted elder, was so frightened that the old nervousness increased. Yen Xiaolu wanted to laugh when he looked at the two people whose little faces were white and didn't dare to turn around. He patted their shoulders again and smiled wickedly. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. Chapter 45, Why did you hit my mom? Guile. Creepy. Talking. Lu Xini was also so frightened that she lost her ability to think. Yen Xiaolu. Yen Xiaolu struck out with an aura, calming them down, before asking, so timid, who lent you the guts to follow me? Only then did the calm Lu Xinrui Lu Xini dare to turn around. Ah, Elder Yen. Turns out it wasn't a trick. Scared the hell out of me. The two who reacted hurriedly paid their respects. Lu Xini, Lu Xinrui have met Elder Yen. You guys know me? Elder don't joke, who could not recognize you in the Heavenly River sect ah. Lu Xinrui said. You are disciples of the Heavenly River sect? Yes, Elder, this is our identity token. Lu Xinrui took out her own identity token. Yen Xiaolu checked their tokens and they were indeed disciples of the Heavenly River sect. Luckily, if it wasn't for the fact that they were long and lovely, I would have almost chopped them off with a sword. Are you guys following me for something? Yen Xiaolu asked. As soon as the words fell, Yen Xiaolu saw them blush. It can't be that you like me, can it? No, the three great illusions of life. That must be trying to promote your physique. Wait. Lu Xinrui stammered, not knowing how to speak. She looked at Lu Xini, then looked down at her toes. No, couldn't see her toes. I see, do you have spirit stones? Yen Xiaolu asked. No. Lu Xini said shyly. Then you guys have to think of a way to earn some spirit stones, I'll leave first. Yen Xiaolu said, then turned around and left. Seeing Yen Xiaolu leaving just like that, Lu Xini became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward quickly, pulling a corner of Yen Xiaolu's sleeve. Wait. Then looking towards Lu Xinrui. Lu Xinrui also took 2 steps forward and pulled Yen Xiaolu's other sleeve, shyly saying, although we don't have spirit stones, we have people. Someone? What other background could you have? 2 girls at the early stage of the Tongling realm and weak, what background could they have? Not the background law. Lu Xinrui rolled her eyes and stomped her foot impatiently. What's that? Yen Xiaolu scanned them from side to side. Yes. Is. Lu Xini blushed red, embarrassed to say. Needless to say, I'm short of 2 dancing maids. Come find me tonight when you've thought about this issue, we'll exchange details then. Yen Xiaolu said. Good. I'm at number 18 of the Xian Yun Inn. With that, Yen Xiaolu flew away, leaving the dumbfounded Lu Xini and Lu Xinrui frozen in place. Sister, do we really have to go at night? Lu Xinrui asked stupidly. Go, why don't you go? Don't you want to become a strong cultivator like the elder? Think. Then go, as long as we repay the elder properly, the elder will definitely promise to help us. Well. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. What for? Learn to dance. Good. It wasn't that Yen Xiaolu didn't know, he was just pretending to be confused. Oops, sure enough, I'm still too nice to destroy the flowers. Of course, if the night really came, then he could only offer some spirit stones to boost his cultivation experience. Xian spiritual body, that's 700,000 extreme spiritual stones, plus the yellow spiritual body extreme spiritual body or something like that in front of it. The two of you are just spending like 1.5 million extreme spirit stones. 2,000 experience will be there. Now that his cultivation had come to the divine infant realm, with tens of thousands of experience, it was so hard to raise his cultivation now. That's going to cost a lot of spirit stones. 1,000 experience is 700,000 extreme spirit stones, and 10,000 experience is 7 million extreme spirit stones. If one's current 20 million or so extreme spirit stones were spent, one would only be able to ascend to the middle stage of the divine infant realm. It seems there is still a shortage of spirit stones. You can't go wrong with a plan to earn spirit stones. Tomorrow. It's better to keep going back to the clan, where the cultivation level rises. It's faster. The Yulon Mountains. Reporting to the Demon King, our army has been assembled. When will we depart? We'll leave at dawn and try to reach tomorrow morning. All bring out your best. I'll step on the Heavenly River sect and snatch Yin Xiaolu. The Demoness King on the throne shouted excitedly. Immediately I'll be able to get the physique enhancement sharpener. Breaking through to the Supreme Realm isn't a dream. The Demon King will be able to win the flag. The Heavenly River sect only has 7 women at the early stage of the Guiyi realm now, but they can't hold back my Demon Clan's army. This is natural, Demon King, you are in the late stage of the returning to the first realm. There is no one in the entire Kanglan realm who can defeat you. Ha ha ha. But there are still a few old undead that can stop me for a moment or two, but now that they don't have many lifetimes left, they're all taking care of themselves and won't make a move easily. The Demon King is right at his peak, invincible, and will surely be able to settle the world in one battle. The sun was setting in the west, and soon a warm yellow glow poured from the sky. The sun was setting, the blue waves were rippling, and a boat was resting alone in the center of the lake. On the boat sat a woman with an extraordinary temperament, like a pure natural peach, her eyes quietly closed. Behind her stood a similarly good-looking woman in a strict stance, as if on guard for something. These two were none other than Suda Ji and her maid. Suddenly, the seated Suda opened her eyes. At the same time a majestic aura gushed out, and the maids behind her were all forced back by this. Miss, you made a breakthrough? The maid seemed to have thought of something and asked with a delighted face. How can a breakthrough be so easy, Wan Air? Do you know where that fellow Taoist is just now? Sudaji asked full of joy. She felt that if she could still hear such a tune, it would definitely be able to help her breakthrough. Wan Air instantly slapped her head and blamed herself. Oops, I messed up and forgot to ask him. Miss, sorry. It's fine, he should still be in the city. With that, Suda closed her eyes again. A mysterious energy emanated from Suda's body. It was the power of divine sense. Soon this power swept through the entire Wanghai city, and the entire scene of the city was reflected into Sudaji's mind as much as possible. Unless one was at the same returning to the one realm, it was basically impossible to discover that a strong person was spying on everything in the city. In a moment, Sudaji discovered Yin Xiaolu, and then she was filled with black lines while withdrawing her divine sense. Yin Xiaolu tightened his belt and unhurriedly left the room. Just as he exited the room, he was greeted by an unhappy Coco, her little face all tangled up in knots. Brother Xiaolu was so nice to her, but why did he hit her mom? Little brother 6. Uncle, why did you hit my mom? He was about to leave. Yin Xiaolu stumbled and said, Coco, you'll have to ask your mom about that. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hey! Coco reached out to grab Yin Xiaolu, but Yin Xiaolu directly rose up in the air and flew away. Chapter 46. Of course it's you, old ancestor. Just now, Yin Xiaolu spent tens of thousands of extreme spirit stones of his own to raise Lu Mei's physique to a yellow spirit body. Another 110 experience points were gained. Now his experience came to 420,000, pre-divine infant realm. At this rate, it's a long way to a breakthrough. Soon the evening came. Lu Xinrui Lucini arrived as promised, which is what Yin Xiaolu did not expect. Listening to the sound of knocking on the door, Yin Xiaolu would smile. Outside the door. I'm so nervous. Me too. What to do? Take a deep breath. Still nervous about what to do. Keep breathing deeply. Still nervous. Don't talk, I'm nervous too. Yin Xiaolu waved his big hand and the door opened automatically. After Lu Xinrui and the girls came in, the door closed on its own again. Let's say at first, after being my maid it can be a lifelong thing. Yin Xiaolu looked straight at them with both eyes and said seriously. We thought about it, we want to get stronger, besides it's an honor to be the elder's maid. Fine, come over. Yin Xiaolu opened his arms. The other side. Sudaji and her maid Hewaner were in a cultivation chamber. A spirit gathering formation had been arranged here, and the aura was much more abundant than outside. Suda is practicing. She struggled to recall the moment of her realization this afternoon, wanting to capture it again in order to seek progress in her cultivation, but no matter how much she meditated, she could no longer access that moment. It still doesn't work, so it looks like we're going to have to make him play another song after all. Then the invisible and qualitative divine sense power once again emanated out, enveloping the entire sea-watching city. Soon Sudaji found Yin Xiaolu, and the scene in front of her once again opened her eyes. Sudaji shakily slightly red, murmured, this asshole, how is it that every time I look at him, he is doing? Oops, annoying. Only the next moment, something that blew her mind happened. Sudaji felt two streams of aura surging towards their bodies, and then their cultivation level broke through. Almost simultaneous breakthroughs. I broke through. I've also made a breakthrough. My cultivation has reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lushinrue Lucini was overjoyed, glancing at each other and saying excitedly, our spiritual body has broken through to the Xian spiritual body? That's right. Yen Xiaolu nodded. Receiving the confirmation, they could no longer hide their happiness, and all of a sudden surged into Yen Xiaolu's arms. Oh, thank you so much, Elder Yen. From now on, I will also be a genius of the Heavenly River sect. You're welcome, you deserve it. Yen Xiaolu checked up on his cultivation. The host's current experience is 2407-20,000, pre-divine infant realm. Well, 1 out of 10. That's good. Sudaji withdrew her divine sense. What she had just seen and heard had shattered her perceptions for over 1,000 years. Physical fitness can still be improved? With her strength, she could naturally see the changes that their bodies had produced in a moment just now, which was a complete qualitative change. This made her a little less confident in the knowledge she possessed, and looking at Wanner to the side, she asked uncertainly, Wanner, can physique still be upgraded later in life? Miss, I haven't heard of it and the history books don't record it either. That's amazing. What other secrets do you have? He's from the Heavenly River sect. I have to find someone to ask. As for why she knows, of course she heard it just now. Saying that she would do it, Sudaji looked at Wanner and said, Wanner, I'm going out. Yes ma'am. Suda came to the city. Use your divine sense to probe out the surrounding Heavenly River sect disciples. She first came to a male disciple. This male disciple looked at the sudden appearance of Sudaji and also panicked. This means, it was categorically a cultivation of the divine infant realm or even above. Senior, may I ask what is the matter? This disciple asked very nervously. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, he would be taken out by this senior as a mole cricket. Do you know Elder Yen? Suda asked. I know. If senior has any questions, feel free to ask. So what's so amazing about him? A magical place? The male disciple looked around. Seeing this, Sudaji immediately brought him to a remote place outside the city, and this means really stunned him again. Senior, I'm telling you, you mustn't tell anyone else. Don't worry about that. Suda assured. Elder Yen, he can enhance his physique. Of course there's a restriction, it can only be female disciples. This male disciple gritted his teeth and said. Speaking of this, he hated now the clan up and down. Male disciples can be said to be everyone's maybe when aware. Now that there were talented disciples within the sect, that was not many people to pursue at all. On the contrary, those female disciples with mediocre qualifications became their meat and potatoes, whether their talent was good or not, at least they were not diabolical. Like this? Then it's not strange. Suda thought about what she had just seen, and it basically matched. Of course, she couldn't just take one side of the story, and she was still looking for someone to confirm it. Alright, I'll send you back. Suda said, then waved her hand. In the next moment, the male disciple realized that he had actually returned to his original position. This is meeting an extraordinary senior. Sudaji grabbed another female disciple of the Heavenly River sect to appear outside the remote city. While the woman's head was still in a daze, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Senior, I didn't offend you. This female disciple was terrified, thinking that Sudaji was going to make a move to kill her. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I just want to ask you a question. Sudaji said with an expressionless face. Elder, please. The woman said carefully. Is your Elder Yen able to improve his physique? Suda asked. Nang, this matter is true. My current yellow spirit body is what the family spent 80,000 extreme spirit stones to find Elder Yen to help me enhance. The woman said affirmatively. So then it happened with you and him? Well, it happened. The woman blushed a little. It wasn't something honorable after all. How many spirit stones do you need to consume at each stage? Suda asked. Upgrading a wasted body to a spirit body requires 100 spirit stones. It takes 50,000 spirit stones to upgrade a spirit body to an extreme spirit body. Upgrading an extreme spirit body to a yellow spirit body requires 80,000 extreme spirit stones. Upgrading a yellow spirit body to a Xian spirit body requires 1 million extreme spirit stones. As for after that, I'm not sure. Good lord, the Xian spirit body is really expensive, but if it's real then it's worth it. Sudaji frowned slightly, now that she was the Xian spirit body. There was no need to think about it to know that the extreme spirit stones consumed by the earth spirit body would be astronomical. Alright, send you back. With a wave of Sudaji's hand, the woman returned to the city. Now Sudaji is no longer doubt, just this method. Well, it's suitable for the younger members of the clan, but not for me. Suda decided to make a trip back to the family. She continuously walked through the void, and after a few shuttles, she arrived at Lingxiao City, which was separated by 10,000 miles. It's been decades since I came back, and I wonder if the juniors in my clan still remember me? Su Daji muttered to herself. Coming over the Su family, she worked her aura and shouted, "Please ask the current Su family head to meet me in the council chamber." Not long after, a young man came respectfully. "Hello, old ancestor, you're looking for me?" The young man saluted respectfully. Sudaji nodded, then she was looking at the young man and asked, "Who is the woman in my Su family who has the strongest cultivation and the best physique right now?" The young man smiled and laughed without thinking, "Of course it's you, old ancestor, in the entire Su family, who else's cultivation is higher than old ancestors?" Ahem. No matter what, Sudaji could not have imagined that she would get this answer, which caused her head to be filled with black lines. Chapter 47, he won't know either. I meant women other than me. Suda could only change her meaning. Did the old ancestor have a chance to bestow? The young man pondered faintly. Then he thought of his wife and said, "Old ancestor, the Su family now mentions that the best gifted physique is my inner person. I wonder if old ancestor has any chance to bestow?" The young man looked rather expectant. At those words, Suda knocked a mallet on the young man. "Good guy, there's a hat you're really wearing," Suda said with hatred. The young man, on the other hand, looked aggrieved. "What's wrong? What did I do wrong? Old ancestor just hit me. And the hat? What hat? Is it nice?" Old ancestor, amongst the direct disciples of our Su family, the one with the best talent is Su Rulan. She is a yellow spirit body, and her cultivation is currently at the late stage of the divine infant realm as well. Old ancestor, other than that it's me, I'm also a yellow spirit body. The young man once again sincerely reminded, hoping that the old ancestor wouldn't forget him if he had something good to do. "You go aside and call Su Rulan here, so you can back off." Su Daji glared at him fiercely before waving her hand. "Yes." The young man didn't dare to disobey, but just withdrew from the hall with some heartburn. Su Daji is not without the thought of choosing a few more, but the thought that this is always not honorable, as strong people only need one person is strong enough to suffice. Take her for example, as a strong person of the returning to the first realm, as long as she was around for a day, the Su family would be able to be strong and not fall. As for the divine Xian realm, although it was also strong enough, it was ultimately not the top fighting force in the Kanglin realm. The fundamental reason for a family's longevity is that the top combatants are strong enough, or else they are ultimately just paper tigers. Soon Su Rulan arrived at the hall, and when she saw Su Daji sitting on the main seat, she hurriedly saluted. Su Rulan greets the old ancestor. "Please rise, come, sit beside me." Sudha shifted slightly, leaving the seat empty to still seat one. Su Rulan was delighted. She had originally worshipped her old ancestor, the first strongest person in the Su family. How could she not be happy now that her old ancestor had actually let her sit with her? "Thank you, old ancestor." Su Rulan came to Su Daji's side with great joy and sat down next to her. "Rulan, do you want to be my disciple?" Su Rulan had just sat down when Su Daji asked. Upon hearing this, Su Rulan stood up in a flash, then came to the front and respectfully knelt down. "Master, disciple is willing." Although she and Su Daji were both equally from the Su clan had such a large population that there were very few disciples who could be instructed by the old ancestor. But an apprentice was different, being able to listen to her master's teachings every day. How could this not make her excited and happy? Suda nodded with a smile, her eyes satisfied. "Rulan, what will you do if the Su family is in danger in the future?" Su Daji asked. "Disciple will break my bones and fight to the death to guard the Su family." Su Rulan said very firmly. This question was simply a giveaway. "Master loves me so much. Death is not so bad." Suda waved her hand. "Rulan, how old are you?" Suda asked again. "Master, disciple is over 200 years old." Su Rulan returned. "More than 200 years old, not too young to have a Taoist couple, right?" Suda asked again. "Yes." Suda nodded. That hadn't occurred to her, but it didn't matter, he wouldn't have known anyway. "Rulan, this time, Master mainly has a chance to break through to the return to one realm. I don't know if you're willing to accept it." The disciple is willing. "Aren't you going to ask what the odds are?" "Master will definitely not harm me, that's enough," Su Rulan said. "They are all Su family members, family well, and now also their own master, all kinds of conditions, so how can they harm me?" Very good, very good." Su Daji nodded with considerable satisfaction. "In this case, tomorrow morning I will take you there and have sex with a man, and this is your chance to break through to the returned realm." "Ha?" For a moment, Su Rulan was confused. "No. Master, I I have a Taoist couple. Su Rulin said anxiously, didn't Master know that? This is not important, I just want to ask if you want to break through to the returning to one realm. Think. Then no. But, Master. Didn't you say you were willing to break your bones for the Su family? You can't do that with this request? Su Rulin was dumbfounded, it seems that she got trapped off. What if? What if you win? What if you win the jackpot? Su Rulin stammered. Su Daji was silent for a moment, then said, this is simple, when you come back and find your husband for a fight, won't it be resolved? Ah. This. Su Rulin was silent once again, was this something that the old ancestor she had always worshipped, the current master, could say? Could it be that you don't want to break through to the return to one realm at all? Or is it that you were lying when you said you'd fight to the death to guard the Su family? Su Daji's face straightened and she looked at her calmly, a sense of oppression pulling full force in this instant. Master, of course this is true, I'm willing to do anything for the Su family. Then go. This. Don't worry, no one knows but me. Good. Okay. Su Rulin bit her lips tightly and still agreed. Very well, you should know that Master has spent a lot for this chance. Su Daji said. A Shin spirit body would cost millions, and according to the cost of a yellow spirit body to a Shin spirit body, an earth spirit body should cost 10 million extreme spirit stones. It did cost her centuries of savings. Moreover, she was so focused on cultivation that her savings were not very large, and she did not deliberately try to earn spirit stones. In this way, to compensate him, his salary will be doubled in the future. Thank you, Master. As things stood, Su Rulin could only offer her thanks. It's just getting light. The outskirts of the Heavenly River sect were silent, and the dark cloud signaled that something bad might happen. All hands on deck. Accompanied by a loud shout, a black pressurized mass then madly surged towards the Heavenly River sect. This place is no longer silent. Enemy attack, quickly go report to the Patriarch. For a time, endless armies of low-level demonic beasts surged towards the Heavenly River sect. While the higher-ranked demonic beasts stood in human form and swept a formation high in the sky. Demonic beasts were able to transform after reaching the divine infant realm, and would usually transform into human form. Because humanoids cultivate faster than instants. After all, talent is the favorite of heaven and earth. Ah, help, don't bite me. But. Click. For a moment, there were screams and animal roars. Patriarch, enemy attack, there's an enemy attack, an army of demonic beasts is frantically attacking us. The Patriarch as well as several elders were in closed-door cultivation in the secret room, and when they heard the anxious voices outside the room, they all exited their cultivation state. At the moment they are full of confidence. What kind of person doesn't want to live and actually dares to attack our Heavenly River sect? Patriarch, it's not human. HM? Good guts, which disciple are you, actually dare to insult me? The Patriarch was furious, someone actually scolded her for not being a human being, if not for her good temper, this person in front of her would have been cleaved with a sword. No, Patriarch, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you, I meant the ones who attacked us weren't human. Could it be a demonic beast? That's right, Sovereign, the overwhelming army of demonic beasts is surging towards the sect, and the disciples within the sect are dying and injured. All the elders follow me to meet the enemy. Yes. Chapter 48, it's not impossible. Outside the Heavenly River sect. Suddenly, the void cracked open and 7 people walked out of it. It was the Patriarch as well as the 6 female elders. 10,000 swords battle duel. The Patriarch as well as the 6 elders shouted. Compose a strong war strategy. Countless sword shadows shot towards the ground, the scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, the countless demonic beast armies within the Heavenly River sect were dead and wounded. This time, the demonic beasts that attacked the Heavenly River sect were only of low rank, mainly to explore the strength. Even if all of them died, the Demon King was not distressed at all. At this time, she stood in the void with a calm face. Good guts, who are you that you dare to attack our Heavenly River sect? The Patriarch looked at the Demon King in the void with cold eyes. This Demon King has come here for one thing only, hand over Yin Shaolu and I will immediately withdraw my troops. The Demon King said in a cold voice, his tone not to be questioned. Yin Shaolu? You guys know about it too? Naturally, hand over Yin Shaolu and I'll immediately retreat. Impossible. The Patriarch balked. Yin Shaolu was the key to the rise of the clan, how could he just hand it over? Luckily, he wasn't in the clan today, or else he would have been in trouble. Then let's fight. Battle is battle. At this time, the Grand Elder also flew up. The Heavenly River sect now had 7 return to one realm powerhouses, how could he be afraid? Grand Elder, leave the ground battlefield to you, and leave the sky battlefield to us. The Sovereign said. Yes. Facing this demoness king, they had a great deal of pressure, profoundly knowing that the other party was definitely stronger than them. Therefore, let the rest of them go down except for a few of their returning to the First Realm elders. Then, the elders took a siege position and surrounded this demon king. No matter what, attacking my heavenly river sect, we must not let you return alive today, suffer death. The patriarch shouted, and the elders began to surround him. But this demon king didn't panic at all. I'd like to see how strong you few rising powerhouses are, don't even think you can't withstand a single move from me, oh. The demon king was dressed in a shawl of red, revealing a large portion of snowy white, and laughed out loud. Eat my move, Shin Dragon Flying Sky. The demoness king made a turn, and a huge dragon shadow suddenly appeared around her, and a huge pressure swept across the entire field. Roar! With a loud roar, the dragon shadow summoned by the demon king spun in a circle. Instantly, the patriarch and the girl spat out blood from their mouths and flew backwards. So strong. Xiaolan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. They had, after all, just entered the returning to one realm, so how could they be the demon king's opponents? Put up a fight. The patriarch bellowed. Then each of them retreated and performed their strongest killing moves. Vault-shattering starfist. Shua foam broken air palm. Falling flowers style. Frosty cold. The Big Dipper sword technique. Kasumi seal. Bijou Sanlong Jin. 7 huge spirit technique light shadows took shape before striking the demoness king together. This time, the demoness king was finally forced back. This spirit skill has some strength, it's actually all comprehended to the perfect level. The demoness king wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Demon king, are you alright? It's fine, all of you back off, it's been a long time since I had a big battle, this time I'm going to have enough. The demoness king coldly snorted and took the initiative to charge into the crowd. On the other hand, after Yan Xiaolu woke up, he took Lu Xinrui and the two of them and flew towards the Heavenly River sect. Just as he arrived at the border of the Heavenly River sect, Yan Xiaolu smelled the strong odor of blood. Not good. Yan Xiaolu frowned, this smell of blood was by no means from just a few dead people, it was definitely thousands. Xinrui, Seni, you guys go to Wanghai City, don't return to the Heavenly River sect yet. Good, what about you, Master 6? Don't mind me, you guys go ahead. Good, then we'll wait for you in Wanhai City. Aha! Yan Xiaolu watched them leave before flying towards the Heavenly River sect. To him, he wasn't afraid of whatever danger there was, after all, he could be revived, so he flew directly towards the Heavenly River sect. From a distance she saw the figures fighting in the air. Who is this, so strong? 1 against 7? After seeing the figures fighting, Yan Xiaolu was shocked. But that across the street is quite pretty, Yan Xiaolu marveled. The next moment, he was dumbfounded. Only to see that woman's head suddenly turn into the form of a beast's head, and then her entire body changed. Become a being that resembles a dragon but not a dragon, a snake but not a snake. Haha, the Demon King has finally gotten serious, you guys are bound to lose. A few pre-returning one realm stages, and you still presume to fight our great Demon King? Unconscionable. You guys are already proud enough of yourselves for forcing me to reveal my true form. The loud and incomparable voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Roar! With a loud roar, the Heavenly River sect patriarch as well as the elders lost their physical strength and descended from the air at great speed. So strong? Yan Xiaolu exclaimed once again before accelerating his flight, finally catching them in turn before they landed. What are you doing back here? Come on. Come on, she's going to get you. Xiaolan endured the severe pain in her body and said hurriedly. Arrest me? Arrest me for what? They know about your ability and want to capture you back to enhance your physique for them. Xiaolan spat out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. Yan Xiaolu froze. He looked up at the beautiful Demon King in the air who had already changed back to human form. It doesn't seem to be a no-no. Yan Xiaolu rambled on. At that moment, that Demon King also discovered Yan Xiaolu and reached out to imprison and capture Yan Xiaolu into the sky. Are you Yan Xiaolu? The Demoness King asked. Exactly. Would you like to join my Yulan mountain range? Unwilling, I am of the human race and will never join the demonic beast forces. Yan Xiaolu righteously refused. I know how wonderful you are, don't worry, I won't treat you badly, I'll give you 10 times what they pay you. The beautiful Demon King suddenly came closer, his bright red lips just a centimeter away from touching Yan Xiaolu. Yan Xiaolu took a slight step forward, and their lips touched. The Demon King let go of him all of a sudden. Thief, you're not small in your lust, come back to the Yulan mountain range with me and you'll get what you want. The Demon King smiled charmingly and whispered in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Since Yan Xiaolu's back was to the crowd, no one noticed his small movements. I have countless extreme spirit stones in my treasury. They are useless to me. As long as you can enhance my physique, all of them can be given to you. The queen followed the temptation. Yan Xiaoliu's heart was moved. If you want so many spirit stones, when you come back, your cultivation will still be crashing upwards. But no, it's impossible. Yan Xiaoliu once again refused. The Demon King clearly sensed that his heart was moved, but why would he still refuse? She couldn't figure it out. But it's not necessary to understand that the ending is unlikely to change anyway. If you don't come with me, then I'm sorry, the Heavenly River sect will cease to exist and all of them will have to die. The Demon King suddenly said loudly. A wave of the hand followed. Demon King, please command. Kill everyone down there, not a single one. Yes. As the words fell, this time the Heavenly River sect was no longer calm. Elder, go with her. Oh, I don't want to die. Elder, if you give up one person, you can save everyone. Please think twice, Elder. Yan Xiaoliu was not surprised. No one could remain calm in the face of the threat of death, and objectively speaking it made sense for them to do so. But subjectively speaking, Yan Xiaoliu didn't like it. Don't you do it yet? The Demon King chided. Do it, leave no one behind. An order was given. The Divine Xian Realm, Divine Infant Realm behind the Demon King all flew into the Heavenly River sect, ready to go on a killing spree. Yan Xiaoliu knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. Besides, he did have his heart set on it, countless extreme spirit stones. I'm coming. Wait. Yan Xiaoliu bellowed. Then he transmitted his voice to the Demoness King. You can't renege on the promise 10 times. Naturally. The Demoness King similarly transmitted her voice back. Xiaoliu, never agree to her. We would rather die than sacrifice you for our safety. The sovereign stood up with difficulty and shouted towards Yan Xiaoliu. Chapter 49, Give him to me for a day. In fact, Yan Xiaoliu agreed to go with her for another reason. He knew that humans and demons had always been incompatible. But with their own intervention, the two clans would surely be able to live in harmony, and this would also prevent war. As long as the high end of the battlefield is taken care of, then none of this is a problem. He still preferred to see a peaceful world. War and all that, he didn't like it. Though not a saint, this was just something that was easily accomplished for him. Besides, you can also enhance your cultivation at the same time. Why not have the best of both worlds? Plus, he didn't have any concept of human and demon in his mind. As a modern person, his mind was not narrow. Perhaps there were only 2 races in this world, but he knew that beyond the world, in the endless starry universe, there existed countless races. Eyes should be wide open. So what if it's a human? So what if it's a demon? And most demons are even more beautiful, like this Demon King. The thought that she wasn't human gave him an inexplicable little thrill. Patriarch, sacrificing me alone can save countless Heavenly River sect disciples. It's cost-effective. Yan Xiaoliu said firmly. My sovereign, stop it, don't disrupt my big plan, beast lady, or something, really something to look forward to. I've only read about it in novels before, but I'd never really felt it up close. Upon hearing this, the patriarch hid her face and cried bitterly. She was also torn. She didn't want Yan Xiaoliu to leave, but she also didn't want all of the clan's disciples to die. I just hate that I'm not strong enough. Yan Xiaoliu transmitted his voice to the patriarch. If you guys still want to improve your physique, prepare more extreme spirit stones during this period of time. Good. The sovereign returned, and at this moment she recognized her own lack of strength again. Please thank Elder Yan for his great kindness. The patriarch led the salute. Thank you, Elder Yan. The crowd shouted in unison. It's kinda touching, huh? The Demon King laughed softly. The thing she was most unaccustomed to was the false sentimentality of humans. Their demon race has always been straightforward, without all those twists and turns. He's my man now, so don't think about it. The Demoness King came to Yan Xiaoliu's side and put her hand on Yan Xiaoliu's shoulder, looking downwards and provoking. Don't touch me. Yan Xiaoliu rather sadly opened the Demoness King's hand. Although Yan Xiaoliu was inwardly delighted, he was outwardly sad, making the Demon King look at him in disbelief. Secretly, this kid is a bit cunning and has to be guarded. Let's go. The Demoness King also stopped talking nonsense and prepared to leave with Yan Xiaoliu in one hand. The people of the Heavenly River sect watched this in silence. 2 extremes are presented below. The female disciples were sad, but the male disciples were excited. Finally, he's gone. Now we don't have to be on our toes. They had already forgotten that if it wasn't for Yan Xiaoliu, they would have been killed long ago. Just then, the void fluctuated. 2 silhouettes appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Su Daji and Su Rulan. Looking at Yan Xiaoliu being carried as if she had been hijacked, she froze and then became a little angry. Demon King, put him down. Su Daji calmly looked at the Demon King while her hand pushed, sending Su Rulan into the distance. On what basis? The Demoness King snorted coldly. How could she put it down when it was so hard to get it? You guys go back first. The Banshee King commanded her men. Yes. Those henchmen also knew that the battle between the two was not something they could get involved in, so they quickly followed orders and left. Then I'm offended. Sudaji snapped, then rushed towards the Demoness King. The Demoness King used a spirit technique to imprison Yan Xiaolu and push him to the side, then fought with Sudaji. Both of them were indistinguishable in terms of strength. The fight was hard. Fighting from the sky to the ground and back again. The sound of the zither filled the air, and many of the mountain terrains around the two of them were affected by the waves and shattered apart. The void was all twisted. After a few hours, both of them were a bit exhausted, and both were suffering from considerable injuries. I'm afraid it's not going to be good if we keep fighting. Stop, we have no grudge. It's fine to stop, give him to me for a day, no, just a few hours. Sudaji pointed at Yan Xiaolu and said, Hey, I'm not a commodity, I can't be used by anyone who wants to. Seeing that they were gaining momentum to stop, Yan Xiaolu protested. What's going on? So many people are robbing me today? When did I become the meat and potatoes? Okay, you find the location, and I'll take it with me when you're done with it. Just the cave up ahead. Okay. A group of 4 came to a cave. Set up an array so as not to be disturbed. Fellow Daoist Yan, this is my disciple Su Rolan, who would like to ask for your help in improving her qualifications. Sudaji said, pulling Su Rolan in front of Yan Xiaolu. The confinement is undone for me. Yan Xiaolu grunted. Quickly untie it. Suda looked to the Banshee King. Well, I'd like to see for myself if you're really that amazing. The Demoness King said. It was something she had never heard of after all, and now that she could witness it with her own eyes, she wanted to observe it. Bring the spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu said. Thinking that she was able to find her way up here, she naturally knew exactly what she was charging and didn't mention the matter of how many spirit stones she needed. I only know the cost of a yellow spirit body to a Xian spirit body. How much does an earth spirit body require? The earth spirit body requires 10 million extreme spirit stones. As expected, this is 11 million extreme spirit stones. Sudaji took out a storage bag and handed it to Yan Xiaolu. Alright, received, let's get started then. Yan Xiaolu looked at Su Rolan. Su Rolan softly hummed, a little wiped out. The main thing was that the eyes of his own master and the other senior were actually staring somewhere without blinking. Ahem. Yan Xiaolu gave a dry cough, signaling not to be so bright. They are all people with divine sense. Can't they see with their divine sense? Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 3407-20,000, pre-divine infant realm. Consume 9 million extreme spirit stones to condense 9 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 9 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade to an earth spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an earth spirit body, gaining 10,000 experience points. Host's current experience is 13407-20000, pre-divine infant realm. The experience bar was directly over half. Yan Xiaolu was very satisfied. It was true that only a strong person could bring great rewards to himself, otherwise he could only rely on piling up over time. After Su Rolan had thoroughly absorbed the energy, an aura emanated from Su Rolan's body. This is breakthrough? Sudaji was a bit shocked. Holy, it's really that amazing, then my breakthrough to Supreme is just around the corner. The Demoness King couldn't hide the joy in her heart. You can't be planning to. Sudaji looked at the Demoness King in a rather complicated manner. That's right. The Banshee King nodded affirmatively. They were all bent on breaking through to the Supreme Realm, so when they saw Su Rolan actually break through the bottleneck directly after her physique had been upgraded, they all had a different mindset. In case she breaks through to the Supreme Realm, that would be bad. Sudaji felt a mouthful of stuffiness in her heart that was somewhat clogged. Chapter 50 The Lake. It's pretty deep. Master, I've broken through to the Divine Xian Realm. Su Rolan looked at her own master with great joy. The heart was all but empty of that hint of displeasure. Now you know Master's good intentions. Got it, thank you Master. Well, that's good to know, I'll take you back. Good. Demoness King, remember not to harm him. On her way out, Sudaji looked seriously at the Demoness King. She also wanted to borrow Yan Xiaolio's zither to break through the realm in the future. Don't worry, he's my baby now, how could I possibly hurt him? The Demoness King said. Her mood was inexplicably happy when she thought that she would be able to break through to the Supreme Realm soon. The Demoness King brought Yan Xiaolu to the Yulan mountain range. Then he was led to a cave. You stay here for now, and wait for me to recover from my injuries before you help me ascend. The Demoness King said. Okay, by the way, what was your name again? You can call me Feng Qinger. Only after Feng Qinger left did Yan Xiaolu survey his surroundings. So humble? This is where people live. Yan Xiaolu tapped his head, screw forgetting that they weren't human in the first place. Feng Qinger came to her Demon King's throne and commanded, starting now, search for extremely high-quality spirit stones, and before I come out of the gate, don't offend the honored guests I've brought back. Yes. In addition, order that Yan Xiaolu can enhance everyone's cultivation qualifications, but he must not be forced to do so. Feng Qinger said again. She didn't want to make sure that the other party wouldn't upgrade her cultivation qualifications after she got out of the gate. As you wish. Go down. Yes. Feng Qinger entered the cave where she used to be in seclusion. I didn't expect that woman to be quite strong, causing me to be injured. Wait for me to find you for a fight after my qualifications improve. Feng Qinger closed her eyes and recovered from her injuries. She wanted to recover as soon as possible, and with her full strength, she went to improve her cultivation qualifications. On this day, the entire Demon King mountain range knew that their own Demon King had captured, invited a strange person outside who could enhance their cultivation qualifications. They were already fond of those shiny things, and the extremely high-quality spirit stones that were piled up in heaps in the cave. I heard that person was snatched by our Demon King. Sister, watch your language, it's an invitation, not a robbery. It all means the same thing. Do you think we should? To be, why not? Maybe I can break through to the Divine Xian realm as well. Then we'll go together? Okay, go back to the cave and get the spirit stones. Yan Xiaolu wasn't used to staying in the cave, after all, it wasn't like he needed to cultivate, it was boring to stay inside, so he quickly left the cave. In the middle of the Yulan mountain range, most of it was plants, tall trees, and curving rivers. Every now and then there are big eagles circling in the sky, always ready to hunt their prey. For a while Yan Xiaolu felt that it was quite new and the air was fresher. Along the way, all sorts of low-level demonic beasts stayed away after meeting Yan Xiaolu. There's a small lake ahead, go take a dip. Yan Xiaolu looked at the clear lake ahead and walked forward. Cupping his hand, he took a sip of water from the lake. Sweet and savory, much cleaner than the water in the city, the taste is actually somewhat sweet, what's going on? Yan Xiaolu was puzzled, why was there such a big difference in flavor when it was the same water? Not wanting to, Yan Xiaolu took off his clothes and jumped into the lake. I think I was a champion swimmer in the village back in the day, so I really buried the talent over the years. Soon, Yan Xiaolu swam to the center of the lake. Hey! Why am I sinking? Yan Xiaolu felt his body sinking and the water level was already almost drowning over his mouth and nose. He hurriedly used his spiritual energy to float up. In the water, a naked woman is a little alarmed. Who is it that has entered my territory unnoticed and is swimming leisurely with an air of confidence? She floated up quietly and was furious to see that it was actually still a man. This lake water is so delicious, hoo-hoo. Yan Xiaolu took a few big breaths of the lake's water. The scene put the woman in the lake to shame. Thief, how dare you be so frivolous, suffer death. She couldn't care less and directly attacked. Yan Xiaolu looked at the sudden appearance of people and freaked out. No, it's not people, it's fish. No, it doesn't seem to be fish either. Mermaids? Yan Xiaolu was shocked. Finally see the legendary mermaid? Yan Xiaolu hurriedly stepped back, pulling away and watching carefully. On the basis of just looking at the top half alone, that is indeed human, with an unusual and gifted bust, but slowly working your way down you realize that below the hips is gone and so are the legs. If you wear a loose skirt, you can't really tell. Overall, the likenesses are really top-notch for the mermaid legend. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my territory? This mermaid didn't expect this unexpected visitor to be so bold. Not to mention trespassing on her territory, but being so flippant as if he had never seen a fish before. Hey, you don't say. I've never seen a fish like you. Your territory? Phuket, wow. Boogie Island? Don't you know you need to be informed before entering someone else's territory? Phuket. Yan Xiaolu shook his head. I just got here today. Just today? The mermaid mused, did the Demon King bring it back? As far as she knew, only the Demon King had brought someone back today. As for the others? That's basically impossible. This was, after all, the hinterland of the Yulan mountain range, and few humans dared to enter here without authorization. You're Yen Xiaolu? Thinking about this guess, the mermaid's complexion mildewed. Well, yes, you know me? I don't know, but I know that the Demon King said that he wants to captivate you to come back. No, he's asking you to come back to help everyone improve their cultivation qualifications. Saying this, she looked Yen Xiaolu up and down. It's a human-looking thing, and I wonder if it'll work? You dare to doubt my ability? Yen Xiaolu glared at her. Then go down with me. The Demon King said that cultivation qualifications need to be exchanged for those shiny things. In the water? Or what? Also, no. Thinking that he was originally at the divine infant realm as well, he would have no problem breathing underwater. Come with me. What do you call it? You can call me Hainan. Not to mention, this lake looks small, but also quite deep. I do not know. Is it the same? Yen Xiaolu followed Hainan and dived to the bottom of the lake. What came into view was a small cavern, and after following Hainan into the cavern, Yen Xiaolu found himself entering another world. Inside the cave was actually a much larger lake, and instead of being pitch black inside like reality, it was bright. Various kinds of aquatic plants, red and yellow, intertwined to create a beautiful picture of the bottom of the sea as far as the eye can see. And then two shrimp-bodied human heads appeared. Shrimp soldiers? Greetings, Sea King. You're still the Sea King? Yen Xiaolu exclaimed. Yeah, what's so weird about that? Chapter 51 Sable Girl and Butterfly Girl? Shouldn't the Sea King be a dragon? The dragon is our Demon King. Ha? Isn't she a phoenix? Yen Xiaolu asked in surprise. He had always thought that Fengqinger was a phoenix. Who said anything about her being a phoenix? Hainan asked with a confused look on her face as well. Isn't her last name Feng? Whoever said the last name Phoenix is Phoenix. Well. It does seem that no one has said anything about it. Because I am the strongest in this lake, I am the Sea King here. Hainan explained. So? Hainan takes Yen Xiaolu to the treasure trove that is uniquely hers. Looking at the library of golden light, Yen Xiaolu straight called out, good guy, this treasure trove really envy cry. That's a lot of extreme spirit stones. Take whatever you want here, just raise my qualification to a human Xin spirit body. Yen Xiaolu did some calculations. According to the 10 times that the Demon King had given him, that would be enough. Just why does your demon race have so many extreme spirit stones? Don't any of you consume these spirit stones? We can't use it, only heavenly treasures are useful to us. Ha? That's not right, it can't be useless. Is it because he didn't master the absorption method? It's probably because our demon race has a special physique, plus these spirit stone veins, which are even more abundant in the mountain range than outside, can only accumulate so much under the accumulation of days and months. How many years has this been accumulated? Yen Xiaolu muttered in a small voice. No more, no less, 3,000 years. Hainan said calmly. Over 3,000? Doesn't the returning to the first realm only have a lifespan of 2,000 years? Yen Xiaolu asked. You don't understand this, do you? Hainan looked inscrutable. Our demon race can live much longer than humans. Hainan said with incomparable complacency. It should be said or not, humans and demons do have their own advantages and disadvantages. The human race's cultivation speed was faster than the demon race, but their lifespan was not as long as the demon race. Whereas the demon race's cultivation speed was slower, their lifespan was far greater than that of humans. Then aren't you already an old demon? You're the old demon, I'm still young. Hurry up and take it, and give me a qualification upgrade afterward. Hainan almost broke his defense by this sentence of old demon. His tone was not polite at all. Come on, then I'm welcome to it. Yen Xiaolu's fingers twitched and his mouth watered as he looked at the room full of extremely high-quality spirit stones. This is not a spirit stone, this is clearly the experience of one's own cultivation. That's 10,000 experience in one conversion. Are you sure that all these extremely high-grade spirit stones are mine? Sure, it's useless to me anyway. Upon hearing this, Yen Xiaolu did not wait any longer and directly took out his own storage bag and packed all of these extremely high-grade spirit stones. Now that you've received the stuff, it's time to get down to business. Hainan said. Okay, you lead the way. Hainan brought Yen Xiaolu to her chambers and set up the boundary. Begin. Hainan said faintly. This. Yen Xiaolu looked her up and down and reminded, legs, your legs. Hainan looked down and said, oh, screw it, I forgot, it's still a fishtail, alright. As soon as Hainan's words fell, Yen Xiaolu magically realized that her legs had grown and her fishtail had disappeared. Pity, if the fishtail and legs could be combined. That would have been wonderful. With that, Yen Xiaolu formally assisted her in her cultivation. As the aura flowed, the entire lake also rippled, which was quite marvelous. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1000 experience points. The host's current experience is 14407-20000, pre-divine infant realm. This wave, Yan Xiaolu netted 10 million extreme spirit stones. Coming to the Yulan mountain range was really the right thing to do. Tianhe sect. The patriarch summoned all the elders to a meeting in the hall. Today, we lost the clan's hope for revitalization, but we must always be prepared. Little Six will eventually return. We must prepare enough spirit stones for this period of time. The next time we're in sight, it's when we'll completely take off, so this is the time for our clan to expand outward. The first step is to first annex the several clans around our clan, all of which will be included in the scope of our Heavenly River sect, and then expand outwards one after another. Except for the very few forces that have the return to one realm that we won't mess with, the rest of the forces will swallow if they can, and if they can't, they'll charge a truce fee. In short, our purpose is to collect more extreme spirit stones. Is that all understood? Understood, Sovereign. Good, adjourn. After Yin Xiaolu left the bottom of the lake, he proceeded to wander around inside the forest, coming into contact with new species of demons. He didn't think of leaving the Yulan mountain range so quickly. In fact, he also knew that there were definitely strong people following him at the moment, although there was no restriction on his movements. But if he went out of the Yulan mountain range, it would definitely not be possible for the time being, or else what was the reason for Feng Qinger to go to so much trouble to snatch someone? And he had no thoughts of leaving now. He hadn't had enough fun yet, and he hadn't made enough even more. Not long after, Yan Xiaolu saw a large sky-high tree from afar. This tree should have become a spirit, right? Yan Xiaolu came to the side of the large tree in order to verify his suspicions. As he stood at the foot of the tree, he realized that it was very unusual. Yan Xiaolu flew up. He saw a very long branch at one end of the tree. Yan Xiaolu flew up to it and sat down, intending to look at the scenery in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, the branch suddenly softened, and Yan Xiaolu's entire body slid down, and he hurriedly worked his aura, which allowed him to control his figure in mid-air. This branch. I cut you. Yan Xiaolu raised his head to look at this. Some image. Ouch. I wipe Lu. Yan Xiaolu hurriedly flew away. Then quickly find a stream and wash your hands repeatedly. I will never dare to look squarely at the branches of a great tree again. Yan Xiaolu felt himself getting a little psychological. No surprise, this tree must have become a spirit, and it must be a male tree. Yan Xiaolu, we've finally found you. At this moment, a call came from the sky. Yan Xiaolu could not help but look up. A cursory glance, it turned out to be a long dress wearing a sable, and then take a closer look. Timos, this is not a sable? Another wore a colorful floral dress on top and 2 translucent things on her back, presumably wings, which she flapped rhythmically in the air. You guys? This is Sable and Butterfly? Chapter 52 Kuan Skill, Jin Kuan Strike. Why did Yan Xiaolu ask that? Because it's really graphic. Especially the one with the fluttering wings behind the floral dress, wings that really resemble those of a butterfly. Of course, the most remarkable thing was that she actually looked exactly like a human except for the butterfly wings on her back. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. Yan Xiaolu grinned at the corner of his mouth, somewhat unable to hold back a smile. Yes, it is. We all cultivated for 1,000 years before we took human form, and we are looking for you this time to go to the next level. The person who flapped his wings on his back said. That's fast enough for you guys. How can it not be quick? This is our chance after all, so of course we have to find you first. Lead the way, lead the way. Yan Xiaolu said, earning spirit stones, not too shabby. Looking at the butterfly sister leading the way ahead, Yan Xiaolu stroked his chin. Butterfly? I'll let you turn into a pink butterfly later. The other side. At the top of a huge rock in the Yulan mountain range, there stood several mighty and majestic powerful demonic beasts. There is the Lion King, the Tiger King, and the Leopard King. They were all the right-hand men under Demon King Feng Qinger. At this moment, they were actually giving these demonic beasts a morale boost. Everyone must be united. We share a common vision, that of the Demon King. For the sake of the Demon King's vision, for the sake of the Demon Clan's strength, we must strike out to seize the extreme spirit stones. Now, let's carry out a 7-day looting program. The main targets are those sect disciples who have come to our Yulan mountain range to hunt for demon pills, and they will pay for it. Now, please ask the tribal leaders to count their troops and prepare to attack. Hey, your wings really turned red, yeah, fun. Yan Xiaolu heatedly laughed. It's not even your doing. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xianling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1000 experience points. Host's current experience is 15407-20000, pre-divine infant realm. Host's current experience is 16407-20000, pre-divine infant realm. Both of them were now turned into Xianling bodies by themselves as well, 2000 experience taken, beautiful. It also came with more than 10 million extreme spirit stones. For 2 days in a row, there were quite a few demonic cultivators who came to him with money just to improve their cultivation qualifications. After all, the demon race's cultivation was very slow, and if their physique could be improved, it could greatly shorten their cultivation time. Outside the Yulan mountain range, there's war everywhere now. As the demon race went out to snatch the spirit stones, it caused quite a few clans to join together and work together to stop the demon army. Brothers, charge the duck, kill all these demons and grab the demon pills. Your side sang, one side grabbed the spirit stones, and the other side grabbed the demon pills. Demon Dan is also the place where the demon race's entire body's spiritual energy converges, and although the spiritual energy is violent, humans can also absorb it, which can greatly accelerate the speed of cultivation. Children, humans are too cruel, we only seek wealth and they actually want to harm lives, so don't hold back, strike with all your might. For a while, chaos reigned. There are limbs everywhere. In times of war, it is the weak and defenseless who suffer the most. The city that was a thriving scene a few hours ago was deserted a few hours later. Patriarch, now that the demon clans have also instigated an all-out war, the situation is unfavorable for us all. Yes, Sovereign, the demon race army is countless, we simply can't consume it. Let's spread out and go to support and minimize losses. Tianhe sect. Tianquan Peak. There's quite a crowd gathered here. All of them were people who had received help from Yan Xiaolu. At this moment, with 9th Elder Xiaolan's disciple, Mi Chuxue, as the leader. We don't know about Elder Xiaolu's situation right now, but we know one thing very well, and that is that we need to be strong, so sisters, all go out and kill the demonic beasts. The demonic pills can be used for our own use or exchanged for spirit stones, we can't just sit back and wait for death, or else we don't know when the calamity will befall us. Right, we can't hide like this anymore. Sisters, all go out with us, kill the enemy and make merit, grab demon pills and earn spirit stones. That's right, this is the right time to earn spirit stones. When Xiaolu comes back, we will have a big wave of promotion. Lu Qingye said. She could be said to be Yan Xiaolu's first help. At this time, she was also already at the cultivation level of the Tongling realm. Xiaolan stood on the city wall and looked at the demon army swarming outside the city. The face was cold. Koan technique, Xiankuan strike. Only to see her shouting in a cold voice, the aura around her raged on. As Xiaolan's hand pointed towards the outside of the city, a powerful pillar of aura light shot straight up. Pieces of demonic beasts outside the city were all dead. Retreat, retreat, there are returning realm powerhouses here. As the order was given, the demon race army outside the city withdrew in an organized manner. Watching the demon race army withdraw, Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief, then rushed to the next place without stopping. These cities were all ones that the Heavenly River sect had charged protection fees for, so naturally she would also step in to escort them when she could. Wanghai City. Lu Xini, Lu Xinruwei, 2 sisters waited anxiously. Why hasn't the 6th master come to us yet? It's very unsafe out there right now, let's not run around, just wait for Master 6 in peace. Okay. The 2 sisters opened the guest room and then closed the room to practice. Another place. Su Daji was also in seclusion to heal her wounds. She had fought with the demoness King Feng Qinger and still also suffered considerable injuries, and had been healing since she returned to the city. It was almost unbeatable. Su Daji slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Now that Yan Xiaolu had also been invited to the Yulan mountain range by her, this was a bit bad. Su Daji thought of the disciple she had just taken in, when she actually made a direct breakthrough as soon as her physique improved. If this demon king's physique improved and then directly broke through, who else would be the enemy in the entire Songlan realm? She suddenly had some second thoughts. This war between the demon race and the humans continued. Soon, 7 days passed. The 2 big forces gradually fought out the real fire, and the 7-day plan originally set by the demon race was directly nullified. Gradually more and more forces were invested in the war, many clans in the hinterland sent people to the front line, and dynasties were directly involved. The high end of the battlefield is also growing. Because we all know that if the front line once collapses, then there is no way for the rear to settle down at all. With the increase in the high-end combat power of humans, they gradually became evenly matched with the demon race. And the spirit stones plundered by the demon race on the front line soon entered Yen Xiaoliu's pockets. In order to create the strongest offspring, the several major tribes of the demon race had desperately joined the path of grabbing spirit stones. Now that their own stockpile was emptied, it still wasn't enough, and they also sent more of their war effort into the front lines. Yen Xiaolu was unaware of this and happily collected spirit stones every day. P.S. I feel that no one to see more handsome brothers can come to a free power with love. Look at the strength. Chapter 53 Mother, my daughter is unfilial. That night, Yen Xiaolu suddenly realized that no one was looking for him. Still wondering, he saw Feng Qinger walk in. You're here? I'm coming. An uneventful conversation, but Yen Xiaolu knew what he was up against. Just, why did you show part of your real body? Only the upper half of his body is shaped similar to a dragon's head appeared in front of Yen Xiaoliu's eyes. The bottom half is rather like a human. This is the extremely high-quality spirit stones I have collected over the past 1,000 years to raise my cultivation qualifications to the best. Feng Qinger said. Okay, no problem. Yen Xiaolu counted the spirit stones. These are only enough to upgrade to an earth spirit body. Yen Xiaolu said. Since she was the demon king of the entire Yulan mountain range, she should have more valuable treasures. Earth spirit body? It's only one rank higher than now? Feng Qinger pondered for a moment. No, I need better cultivation qualifications. Yen Xiaolu spread his two hands and said helplessly, spirit stones aren't enough. Upgrading cultivation qualifications consumes spirit stones. Is treasure medicine okay? Feng Qinger asked. May I? System? Yen Xiaolu asked in his mind. Host, of course there is no problem, as long as all the items that contain aura can be, this system will be converted according to a certain ratio. Good, I'm relieved to have you say that. Then I'll take off this weight straight away, woohoo. Here, these are all my belongings. Feng Qinger clenched her teeth and with a wave of her hand, pieces of treasures appeared on the ground. These are the spoils of war that I have collected, weapons and precious medicines. Wow, that's rich. Yen Xiaolu marveled. This collection, I don't know how many clans can top the entire fortune of the clan. This is a spiritual treasure? Yen Xiaolu took out a glittering weapon with a spiritual aura surrounding it. It also emitted a powerful aura. It was not a mortal product at this glance. The weapons are divided into ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, magic treasures, spiritual treasures, supreme weapons, divine weapons, immortal weapons. In addition to normal weapons, the rest are divided into 4 classes. They are, respectively, lower, middle, upper, and extreme. Take a chestnut. Spiritual weapons categorized into lower-grade spiritual weapons, middle-grade spiritual weapons, upper-grade spiritual weapons, and extreme-grade spiritual weapons. Spiritual treasures, which are categorized into lower-grade spiritual treasures, middle-grade spiritual treasures, upper-grade spiritual treasures, and extreme spiritual treasures. That's right, this is the weapon that my mother got from killing a returning one realm back then. Nice. System, how many spirit stones can this weapon be exchanged for? Yen Xiaolu asked in his mind. Back to the host, it can be worth 100,000 spirit crystals. Only 100,000, that's only one drop of essence blood from the spirit body of that day. Then how much are all of these things worth when they are all added up? Yen Xiaolu asked again. It can be worth 500,000 spirit crystals. Not enough, far from it. Yen Xiaolu said as he looked at Feng Qinger. Isn't this enough? Feng Qinger frowned slightly. This was already all she had. If that's not enough. Feng Qinger is a little reluctant to give up. She still has a thing that her deceased mother left behind. Just looking at Feng Qinger's appearance, Yen Xiaolu guessed that she should have something more valuable. Perhaps the item was too expensive, making her unable to make up her mind. Think about it. Oh, chance can be met. Think about it. The Supreme Realm is beckoning to you now. One step first. Oh. Yen Xiaolu smiled and compelled, like a demon whispering. Feng Qinger was silent, unable to decide for a moment. This thing was left behind when the extraterrestrial forces invaded and her mother fought to the death to repel the extraterrestrial forces and then died of her serious injuries. This also directly led to the defeat of the demon lineage that ruled the Kanglan realm in the first place, and in the end, they had to return to the Yulan mountain range to hibernate and recuperate. Wait, extraterrestrial forces? Feng Qinger was instantly nonplussed. I remember what my mother said when she died. Qinger, you must be strong as soon as possible. The extraterrestrial forces won't stop. They will definitely make a comeback. You mustn't let the Kanglan realm fall. Mother, my daughter is ungrateful. Delayed breakthrough. Now the opportunity is in front of us. Feng Qinger's eyes closed as she endured the pain and reached into her bosom, from which she pulled out a sparkling bead. As soon as the beads appeared, they exuded a powerful aura, and Feng Qinger hurriedly set up a breath-blocking formation to prevent the aura from leaking out. This was left behind when my mother passed away, see if this is enough. Feng Qinger said. This is a demonic elixir? That's right, it's my mother's demonic pills. Feng Qinger looked slightly sad, her mother's only relic could not be saved. System, how much is this demon pill worth? Back to the host, could be worth millions of spirit crystals. Yan Xiaolu carefully examined the demonic pills that emitted a powerful aura. This should be a supreme realm demon pill, right? Yan Xiaolu asked. Exactly. Feasible enough, I can help you raise your cultivation qualifications to the point of a heavenly spirit body. Thanks. There are too many things, I need to absorb them. Yan Xiaolu said, then sat down on his knees, absorbing items one by one in his hands. Each piece absorbed was turned into energy and stored in the system. It was soon the turn of the last item, the demonic pills that emitted a powerful aura. Watching the demonic dan decrease little by little, Feng Qinger's heart was very sad. Mother, I will guard the Kanglan realm for you, Feng Qinger thought with tears streaming down her face. System, spend 9 million extreme spirit stones to transform into 9 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 9 drops of essence blood. Spend 1,100,000 spirit crystals to gather 11 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 11 drops of essence blood. Each drop of essence blood for the earth spiritual body to be elevated to a heavenly spiritual body required the consumption of 100,000 spirit crystals, thus costing 1,100,000 spirit crystals. Ready to start, you. Is it possible to take human form? Yan Xiaolu asked after a moment of hesitation. He was human after all, and this looking at a dragon-shaped head was still diabolical, even though dragons were the national symbol of his old country. I don't think I need to bother, I'm sure I won't be able to control myself to change back into my dragon form later. Feng Qinger said. Change back before you turn into a human, or else the first step won't even go ahead. Yan Xiaolu said. All right. Soon, Feng Qinger took human form, and Yan Xiaolu formally helped her improve her cultivation qualifications. Wait, don't turn into a dragon first, don't turn. In the nick of time, Yan Xiaolu was dumbfounded. It really wasn't prepared at all, and it almost freaked him out. Close your eyes for me, don't get distracted. Feng Qinger was a little annoyed, she felt in disappearing, this if she failed not to lose so many treasures for nothing. After Yan Xiaolu's persistent efforts, he still succeeded. Feng Qinger's cultivation qualification was first raised to Earth Spirit Body. The host has successfully consumed 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an Earth Spirit Body, gaining 10,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 6,407,50,000, middle stage of Divine Infant Realm. In an instant, Yan Xiaolu's aura strengthened by a large margin, his cultivation broke through and reached the middle stage of the Divine Infant Realm, and more than 40,000 experience was still needed to elevate to the later stage. With the experience from earlier, this time Yan Xiaolu made light work of it. Soon. The host has successfully consumed 11 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to a heavenly spirit body, gaining 100,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 56,407,100,000, late Divine Infant Realm. Okay. Yan Xiaolu said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinger kicked away Yan Xiaolu, then ran her gong method to check her changes. Yan Xiaolu looked at this merciless woman speechlessly, using it up and throwing it away again. Chapter 54 The Divine Xian Realm is just around the corner. But it didn't matter, the benefits he gained this time were also huge, directly rising 2 realms in a row to the late Divine Infant Realm. And with half of the experience already passed, the Divine Xian Realm was just around the corner. Feng Qinger ran her own Kung Fu for a week, feeling that she was a great deal stronger, and if she were to meet that woman from last time, she would certainly not be injured. Feng Qinger looked at Yan Xiaolu again and saw that he was also looking at himself. I can't tell you what it feels like to look at each other with 4 eyes. Feng Qinger had originally planned to directly trap him in the Yulan mountain range after her cultivation qualifications were raised, and raise the qualifications for her people every day. But now she didn't have that idea, and she didn't know what was going on. Is it true that it's just a matter of time? Not for long. You? Looking at me for? No, it's nothing, the king is leaving. At this time, Feng Qinger said as if she had remembered something, soon the Kanglan realm will face a great calamity, so I hope you can help the demon race more, the Kanglan realm needs more strong people. After saying that, Feng Qinger disappeared. She planned to go back to her seclusion and strive for an early breakthrough. Somewhere in a cave with abundant spiritual qi, Feng Qinger was already preparing for closed-door cultivation, and would not come out until she reached the supreme. At the end of the day, she suddenly thought of Yan Xiaolu. If she didn't show up for a long time, what if those clan leaders imprisoned him for working day and night? No way, no way. She wanted Yan Xiaolu to help the demon race, but not to oppress him. Think for a moment. The entire Yulon mountain range suddenly resounded with Feng Qinger's voice, exploding in the minds of all those at the divine infant realm and above. This king is preparing for closed-door cultivation. During this period, you are not allowed to block any of Yin Xiaoliu's actions. If necessary, you can act on his order. If you violate it, I will pursue his responsibility after I come out of the closed door. Demon King Feng Qinger was in existence that said nothing amongst the demon clan. No one dared to refute her orders, and apart from her strength, the other reason for this was that it stemmed from the bloodline. Why even listen to him? We're not convinced. Although there was quite a bit of talk underneath, no one dared to stand up and refute it, and could only be unconvinced for a bit in their hearts. Strange, why am I issuing this order? Feng Qinger, who was just about to close the door, suddenly came up with such a thought. Well, I must be grateful to him. Exactly. That must be right. Practice, practice, practice. Not until the Supreme Being is out. Feng Qinger's order. Yin Xiaolu naturally heard it and was a bit surprised. Not trying to bribe me, are you? Make me stay here willingly? However, who cares about ordering these demon clans? Whoever commands is a dog. Yin Xiaolu was lying in his arms with a girl who had a strange set of cat ears, a pair of cat ears that were a little scarlet and still moving around, very cute. Master, what were you thinking about? My slave wants to hear it. This cat lady is very pampered. She was accidentally found by Yin Xiaolu when she was wandering around outside, and in the spirit of wanting to explore the cat structure, she detained the cat back. She was still a spirit cat at the time. Now a full-fledged cat lady. The changes are so great that no outsiders have arrived at the various doorways. I was wondering if I should take you out of this Yulon mountain range. Yin Xiaolu pondered. It had been an unknown amount of time since he came to the Yulon mountain range, and what should be scraped was pretty much scraped, so it was time to leave. Master, of course my slave is willing. It was all she could do to say yes, or face a whipping. That's how she gave in the first place. No, that's how she willingly submitted. Yin Xiaolu stroked her ears again, turned back into a cat. Okay. In an instant, she was a cute pet cat. Meow. With a cute purr she jumped into Yin Xiaoliu's arms. Go to. Yin Xiaolu picked up the kitten and flew away. After this period of time, Yin Xiaolu had finally broken through to the Divine Xian realm. 100,000 in the early stages of promotion to Divine Xian, 200,000 in the middle stages, and 500,000 in the later stages. Right now, his experience bar was at 160,407 500,000, the middle stage of the Divine Xian realm. Extreme Spirit Stones also came to 1,050 million. You could say it's earning hemp. Genuinely speaking, it's laying down and making money. Abbreviations. Lay to win. Moreover, Yin Xiaolu unlocked another ability after breaking through to the Divine Xian realm. That's over life. When practicing together with the other person, you can enhance the other person's lifespan and at the same time convert 1/10 of the enhanced lifespan into your own lifespan. 100 years of life requires 1 million extreme spirit stones. 1,000 years of life requires 100 million extreme spirit stones. 2,000 years of life requires 10 million spirit crystals. 5,000 years of life requires 100 million extreme spirit crystals. 10,000 years of life, 100 world hearts are needed. 50,000 year lifespan requires 5,000 world hearts. When she first saw it at first glance, Yin Xiaolu only felt that it was exaggerated, really exaggerated. A lifespan of 50,000 years requires the use of 5,000 world hearts. That was the equivalent of 5,000 worlds like the Zhonglan realm. Is there really someone so brutal? For the sake of their own longevity, they are willing to sacrifice untold billions and billions of living beings. But in a moment's time he figured out that he was not in the right realm, so why think about it? Yin Xiaolu first came to the city on the border of the Yulon mountain range, wanting to see what the situation was like in the cities bordering the demon race. At this moment, he was holding Meow Meow in his arms, one hand stroking Meow Meow's head. Yes, this is jerking off the cat. Arriving at the nearest city, Yin Xiaolu was ready to satisfy his appetite first. It had been a long time since he had eaten meat and drunk wine. But the sight he saw dumbfounded him. Where's a city in front of you? It's clearly a ruin now. There was dried blood everywhere, as well as corpses that had decomposed. It reeked of a foul odor. What's going on? We're being attacked by bandits? That's not right. Which bandit is so capable? Master, don't you know? Meow asked, looking at the pondering Yin Xiaolu. Know what? Yin Xiaolu was puzzled. It's about our demon race going to war with the humans, and it's been going on for months. Fine. Then Meow told the story. It turned out to be a fight over spirit stones and demon pills, but it slowly fought out the fire. It's become immortal, and now it's a 3-day battle and a 2-day battle. Humans were still losing ground in the face of an uncountable army of demons. Most of the cities near the Yulin mountain range had fallen. Yan Xiaolu made his way towards the Tianhe sect. It's a little hard to see too many broken bones and a mountain of corpses. We can't go on like this. What if there really is a calamity in the Kanglin realm? Ha! There are still living people here. In midair, Yan Xiaolu sensed that there was still a breath of life below and flew down suspiciously. Looking at the ruins of this place, Yan Xiaolu shook his head rather helplessly. Hardly, the great wars of the last few months still have something to do with themselves. It's all because of the spirit stones. A dilapidated thatched hut, Yan Xiaolu appeared in the house. It was horrifying to see a female sprawled across the ground, half of her body gone, as if she had been gnawed on by something. Chapter 55, Will You Be My Disciple? Obviously eaten by a demonic beast, the picture was extremely tragic and unbearable to look at. No, it's like she's protecting something. Yan Xiaolu frowned, having made some discoveries. He watched closely and realized that she had a death grip on something and was not letting go of it, and her other hand was tightly covering her lips. Even before he died, he didn't let up for a moment. Yan Xiaolu squatted down and took a closer look. So it's an underground switch. There's another level underground. Yan Xiaolu probed his divine sense towards the inside and found that there was a tiny girl among them who didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Was looking up nervously at the top of his head, shivering. She folded her arms in fear. Her name is Shug. Since she was a child with her mother, life was hard, but it was a blessing to have a mom who loved her. But yesterday, out of the blue, her mom said to her, "Gerg, how about we play a game?" "What's the game?" "A game of hide and seek." Yeah. Gerg happily agreed. "Gerg, just hide in there and don't come out until I find you." "Why, Mom, then you'll know where I'm hiding." "Behave yourself, this time it's your turn to come to Mommy, and you'll come out to Mommy when she calls you, okay?" "Good." The little girl was obedient and well-behaved and hid in the lower level. It didn't take long for the place to be attacked. This mother covered her lips tightly, and even though her body was being chewed on, she didn't say a word, guarding the entrance tightly from the demonic beasts. It also prevents Gog from hearing himself. Gerg was small, but the sound of walking around up there, and nibbling, still gave her a guess. Plus there was blood seeping through it, which scared her to death. She tried to get up there, but couldn't for the longest time, she was too weak. Now she heard footsteps again, and they were never her mother's. Through divine sense, looking at the nervous and scared little girl, Yan Xiaolu momentarily didn't know what to do. A few years old, a little girl in need of her mom's love, and now they're separated from each other. Leaving the little girl alone in the world. Pathetic. "I want to stop the war," Yan Xiaolu said firmly. This kind of innocent casualties, so that he cannot rest assured that this is still what he saw. He did not see the place. I do not know how many innocent people because of their own suffered disaster. It's not that he can't see the casualties, but he can't see the casualties of these innocent people. Cultivators, by nature, were fighting against the sky, and death was a normal thing, so he wouldn't be too touched by it. He himself used to be one of the common people, so he felt it deeply. Yan Xiaolu slowly opened the lid, the sunlight spread into the dark space, and the little girl retreated to the corner in fear. "You don't have to be nervous, I'm not going to hurt you," Yan Xiaolu said, a little heartless. Later when the little girl comes up and sees her mother being gnawed on, how sad she should be. The little girl did not dare to speak easily. After a few seconds, perhaps seeing that Yan Xiaolu wasn't hurting her, she said crisply, "Brother, I want to find Mommy." By the end of the sentence, the little girl's eyes had welled up with tears. I think she probably already knows the outcome. "Master, she's so pitiful." Meow transmitted. "Don't you say anything, you'll scare her later." "Okay then." Yan Xiaolu didn't say anything, he didn't know what to say. Could he just tell her that your mom died? Seeing Yan Xiaolu's long silence, the little girl walked up the stairs. The moment she came up, she saw her own mother's half-formed body, and the tears could no longer be hidden, pouring down like a waterfall. "Your mom is also trying to protect you. I think she's happy down there knowing that you're still alive." Yan Xiaolu comforted. "Mom." Shug slowly walked over to her mother and knelt down, crying sadly. Yan Xiaolu just quietly watched until her tears dried up from crying, and only then did he walk forward and pick her up. Meow automatically jumped onto Yan Xiaolu's shoulder. "Well, the dead are dead, so let's go bury Mom." Yan Xiaolu hugged her and lifted her mother up, then found a piece of ground and buried her in the ground, giving her a proper burial. "Brother, my name is Sug." Afterwards, the little girl introduced herself. "Aha!" Yan Xiaolu was silent for a moment. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" "Disciple is willing," Sugij said in a firm tone. "Good, first let Master test your body for you, don't move." Yan Xiaolu said, wanting to know how her cultivation qualifications were. Good. Yan Xiaolu put his hand on her forehead. System, help me take a look, I can't see her physique yet. Yan Xiaolu called out to the system. After so many times of improving his physique, Yan Xiaolu had also found the way, and could already judge it by himself without having to borrow the crystal ball to inquire about his physique. But, he realized how he couldn't see it. Is there a hidden agenda? Host, you traitorous luck. How? This woman is a natural immortal body that is rare in hundreds of millions of years. So awesome? But it doesn't look like it. Because this world is too barren and does not have enough aura, the immortal body is still in a hidden state and can only be unlocked by slowly cultivating it in the future. In that case, doesn't it mean that we've picked up a treasure this time in a blur? Not so. Want to appear a immortal body? How difficult, if it is through this system, and still need thousands of planets of energy, the cost is too great. I really am the protagonist, and I can get such a reward just for showing kindness. Yan Xiaolu thought proudly. Master, what are you laughing at? Su Gij tilted her head and asked in confusion. I am happy for having taken in such a good disciple as you, Master Na, so smile, Gerg is happy too. Then Master will take you out of here. Yan Xiaolu said. Gij turned back and looked at her mother's grave very reluctantly. Mom, I'll go with the Master, in the next life I'll be your daughter. Yan Xiaolu brought Su Gij and sped along, quickly arriving at the Heavenly River sect's territory. Elder Yan, you're back? Soon, a female disciple spotted Yan Xiaolu and happily came over to greet him. Where's the patriarch? Yan Xiaolu asked. The patriarch is fighting the enemy on the front line, the elders and most of the disciples have gone. Alright, you guys get busy. Yan Xiaolu said. Since none of them were in the clan, Yan Xiaolu planned to make a trip to Wanghai City first. Elder Yan, I still want to improve. This female disciple said in a very wriggly manner. Only before she could finish her words, Yan Xiaolu had already disappeared. When he arrived at Wanghai City, he naturally looked for the two mates he had taken in. He told them to wait for him in the first place, but it's just that so much time has passed, and he doesn't know if he's still in Wanghai City, so let's go and take a look first. Chapter 56. Have you done something wrong? Come to Wanghai City. From afar, Yan Xiaolu saw the battle flames rushing to the sky. The countless shouts of murder were deafening. It was only accompanied by the lingering sound of the zither, which soon fell silent, leaving only the enchanting sound of the zither. It seems to be Suda who has struck out. Retreat, there is a return to one realm bigwig sitting here. Soon, the demon race withdrew. Many thanks to Senior for your help. Zhong Shooting, the current city lord of Wanghai City, arched his hand in thanks. They are all humans, so they should help each other out. Su Daji said indifferently, and was ready to continue back to her cultivation. As she turned around, she saw the flying Yan Xiaolu and stopped dead in her tracks. It's finally here. I still want to sense your zither way. Fellow Daoist Yan, goodbye. Fellow Daoist Su, it's like 3 autumns after not seeing you for a few days. How dare you talk nonsense, this little cutie is. Su Daji ranted, then looked at Su Gij. What a cute little girl. She's my newest disciple. Ah, so cute, let's sister hug it. Su Daji was overflowing with motherly love for a moment, picking up Su Gij as a fierce kiss. Su Gij, on the other hand, looked at Yan Xiaolu blankly. Who is this sister? Why did she catch me kissing? Her face is covered with saliva. Yan Xiaolu laughed. Very good. Now the war, it is not really suitable to bring Gij around. Su Daji is exactly a good candidate to bring children. She could also teach for herself and teach her to cultivate, and for now, Su Daji was definitely the most suitable candidate. Sister, let go of me. Shug protested, wiping the drool from her small face. Okay, sister will let go of you this time. Su Daji laughed. A sister called still made her quite happy and discerning. 1,000 years old and still pretending to be young. Yan Xiaolu joked with contempt. Go, cutie, you call your sister young? Of course my sister is young and beautiful. See, it's still other kids who know their stuff, unlike you. Su Daji looked at Yan Xiaolu with contempt. Zhong Shooting looked at Yan Xiaolu from the side with complicated eyes. This man with whom she had run the exchange. Elder Yan, long time no see. Zhong Shooting also stepped forward to greet him. It's been a long time, I've missed it. Yan Xiaolu blinked at her. Zhong Shooting glanced at Su Daji, her eyes a bit averted, afraid of being discovered by her for something. Some of the hearts are weak. In fact, it was completely unnecessary. Those who knew Yan Xiaolu's ability understood. Suda, for her part, looked at the two of them with amusement, having affirmed her suspicions. After all, it was someone who had stayed in Wanghai City for so long. Zhong Shooting still recognized him, but he didn't have this cultivation before. Hey, is the ability really so strong? Is it so easy to raise your cultivation? Su Gij, on the other hand, looked at Zhong Shooting curiously. There was something wrong with the way this sister was looking at her master. This sister, have you done something wrong? Zhong Shooting. What does a little kid know? Zhong Shooting glared at her, frightening Su Gij to hastily shrink into Su Daji's arms. Sister, it's scary. Ha ha. Suda laughed. Even Yin Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh. Gerg, pretty cute. Senior Su, Elder Yin, would you like to come to the small mansion for a visit? Zhong Shooting invited. That's fine, but I'll go find a few people first. Yin Xiaolu said. Since fellow Taoist Yen has gone, then I'll do the same. Su Daji didn't want to go, but seeing Yin Xiaolu heading there, she was ready to go as well. Su Daji's thoughts were simple. She wanted Yin Xiaolu to play another song. It was about her cultivation breakthrough. She couldn't be sloppy. After all, such Qin Dao attainments she has only seen in her life. It is really a pity not to enter my sound avenue. Gij, you follow fellow Taoist Su first. Master is going to run some errands and will come find you later. Yin Xiaolu said towards Su Gij. At those words, Su Gij collapsed a small face. It was foreseeable that her delicate little face was going to be ruined by this sister again. Hee, cutie, you can't escape, can you? Suda heatedly laughed. It's been so long since I've seen a small child, and the sight of one is a motherly flood. Seeing that Su Daji loved children, Yin Xiaolu was relieved. Wait for me to come back and prepare the qin. As he was leaving, Yin Xiaolu said towards Su Daji, drawing a pie for her. It's not exactly pie. How could the returning to the first realm be so easy to break through, without one's own meticulous help? How could one break through by listening to a few zither songs? The lower limit of the physique really has a pretty big impact on cultivation breakthroughs. When she felt that she was about to break through, but could never break through, she would always be unable to endure the temptation. Su Daji was waiting for Yin Xiaolu's words and nodded excitedly. That's great. Supreme Realm, I've taken another step forward. Master, you have to come back quickly. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, fellow Taoist Su. This disciple of mine doesn't have a cultivation technique yet. I don't think he'll be stingy. Suda, for the sake of my breakthrough plan, what is a mere cultivation technique? And la, I happen to have a couple of the better ones. Suda waved her hand. Gij, first try to learn the basic cultivation method from this big sister. Aha, master, I'll learn by heart and won't disgrace you. Su Gij nodded. In the inn, Lu Xini and Lu Xinrui had just finished their cultivation. Ever since Master 6 upgraded our physique to Xian spirit body, this cultivation speed is too fast. Yeah, I'm in the middle of the spirit transformation realm now. Wow, sis is so mushy. What is your realm? What a coincidence, I'm also in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Begging for a fight, isn't it? Hee. After a moment of playfulness between the two, they remembered Yin Xiaolu. Why isn't the sixth master back yet? It must be the damnable demon race that won't let him out. Maybe the sixth master is being held captive by them. Well, that seems like a big possibility when you say it. Right, Master 6's ability is so strong, it can enhance the cultivation physique. Who wouldn't want to imprison him for their own use? You want to? You don't want to? I think. Yin Xiaolu, who had just walked to the door. Listening to the conversation inside the room, his head was suddenly filled with black lines. This little ninny, she actually wants to imprison me? Let's see if I don't crack you two open. Want to imprison someone? Of course it's the sixth master. Wait, no sis, why is there a man's voice? Not good. Lu Xinrui's eyes rolled. Master 6, you're finally back, we missed you so much. Lu Xinrui smiled and turned around to hug Yin Xiaolu's arm. The way to think of me is to imprison me? Not at all, Master 6, you must have heard wrong. I'm so kind, how could I do such a thing? Yes? Of course. Strange, then who was talking just now? Not me anyway. So it's you then? Yin Xiaolu looked wistfully at Lu Xini. No, it's not me either. Lu Xini hurriedly shook her head. It's not you, and it's not her, so who the hell is it? Yin Xiaolu rubbed his hands together with a bad smile. You two really don't fight for a day, actually dare to have the mind to imprison me. Today you must be educated deeply. With that, Yin Xiaolu lunged towards them. Chapter 57, The Genius of Gij. City Lord's Mansion. Zhong Shooting very politely brought Su Daji to his own mansion. She had never known that there was actually such a strong person hidden in Wanhai City. The realm of returning to the one. It could almost be said that he was walking horizontally in the Kanglin realm. I didn't realize that she was actually in her own city. What a mistake! If I had visited earlier, I might have been able to take it to the next level myself. Senior Su, please take a seat. Zhong shooting brought Su Daji to the middle of the garden in the mansion. Well, you have a nice view. Suda nodded. There was still something to be said for matching the scenery around her. Thank you, senior, for the compliment. Don't be so nervous, I don't eat people, do I? Little cutie. Su Daji reached out and gave Su Gij's little face a squeeze. Sister, quickly teach me to cultivate. Su Gij crossed her arms, already wanting to cultivate. After all, it was what the master had said, and she wanted to try it as soon as possible. What's the hurry, take a break first. Senior, please have some tea. Zhong shooting personally made tea and brought it to Su Daji. Well, your cultivation was raised by Yen Xiaolu? Su Daji asked. Yes. Zhong shooting knew there was no need to hide it, so she admitted it directly. She also knew that, admit it or not, Elder Su could guess it. I was at the spirit transformation realm cultivation before, and after Elder Yen elevated me, I was directly promoted to the divine Xian realm. Zhong shooting said. So mysterious? Breaking 2 realms in a row? Su Daji exclaimed, unable to resist standing up. What kind of strength is that, to be able to improve so insanely? I didn't believe it before, but it just happened, and in a short period of time. How short? A couple minutes. A few tens of minutes let you break through from the spirit transformation realm to the divine infant realm before breaking through to the divine Xian realm? Su Daji completely clammed up this time. Can't keep my composure anymore. One must know that back then, it had taken her a full 100 years to go from the spirit transformation realm to the divine Xian realm, which was already genius. But now what did she hear? A couple minutes. It would only take a few minutes to directly break through to the divine infant realm, and a few minutes could be worth hundreds of years of one's own hard cultivation. How could this keep her calm? Can we directly break through to the return to one realm? Su Daji asked again. If it was possible, wouldn't that mean it was possible to mass-produce someone as strong as her? That would be horrible. It should be possible, given enough longevity. How much life is required? As a rule, it should take over 1,000 years, right? It's a good thing mass production won't be possible then. Suda let out a long breath. If it could really be produced, it would be too terrifying, and it would also mean that she, the returning to the first realm bigwig, would have no more advantages, and that was not something she wanted to see. Do you think he will still be able to enhance his lifespan? At this time, Suda suddenly thought of this question. Being able to enhance the physique, being able to enhance the cultivation, and according to them, being able to enhance the spiritual skill sense, then being able to enhance the lifespan seemed to make sense. Rip. If it's really possible. Not only did Su Daji think of this question, Zhong shooting also thought of it at once. Wouldn't he or she be able to break through to the realm of return? If it could really enhance longevity, wouldn't that also form a perfect closed loop? Not enough lifespan to enhance your cultivation? It's no problem. I'll boost your lifespan first before boosting your cultivation. Hold the grass. Perfect. After thinking about this problem, Su Daji had a sense of urgency, which if others later on, then their own old face were to put off. The name of genius will also change hands. Gotta get a good relationship. Su Daji murmured, then looked at Su Gij. Little cutie, I'll teach you to cultivate. Yeah. Suguru clapped her hands happily. Close your eyes. Okay, sis. Suguru obediently closed her eyes. Su Daji clasped her hands together, then extended her index finger, pointing it at Su Gij's forehead, and a cultivation technique was transmitted into her mind. Then Su Daji taught her in detail how she should run her gongfu. Shug is a fast learner. A human hour or less, and the aura was sensed. As she ran her gongfu, something unexpected happened. A powerful aura gushed out from within Su Gij's body, while Su Gij himself slowly floated up into the air, his entire body emitting a hazy glow. The closed eyes of Sagi were oblivious to this. Su Daji and Zhong shooting were also at a loss. What's the situation? Su Gij followed the method taught by Su Daji and ran the gong method, but the aura was flowing through the veins when something unexpected happened. Su Gij felt a lot of unfamiliar words rush into his head. Her brain was dangerously close to withstanding it, and she couldn't help but yell out, passing out in no time at all. What to do? Phuket. The two of them stared blankly at each other. If anything happened to Su Gij, how would they explain to Yin Xiaolu? This process lasted for more than 10 minutes before Su Gij's consciousness cleared, and she opened her eyes in confusion. Gij, are you alright? Suda asked with concern as she walked forward and hugged her. Zhong shooting also looked at her anxiously. I'm fine, I just felt something extra in my memory. What is it? Flying. Flying immortal technique. Su Gij carefully recalled what was in his mind. Immediately, a cultivation technique appeared in Su Gij's mind, called the flying immortal technique. Sugij looked down carefully and realized that she didn't know any of these words, but when she looked past them, she realized that she could understand all of them. Flying Immortal Technique, Upper Chapter. What is the Flying Immortal Technique? Suda asked in disbelief. Sister, it seems to be a cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques? Suda asked in surprise. She had been surprised too many times this day. Cultivation techniques can still automatically appear in one's memory? Sudaji and Zhong Shooting looked at each other, neither knowing what was going on. I think I've read an ancient book which says that powerful races will hide their inheritance with their bloodline and pass it on to their offspring. Could that be the case with Gij? Highly likely. What good fortune to receive such a good disciple. Gij, try cultivating and see. I'll try. Sugij was worthy of being a genius with an immortal body, and soon the aura filled her entire body's meridians. She's at the enlightened spirit realm? Sudaji couldn't help but say as she looked at Sugij, who was seriously cultivating. She could clearly sense her breath rising a notch higher. It seems right. Zhong Shooting's head was also a bit dizzy. What kind of person? How did she break through so quickly? If she remembered correctly, she had just started cultivating. Wait, the breath is stronger again. Midway through. Again and again and again. Stronger by a hair. Late? This is so unconscionable. Back when I reached the late stage of the enlightened spirit realm, it took me several months. Sudaji said indignantly. I spent more than a year. Zhong Shooting bristled. She actually couldn't compare to a little girl. No, it seems to be at the passage realm. Between the two conversations, Shug made another breakthrough. Suda. Zhong Shooting. The two were measurably speechless. This was too much of a blow, wasn't it? 2 hours later. Yan Xiaolu came out, followed by two aggrieved maids. Obviously, they had been miserably educated by Yan Xiaolu, and had said that they would never dare to have this idea again. If there are more, then the punishment is 10 hours. Chapter 58, I need it, I need it. Yan Xiaolu quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. When Yan Xiaolu found them through his divine sense, he discovered that Sudaji and Zhong Shooting were sitting around Sugij in a lifeless state. And Sugij was practicing with her eyes closed. They are completely blown away today. Just because. Sugij actually broke through several times in a row, which made them envious. This talent, it's horrible. Scary as hell. Is this the top genius with inherited feats? The current Sugij cultivation had already arrived at the late stage of the Tongling realm. Do you think she will break through directly to the spirit transformation realm? And it shouldn't be. Talent can be amazing, but it can't be scary, right? Maybe it will? Will? Next moment. The breath in Sugij's body was once again strong by a hair. Numb. It's so numb. This little guy, what a duong slap in their face. Or the kind that's not polite at all. It's so sour that my teeth hurt. Zhong Shooting covered her face. It's a man who is most afraid of comparisons. There's no harm without comparison. What's wrong? It looks like you guys are depressed. Yan Xiaolu walked over and asked. He didn't know anything about the situation here yet, he only knew that Sugij was actually able to cultivate so quickly. This talent, it's truly amazing. I'm telling you. Then they informed Yan Xiaolu of what had just happened. Yan Xiaolu was also dumbfounded as he listened, carefully checking the aura on Sugij's body. He was shocked and said, "This is the spirit transformation realm? Well, hurry up." Zhong Shooting nodded. She was the most unsettled here. After all, she was only a spirit transformation realm by herself, and the divine Xian realm still relied on Yan Xiaolu. It was too much of a blow to actually be outclassed by a few-year-old girl now. Got blasted and killed. Awesome. Rarely did Yan Xiaolu know that she possessed an immortal body and her talent was amazing. But I didn't realize it was this amazing. Just cultivating and coming directly to the spirit transformation realm, worthy of being an immortal body, the lower limit is too high. Who the hell is the main character here? It's obvious that I'm the main character, but my cultivation is rising so slowly. Yan Xiaolu estimated that even if she didn't cultivate much every day, she would be able to get to Sudaji's realm very quickly. Suda, it's bad, it's coming at me, I'm becoming a unit of measurement. Worthy of being my disciple. Yan Xiaolu looked at the two of them proudly. Say, where did you go to abduct them? Suda asked sullenly. If one had such a disciple, what more bicycles would one need? Straight away, he was taken flying by his apprentice. In the future it will be that whoever is the disciple of Sudha. Gerga, it's something I happened to meet when I was passing by. By chance? What a coincidence. Hey, I'm actually surprised. Alright, down to business, fellow Taoist Yen, how much lifespan does it take to ascend to the supreme realm? Sudaji asked. She wanted to know, and then she let herself die. breaking through the supreme realm and all that was still something that could only be done by oneself, but not with the help of external forces. Zhong Shooting was also listening with her ears open. It takes 1,200 years to live. Yan Xiaolu said. So much, it seems that I can't raise my cultivation through this method. Su Daji patted her own chest and now she was relieved. No, it can also be done by improving your physique. Suda. I can also enhance my lifespan, so if you need it, feel free to inquire. Yan Xiaolu said with a smile. Ah, why tell me? How nice not to know. It's so annoying. I need it. Zhong Shooting, who was on the side, heard that it could really enhance her lifespan and she was instantly excited. She had already boosted her cultivation and she had known about this for a long time. Elder Yan, how much lifespan does it take to ascend to the returning to the first realm? Zhong Shooting asked. It takes 600 years to live. Then what do I need to pay to enhance my lifespan by 600 years? Zhong Shooting asked. Simple. I have a 1,000-year lifespan package here for only 100 million extreme spirit stones. Silence, extraordinarily silent. I'm afraid this will have to empty a spirit stone mine. Oh. Su Daji skimmed her lips. She knew this matter best, after all, she had seen the world for 1,000 years. 100 million extreme spirit stones, that could only be dug out by one spirit stone vein. The other was a 1,000-year-old family like her Su family, with a returning to the first realm powerhouse sitting at the helm, which had enough substance to take out. Otherwise it would have been snapped up long ago. I'm afraid it's not meant to be. Zhong Shooting said rather disappointedly, and her mood lowered. There was still hope, but now that there were so many extreme spirit stones, how could she come up with them? There's no rush, start saving now, you'll be able to save up sooner or later. Yan Xiaolu comforted very sweetly. Besides, your physique is already at the yellow spirit body, hehe, want to upgrade it to the Xian spirit body? 1 million you can definitely take out now. Speaking of physique, Yan Xiaolu recalled that last time, he had only upgraded to the yellow spirit body. That's a little too low. Now as the city lord of Wanghai City, he should have a better cultivation physique. Well, saying this much, it was actually Yan Xiaolu who wanted to exchange cultivation tips with her. Hey, carrot. Maybe you can even rise to the return to one realm on your own. Look at Daoist Su, didn't he become a return to one realm big shot on his own? Yes, drop, City Lord Zhong, relying on myself is perfectly fine, I am also in Xian spirit body. Su Daji said. Isn't this still relying on him? Zhong Shooting thought for a while, isn't it the same? It's still relying on him to improve his physique. It's not the same. That's different? Spend less. Let's go? Yan Xiaolu gave a twist of his head, signaling her to lead the way. Go if you want to. No need to look at me. Su Daji watched the scene rather amusingly. Fellow Taoist Yan's cultivation has also risen very quickly. The last time we met was at the Divine Infant realm, and now you're at the Divine Xian realm. He wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation by raising his physique, would he? If so, wouldn't the demon race have many more strong people? Zhong Shooting quietly led the way in front, walking gingerly. Come indoors. What are you waiting for? Pay up. Oh. Zhong Shooting took out 1 million extreme spirit stones with his hands and feet. Consume 700,000 extreme spirit stones to condense 7 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 7 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade to Xian Ling body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 7 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to the Xian spirit body, gaining 1,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 161,407 500,000, middle stage of the Divine Xian realm. Alright, let's go out, Gid should be done practicing. You go out first, I'm practicing a bit. Zhong Shooting said she was afraid of coming out smelly, so she pretended to cultivate under the pretext. Okay. Yan Xiaolu went straight back to the courtyard he had just been in. Sure enough, Sagi had already finished practicing. Master, my sister said I'm so powerful, I'm now an expert in the spirit transformation realm. Gij is awesome, keep up the good work. Yan Xiaolu picked her up and pinched the bridge of her little nose. Fellow Taoist Su, I wonder if I could have the time to play a song? Su Daji asked when she saw Yan Xiaolu come back. Oh, she knew that it was over. Chapter 59 Master's Good Apprentice. Yes, take the piano. Yan Xiaolu said. Suda arrived in the center of the garden, set the zither on one of the tables, and made a gesture of invitation. In a short while, the beautiful sound of the piano came out. This is just heavenly. Su Daji hurriedly sat down and carefully realized. With the sound of the zither, Sudaji's body's aura boiled as if it was alive. Fellow Daoist Su's zither Dao is truly a masterpiece. Sudaji sighed, and then closed her eyes to carefully perceive it. Inside the room, Zhong Shooting also woke up from her cultivation and was somewhat mesmerized by the wonderful zither sound. The aftermath is a long time coming. Hey! My cultivation level has actually increased? Zhong Shooting suddenly realized that her cultivation had actually risen. It was a little faster than even cultivating just now. Fantastic, too fantastic, just how many more surprises does Elder Yen have in store? Zhong Shooting hurriedly ran out and sat down around Yin Xiaolu, then began to cultivate. Such a good opportunity could not be let go. Su Gij looked at everyone cultivating, she also sat down and began to cultivate. When the song was over, Yin Xiaolu was pleased to see that everyone was mesmerized. Worthy of being an elementary school music class representative, the strength is just extraordinary. Yin Xiaolu boasted. And then went on to play the next song. After playing a song again, Yin Xiaolu stopped. As soon as the sound of the piano stopped, she opened her eyes. Seeing that the two powerhouses were in the middle of their cultivation, Miao Miao only jumped down from Yin Xiaolu's shoulder. She was not saying a word right now, after all, she was a demon, and the two great clans were still in the midst of a great war, so she didn't want to add to the trouble. Lu Xinrui and Lu Xini also found the opportunity to walk over. Master 6, are your arms sore? Let's pinch your shoulders. Feasible. Okay. Yin Xiaolu sipping tea, the two mates pressing her shoulders, life was still quite nourishing. Master, who are they? Su Gij asked curiously, pointing at Lu Xini Lu Xinrui. We are your master's maids. Lu Xini said. Lu Xinrui, how they should call Su Gij, understand the big brother to leave a message. Gij, how does cultivation feel? Yin Xiaolu asked. I feel like cultivation is easy yet. Su Gij said pleasantly. Easy? Simple. Suggs affirmed. Yin Xiaolu sweated. For the first time I heard that cultivation was simple. Could this be the feeling that belongs exclusively to the immortal body? Ordinary physiques, or those with a low spiritual body level, hate and love cultivation. Love that he can make himself stronger, hate that he's so slow to practice. Gij is awesome, then follow this sister well during this period of time to cultivate. Okay, master is going out for a trip. Yin Xiaolu said. Flying around with Gij is really a bit inconvenient, it just so happens that Sudaji is based in Wanhai City, so let her bring it first. Yin Xiaolu was relieved to learn from his observation that Sudaji also liked Gij. Plus, she still wanted to hear herself play the zither to realize the way of the zither. So there's nothing unsettling about handing it over to her. Ha! Master doesn't want me anymore? At those words, Su Gij cried sadly. How could it be, your master's favorite disciple? It's just that master has been a bit busy lately, and it's not convenient to take you with him. Then how long will master go out? It won't take long, 10 days or so? Yin Xiaolu said uncertainly as well. Okay, master, I'll be good. Well, that's what makes a good apprentice for a master. It wasn't long before Sudaji and Zhong Shooting also woke up from the afterglow of the zither. Fellow Taoist Su, I need to trouble you with something. I'm going to the front line soon. Can I trouble you to take care of my disciples? Yin Xiaolu said as he looked towards Sudaji. No problem, Gij, this child I also like. Small meaning, next time you come back just casually play a few songs for me. Of course Sudaji was willing. I even thought there was something else I needed help with so I could get him to play the piano for me. Okay, over to you, Gij, practice hard. Aha, see you later, master. Farewell. Goodbye, Elder Yin. Let's go, Xini, Xinrui, let's go. Yin Xiaolu greeted the two sisters, and then left Wanhai City, bringing the two of them to a remote place. The intention was to raise both of their cultivation levels to the returning to one realm and their cultivation physiques to the earth spirit body. As one's maid, then one's own person, Yin Xiaolu naturally wouldn't treat her own person poorly. Do you guys want to break through to the return to one realm? Yin Xiaolu asked. Dream on, Master 6. I also want to, returning to the first realm, big brother. The sovereign is only at this realm. Master 6, can we really get to the return to one realm? Lu Xini and Lu Xinrui looked at Yin Xiaolu with anticipation. One eye had become watery. Naturally, from the time you have been my maids, you have been anything but ordinary. Thank you, Master 6. Lu Xini knelt in front of Yin Xiaolu at once. Lu Xinrui followed suit and knelt on the ground. Sixth Master, don't worry, from now on, if you tell us to go east we'll never go west, even if we're told to die we won't frown. Seriously, how could I possibly let you guys die? Get up. Yin Xiaolu held the two of them up, for which he was still satisfied. Attitude in place. There are a lot of things where having that attitude and not having that attitude are two completely different things. Thank you, Sixth Master. Yan Xiaolu led them to a hidden cave. Raise your spiritual bodies first. Okay, sixth master. They were now in the Xian spirit body, and 9 drops of essence blood were needed to raise them to the earth spirit body. System: spend 9 million extreme spirit stones to condense 9 drops of essence blood. The host has successfully condensed 9 drops of essence blood. Please ask the host whether to consume 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade to an earth spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an earth spirit body, gaining 10,000 experience points. After 2 times, Yan Xiaolu gained 20,000 experience. The host's current experience is 181,407 500,000, middle stage of the Divine Xian realm. Right now Yan Xiaolu's stock of extreme spirit stones was still more than 1,030,000,000, all of which had been scraped from the demon race. The next step is to boost longevity. Yan Xiaolu spent 200 million and 2 million extreme spirit stones to enhance their lifespans by 1,100 years each. The host boosts the other party's lifespan by 100 years and gains 10 years. The host boosts the other party's lifespan by 1,000 years and gains 100 years of lifespan. The host currently has an additional life expectancy of 231 years. It's a bit unscientific to count total lifespans before, after all, so that you still have to count the protagonist's years, so you just omit them and just write the extra lifespans gained. Although the longevity package can only be upgraded once per person. But there was another method, which was that Yan Xiaolu could use his own lifespan to enhance the lifespan of the other party in the same proportion, and this would be unlimited. As much life expectancy as he has, he can help boost others' life expectancy. The next step is to raise your cultivation. Chapter 60. In my next life, I will be a bull for my seniors. Right now, the 2 of them were at the spirit transformation realm. If it's elevated to the realm of returning to one needed to enter the divine infant realm, the divine Xian realm, and then the return to one realm in that order. 3 great realms, that's 3 times. For 2 people, you'd have to raise your cultivation 6 times. Num. Adding to what he had just done, Yan Xiaolu was in some pain, and it really wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Don't look at him outwardly in pain. Actually, the heart can't hurt a bit. Ha ha. Entering the divine infant realm first had consumed their original lifespans, but as his own maids, Yan Xiaolu would definitely use his own lifespan to make up for their lifespans in the future. After all, as with more time, one's life expectancy will increase, and there is no fear of depleting one's life expectancy. The host absorbs the other party's lifespan of 100 years and successfully raises the other party's cultivation to the divine infant realm, gaining 10 years of lifespan. The host absorbs 200 years of the other party's lifespan and successfully raises the other party's cultivation to the divine Xian realm, gaining 20 years of lifespan. The host absorbs the other party's 600 years of life and successfully raises the other party's cultivation to the realm of returning to one, gaining 60 years of life. This time it was the equivalent of gaining 180 years of life. The host currently has an additional life expectancy of 411 years. Soon, their cultivation levels were raised to the returning to one realm by Yan Xiaolu. It was at this moment that Yan Xiaolu realized the true power of the system. Mass-producing strong people, as long as there are enough spirit stones. That's the standard for a protagonist. Now I'm just going to say. Just ask. Also. There are. Who? Lu Xinrui Lucini sat down and carefully realized, return to one realm, the energy is too powerful. Plus it was breaking 3 great realms in a row, which caused them to not be able to control it very well right now. Master 6, the power is too strong, we have to familiarize ourselves with it, it might delay you a bit. It's okay, you guys familiarize yourselves as soon as possible. Aha! Yan Xiaolu went out of the cave first, leaving them to familiarize themselves with their powers first. Ha! There's someone up ahead? At this time, Yan Xiaolu realized that there was a group of people not far away. How could anyone be here in the middle of nowhere? I have to see what's going on. Yan Xiaolu flew over in the direction. Intend to see the hustle and bustle. Discovering civil unrest up ahead, the battle is imminent. How can you go back on your word when you agreed to a 55 split? A woman said loudly. 55 cents on the dollar? That's funny. What did you do? You want 55 cents just for showing me the way? Dream on. This was all agreed upon beforehand. I will definitely inform the entire city when we return to Wanhai City, so that they will all know that your Li family is not trustworthy. Oh, you think you can go back today? Simply naive. Hearing this, the people in his group around him laughed. What are you guys laughing at? Why can't I go back? I'll make sure the whole city knows about your evil deeds. The woman was righteously indignant. She clearly underestimated the sinister nature of human nature. Even Yan Xiaolu laughed a bit. This chick really couldn't see the situation, threatening others at this time. Do you really think people won't kill you? You don't really think you can go back, do you, guys? Don't waste food. You guys? What do you guys want? The woman panicked when she saw them surrounding towards her and was a bit incoherent. What do you want? She actually asked me what I wanted to do? Isn't it close? Brothers, do this job and go back to the city to split the loot. What's going on? I can't use my spiritual energy? Did you just realize that? Brothers on. Help, don't touch me. The woman was completely alarmed, panicked, and was about to run away, but how could she escape? Still want to escape? The leading elder brother took out his weapon and held it in front of the woman's eyes. You try running away from one? Try and die. I'd rather die than let you guys spoil it. The woman had a lot of backbone and chose to die. Originally, Yan Xiaolu intended to watch the show, but seeing that she would rather die than give in, he got the idea to save her. You want to die? Hey, I won't let you die, and I want you to thank me. Saying that he would do it, Yan Xiaolu appeared in his form. Floating from afar, it was as graceful as a fairy. This immaculate air, this long flowing hair. Even men have to be charmed that much. It's beautiful. That was the first thought of the crowd. Gripes, he's a guy. This was the crowd's second thought. Gripes, it's not impossible. The crowd shook their heads and ruthlessly drove the evil thoughts out. How can you think like that? It's not normal. It's so abnormal. If Yan Xiaolu knew that they were out of sorts for that moment, he would have to draw his sword and cut them down. Who has disturbed this seat's seclusion? Yan Xiaolu said indifferently. The crowd's ears suddenly resounded with a thick voice, with a burst of echoes, which seemed so majestic and incomparable. Terrible. Stronger. That was their first reaction. Then it was a reaction that this person could not be messed with, he was a big shot. We have accidentally disturbed Senior, please forgive us. The crowd was terrified, fearing that they would be blamed and then not be able to walk out of here. Senior. The woman, on the other hand, was stunned. How could it be such a coincidence? Such a remote place actually had a senior in seclusion here? Senpai must have come to save me. Yan Xiaolu looked at the woman and said, you don't have to say much. The woman, on the other hand, had a joyful look on her face. Senior is really saving me. The others were flabbergasted. Senior knew her? We didn't mean to, please forgive us, Senior. Seeing Yan Xiaolu ignoring them, they were somewhat at a loss for words and spoke again. Yan Xiaolu closed her eyes and didn't reply. Now they're standing a little on their feet. What's the situation? Is Elder angry? After a while, Yan Xiaolu suddenly said, I heard that you guys agreed to split the bill 50-50 before? Yes, 50-50. Now they got it. If they didn't understand, it was a wasted life. This is our promised chair, Miss Lu, please smile. The leading man held up a smiling face and handed over the spirit stones that were agreed upon in the first place. The woman glanced at Yan Xiaolu and saw that he didn't care, so she accepted the spirit stone that the man handed over. Thank you, Senior. Aha! Senior, there's nothing else, then we'll leave, haha. The leading man faced Yan Xiaolu and smiled as he greeted his men as they slowly backed away. This person, I cover. Yan Xiaolu said. I understand, don't worry, Senior, I promise not to trouble her. Well, go ahead. Thank you, Senior, for not killing me. The leading man thanked him once again before turning to leave. Yan Xiaolu wasn't a murderous person, plus they didn't mess with themselves, so Yan Xiaolu let them go. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. The little woman is unable to return the favor, and in my next life, I would like to work as an ox for Senior. The woman bent down and bowed her head in gratitude. At those words, Yan Xiaolu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 61, Come here. I'm a little angry right now. It is said that handsome-looking men, women in return for saving their lives are in love with each other. Only those men who are ugly will the women say that they would like to be oxen and horses in their next life. Does that mean I'm ugly? In an instant, Yan Xiaolu's face fell, not that he was going to give his body in return or anything. It's just that the genus is a little hard to strain. It's fine if he doesn't know about the stunt, but the point is that he does. Senpai? What's wrong with you? The woman was unsure. Just now she was fine. How come now the Senior has some black face? It's fine, I'm leaving. Yan Xiaolu instantly stayed away from her and directly disappeared in place. Ha? Senpai? What's going on? The woman watched Yan Xiaolu disappear just like that and froze a bit. What happened? Senior is really eccentric in nature. Oh. Maybe that's why he's a senior. She thought to herself. Yan Xiaolu returned to the cave, and Lu Xinrui was the first to open her eyes and end her cultivation. Yan Xiaolu looked at her, recalling the unpleasantness from earlier, and waved towards her. Come here, I'm a little on fire right now. Master 6? What's wrong? It's okay, you do what you need to do. Oh. Not long after, Lu Xini also ended her cultivation and opened her eyes to see Lu Xinrui eating. She was furious, actually stealing food. I want to eat too. Here, it's all part of it. Beside the two maids of the realm of returning to the first realm, now Yan Xiaolu is so happy, he can walk sideways wherever he goes, right? As long as you don't meet an expert at the late stage of the returning to one realm. Yan Xiaolu's 3 men came to a certain city on the front line. It was the middle of a war and there were fights everywhere. The walls of the city were dilapidated and the streets were covered in blood, so it seemed that the demon race had already broken through the city, only to be repelled again. Hey, it's never the common man who suffers in war. Xiaolan stood on the city wall, defending against the demon race's attack. Elder Xia. Yan Xiaolu came to the city wall and shouted. Elder Xia. Lu Xinrui also shouted. After all, as a disciple of the Heavenly River sect, she had still met Xiaolan. What is it? Xiaolan turned her head and realized that it was Yan Xiaolu and was shocked. You're back? Yes, drop back. Yan Xiaolu nodded. That's great, Roku, we all need your abilities now that there's war everywhere. Yan Xiaolu. Although. But. No, sister, I just got back. Ahem, that will come after the war is over. But, we are in dire need of strong men now, or else we won't be able to defeat the demon race according to the current situation. Xiaolan said urgently. How can we end the war without exceeding the number of powerful people of the demon race? Xiaolu, why can't you see the situation? It's fine, I have a way to stop the war. Yan Xiaolu said. Then he looked in the direction of the demon clan. There should be a demon clan leader in this vicinity, or else it was impossible for these demon clans to be so well organized. Yan Xiaolu's god swept through and found a demon race that seemed to be a small team leader. Xini, take it. Yan Xiaolu said as he pointed at the junior captain. Now that there was a returning realm made, things didn't even need to be done by himself, he only needed to command. Only to see Lu Xini extend her palm and pointed at that demon race, an invisible force emanating out. That demon race instantly panicked. What's the situation? Why can't it move? The next thing it knew, it was realizing that its body was out of control, flying towards the city wall. Not good. It let out a cry of alarm and tried to escape, but realized how it couldn't. Xiaolan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Xini with some surprise. What was the situation? The realm of the returning one? But once he thought of her following Yan Xiaolu, it wasn't surprising. Her own cultivation level was also raised to by Yan Xiaolu, so she was only surprised for a moment and then wasn't surprised anymore. If this was popularized, then wouldn't the divine Xian realm be inferior to a dog in the future? And the revered one realm will be everywhere? It's fun to think about. If you don't want to die, take me to your chief. Yan Xiaolu said. Don't kill me, I'll take you there. The demon race squad leader was terrified and hurriedly said. At the same time, he cursed fiercely in his heart. When he meets the chief later, you will definitely be eaten clean by the chief, and there will be no bone dregs left. Elder Xia, I'll go and come, the demon race will retreat later. Xiaolu, don't be impulsive, your safety is most important. It's okay, it won't die. Well, forget you can't die. Under the leadership of this demon race squad leader, Yan Xiaolu arrived in one of the demon race's camps outside. Wolf King, goodbye. Yan Xiaolu laughed. He had seen the tribal leader at the head of this place, and his daughter had gotten help from himself and was now close to breaking through to the divine Xian realm. Yan Xiaolu? What are you doing here? The Wolf King was a bit unfriendly to him. Just because. Her daughter misses him from time to time when she comes home and mentions him in her mouth more than he does as a father. Stop the war, of course. No, not unless the Demon King orders it. Good, now the Demon King orders the war to stop. Yan Xiaolu said. You're not a Demon King. Though not, I can order you all to forget what the Demon King said when he was in seclusion. Do you want me to repeat one? Yan Xiaolu coldly snorted. I didn't care for it at first, but now it really smells good. You. The Wolf King flung his hand in exasperation. He had never understood why the Demon King had shifted so much back and forth. Now actually handing over the control of the demon race to an outsider for the time being while he was in seclusion. Although Yan Xiaolu had said at first that whoever used it was a dog, but now that he was facing a brutal war, Yan Xiaolu still used this right. In the Demon Clan, the orders of the Demon King were supreme, and no one dared to disobey her orders, which was a memory engraved in the bloodline. Therefore, even though the Wolf King was furious, he didn't blatantly disobey orders now. Retreat. After the Demon King emerges from the gate, I will definitely report it. Feel free. Yan Xiaolu said indifferently. What was he afraid of? Being immortal, he wasn't afraid of anything. Coupled with the hidden abilities granted by the system, the Demon King wouldn't make a move against him. Instead, you're probably going to get a fat beating. Retreat and return to the mountain range. The Wolf King looked at Yan Xiaolu without poverty, then called out to his men to retreat. That's more like it. Yan Xiaolu hummed in triumph. Only after they retreated did Yan Xiaolu prepare to go back. Road. Lu Xini and Lu Xinrui couldn't believe it. The demon race just retreated? Sixth Master, how did you order the demons? Curious. Yeah, Master 6, I'm curious too. Nothing, just making the Demon King comfortable. Yan Xiaolu smiled triumphantly. Sixth Master, net nonsense. Lu Xini rolled her eyes. Where was the justification for that? She didn't believe it. But she didn't pursue it any further. On the city walls, Xiaolan crossed her fingers, and she was surprised to find that the demon race had all retreated. Awesome, Little Six is so bullish, saying that the retreat is going to be a retreat for the demon race. No, Yan Xiaolu came back. It's done. What other cities are facing danger? Tell me, I'll take care of them all at once today. Yan Xiaolu said as he came to the city wall. Chapter 62, He likes me. In war, every extra minute would result in many more casualties, so since Yan Xiaolu had started to take care of this matter, it had to be resolved as soon as possible. He was not a man who liked to procrastinate on things. Say do it and do it now. Whatever it is. Yenmen Pass, the patriarch is there, and XXXXXX Xiaolan said several place names in a row, all of which were the locations of the TNSX elders. Since it was stopping the war, she still preferred to stop where her own people were first. Good. Yan Xiaolu then prepared to leave. At that moment, a shout came from behind. Elder Yan. Ni Chuxue carefully shouted. She had come to help her master clean up his mess. How could she have imagined that she would see the person she missed? Although their time together was short, Ni Chuxue was infatuated with him since the last time. Yan Xiaolu turned back to see Ni Chuxue carefully looking at herself and couldn't help but smile. I remember you, Ni Chuxue, right? Aha! Ni Chuxue nodded happily. He remembers me. He had me in mind. How have you been lately? It's been hard, hasn't it? Yan Xiaolu stroked her head, already acting as if she was an elder talking to a junior. This person, she remembered, had looked at herself in the wrong way at first, not realizing that a few months had passed and it was still the same, even more so than in the past. No hard work, thank you Elder Yan for your concern. Ni Chushue's joy overflows. Hoo-hoo! He touched my head. He touched my head. So happy, so excited. He likes me. Xiaolan, on the other hand, twisted her face away, a little embarrassed. A girl's family, can you be a little more reserved? This little ninny, she is lacking his care, isn't she? Find a chance to care for her. Seeing how excited she is, I can't spoil her fun. Want to come with me? Yan Xiaolu asked politely. It felt good to be liked. She was born beautiful, so it wouldn't hurt to take her out for a walk. Can I? Ni Chuxue asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Could be. I'll go, thank you Elder Yan. Ni Chuxue cheered and was extremely happy. Wow, Elder Yan is willing to take me on. He loves me. Come here, you can't fly on your own yet, I'll hold you up. Yan Xiaolu said. Ni Chuxue nodded and excitedly came to Yan Xiaolu's side. Wow. Elder Yan is so considerate. He loves me so much. Yan Xiaolu grabbed her with one hand and flew up into the sky. In the air, Ni Chushue's pair of beautiful eyes looked sideways at Yan Xiaolu from time to time, her watery eyes speaking as if they could speak. Behind Yan Xiaolu was Lu Xini and Lu Xinrui, who on the other hand were watching with itching teeth. Damn it, she dominated the sixth master as soon as she arrived. Elder Yan, the cat is so cute. At this moment, Ni Chuxue saw the cat on Yan Xiaolu's shoulder. Meow. Meow glanced out of habit. Then reacted, this guy in front of me is so weak, what am I pretending for? Master, can I change back to human form? Meow asked. Sure. Thank you Master. Meow happily transformed into his human form. Ni Chuxue was startled by the meow that suddenly spoke. Then it was a bit of a shock to realize that the cat had actually turned into a human. Don't be afraid, this is my pet cat. Yan Xiaolu said. Oh. Ni Chuxue said back, a good boy hurriedly swallowed. Soon, Yan Xiaolu arrived at Yenmen Pass, and unsurprisingly the Heavenly River Sect Patriarch was stationed at the city wall. Sovereign, this wave of beasts has finally receded. AI attacking several times a day, these demon clans are really abominable. I don't know when we'll be able to repel the demon race. The sovereign thought helplessly. I don't know how little Six is doing, but don't be imprisoned by the demon race, or else I will spell out this old life to save him. Patriarch, we will definitely be able to repel the demon race's army, now that we humans are united like never before. The patriarch let out a bitter laugh. Unity? It's just superficial solidarity. There's actually a lot of backstabbing going on. But she didn't knock his self-confidence either. Sometimes it's good for people to have a little hope. Mi Chushue pays her respects to patriarch. Just as the Heavenly River Sect patriarch was worried, he suddenly heard Mi Chushue's voice. Isn't she at Elder Xia's place? Why did she come to me? Turn around and look. Good guy, really speak of the devil, when did my mouth so good? Little Six, you finally came out, all of us missed you. Chushue, why did you come with Little Six? Sovereign said excitedly. I know, that's why I came. Yen Xiaolu nodded. Patriarch, Elder Yen asked me to come along. Mi Chushue said. That's so. The patriarch drifted off, then looked at Yen Xiaolu and asked, Xiaolu, do you have something urgent? The sovereign obviously knew that this guy was not allowed to come to her if he was fine, so he had this question. I want to stop this pointless war. Sovereign, do you know about the demon camp here? I know, what do you want? Sovereign asked. Take me there. After today, there won't be a large-scale war between the two races. Yen Xiaolu said. Skirmishes can't be avoided. After all, humans themselves are in the middle of killing all day long, and there's no stopping that. Really? The patriarch couldn't believe it, and his tone raised a few points. At the same time, she wished it were true. Of course, lead the way. The demon race will retreat sooner, or the war will end sooner. Okay, Six, follow me. Yen Xiaolu followed the patriarch to the main camp of the demon race here. In charge of this place was a Tiger King, who even in the entire Yulon mountain range, was a powerhouse capable of ranking in the top 10. As soon as the Tiger King saw Yen Xiaolu, it was as if he was facing an enemy. It was only because he had a lot of good things taken away by Yen Xiaolu. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't disobey the Demon King's order. Don't be nervous, I came to find you for only one purpose. Yen Xiaolu said in a pleasant manner. What purpose? The Tiger King was instantly alert. This kid was ready to settle down. Just here to get you to back off. What? No way. Why not? This is the Demon King's order. The Demon King is already in seclusion, don't try to trick me. The Tiger King coldly snorted in disdain. Do you think I don't know that the Demon King is in seclusion? I can't believe you dare to fake an order. Since you know that the Demon King is closed, you should know what she said when she was closed. The Tiger King was silent. The Tiger King was thinking. The Tiger King compromised. It's fine to retreat, and if you have time to help my granddaughter improve her cultivation physique, the cost will be halved. The Tiger King said. No problem. Yen Xiaolu agreed readily. Even if it's halved, that still leaves 5 times the cost, which is not a loss at all, or even a profit. Be true to your word, order the troops to retreat. The Tiger King said. Then shaking his head, he continued, labor originally didn't want to fight, people nowadays have learned the ropes and don't even carry spirit stones on their bodies. He was depressed when it came to that. Chapter 63 The 7 Combined Cultivation Formation. On the way back, the patriarch was filled with disbelief. Is that how the war ended? It feels too easy, doesn't it? Does Little Six have some kind of magic power? He can actually command the Tiger King now? Awesome class. In response, Yen Xiaolu said smugly, don't worship brother, brother is just a legend. You're not my brother. Sovereign grunted. Good for you, Xiaolu, taking advantage of me. I don't have a brother, my brother is already in the ground. Metaphor, get it? Don't get it. Yen Xiaolu came to the third point next, and did as he had done, and soon, the leader of the demon race at this point retreated. After going to several cities in a row where the Heavenly River Sect had a garrison, they all ended well and all retreated. After that, Yen Xiaolu gathered with the Heavenly River Sect Patriarch and all the elders. Now that our crisis is lifted, there's still the Diwu Kingdom and a few neighboring kingdoms. This is simple, I'll go through the process again and retreat from troop to troop and be done with it. Yen Xiaolu said. It's not good, like this, Elder Xia, you and Xiaolu together, we don't profit from this move, but we also need to let people know that the demon race retreated from the army, it's with our credit. Yes, Sovereign. It's okay. Alright, after the small matters are finished, it's time for the main thing next. The Sovereign looked at Yen Xiaolu and said. Ha? Wasn't that just business? In contrast, the next one is the real deal. Little Six, our spirit stones are all ready. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yen Xiaolu's mouth grinned, so this is the main event, I thought it was something. It's so simple. Isn't it something that comes together? It didn't even take long. How much have you prepared? Each of us has almost 100 million or so extreme spirit stones. That much? It's a small thing, after all. The Heavenly River sect now has 7 returned to one realm, many clans have come to ask for blessings, and the extremely high-quality spirit stones have been sent to them? The patriarch said smugly. There are even some clans that beg to join our Heavenly River sect's sphere of influence, and then take the initiative to hand over 50% of their profits. This is all thanks to Xiao Lu. If it wasn't for him raising our cultivation to the returning to one realm, we wouldn't have the scenery we have now. Probably already died in the first wave of the war. It's still like that? Really exaggerated. Yan Xiaolu was speechless. This is not protection money. Protection money can be so high. Couldn't he learn as well? Never mind, it's not one's style to protect others, especially irrelevant ones. Since there are enough spirit stones, come on, find a spacious place. Last time I helped you guys raise your cultivation, after all, I consumed quite a lot of life expectancy. I have life expectancy enhancement packages here, want to understand? Can you still boost your life expectancy? Naturally. 6 Wow. What's the charge? No more, no less, 100 million extreme spirit stones and 1,000 years of life. The elders? They seriously doubted that this bad guy knew that they had 100 million extreme spirit stones, and that was why he said 100 million extreme spirit stones. How else could it be such a coincidence? Heaven and Earth, lifespan enhancement. Yin Xiaolu really did not earn anything at all. What he earned was 1/10 of the transformed lifespan. Didn't charge indiscriminately? The patriarch asked in disbelief. Of course not. Yin Xiaolu said with certainty. Alright, come on, physique we're going to upgrade as well, upgrading to an earth spirit physique plus 1,000 years of lifespan. There's also a longevity package over here, that's 100 years of longevity for only 1 million extreme spirit stones. Yen Xiaolu said. Good. Wow Xiaolu, you still say you didn't charge recklessly. 100 years is 1,000 years, and it's only 10 million extreme spirit stones. Each gear can only be raised once. Yen Xiaolu explained. Is that so? I never lie. Okay, then add this 100-year lifespan. All okay? The patriarch looked at the elders. No problem. What were they working so hard to earn spirit stones for? It's not just to find Xiaolu to improve his physique, so naturally there's no problem. Go back to the Heavenly River sect, where you won't be disturbed. The crowd nodded. Then they returned to the Heavenly River sect together. Inside the patriarch's great hall, the Heavenly River sect patriarch as well as the 6 elders were standing by. Outside is layers of formation protection. Yen Xiaolu was also ready for another serious test today that left no stone unturned. Yen Xiaolu directly collected more than 700 million extreme spirit stones and then converted them into essence blood in turn. A 7-player combined cultivation formation. Initiation. Please ask the host whether to consume 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade to an earth spirit body for the other party. Consumption. The host has successfully consumed 9 drops of essence blood to upgrade the opponent to an earth spirit body, gaining 10,000 experience points. The host's current experience is 251,407 500,000, middle stage of the Divine Shen realm. Raise 7 earth spirit bodies and gain a total of 70,000 experience. Done. The next step is to boost longevity. Get ready, I'm coming. Yen Xiaolu heatedly laughed. Host spends 1 million extreme spirit stones to enhance the other party's lifespan by 100 years and gain 10 years of lifespan. Centennial lifespan package complete. The host gains a total of 70 years of life. The host currently has an additional life expectancy of 301 years. Next up is the Millennium lifespan package. The host spends 100 million extreme spirit stones to enhance the other party's lifespan by 1,000 years and gain 100 years of lifespan. The Millennium lifespan package is complete. The host gains a total of 700 years of life. The host currently has an additional life expectancy of 1,001 years. Great job. Yen Xiaolu was very satisfied, and his extra lifespan was added another 700 plus years, coming to 1,000 years. Finally, Yen Xiaolu brought Xiaolan as well as his own maids to the various kingdoms, explaining that he could stop the war. The countries expressed their willingness to actively cooperate and said that if the demon race retreated, the disciples of the Heavenly River sect would enjoy favorable treatment in all the countries in the future. And he embraced the Heavenly River sect as the #1 sect in Kanglan. As things stood, all the countries already knew that the Heavenly River sect had a strange person who could enhance his physique and raise his cultivation level, so all the countries were friendly to the Heavenly River sect. Yen Xiaolu also said that after the end of the war, he will do his best to help all the Taoists. Female Taoist friends to improve their strength. It was incumbent upon himself to upgrade the physique of his family's late generation if he needed to do so. looking at his own mate who had been elevated to the returning to the first realm by himself, while he was still quite a distance away from even the late stage of the divine Shin realm. The realm of returning to the first realm was even further away, and he was also anxious. So it's totally the best of both worlds, each to their own. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist Yen. Hey, no trouble, you guys wait for my good news. Yen Xiaolu laughed. Ministers and strongmen from various kingdoms said, Taoist Yen is really a good person.